All right, ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute, 1 minute. I'm going to do Cliff's report first to start it off. Okay. I know. Okay, Delta Stewardship Council is called to order. Mr. Fiorini, the Vice Chair, is here. We'll operate as the subcommittee. Gentlemen, ladies, take your seats, please. Operate as the subcommittee. We're going to start this morning with the lead scientist to report to us, Dr. Dom.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
I have 5 brief items that I'd like to cover quickly. I know your time is quite valuable today. Let me start with the...
well, our time may or may not be valuable, but we have a lot of business.
You have a lot of business to conduct in the next 7.5 hours. First thing I wanted to highlight is that we were asked recently to pull together a review panel to review the possibility if the fall outflow if the fall outflow action that is called for in the biological opinion to produce enhanced flow into San Francisco Bay during the fall actually occurs, and it's being litigated and it may or may not occur, but if it does actually occur, we were asked to pull together a scientific panel to provide us with some insight as to how best to actually evaluate whether or not that action was producing some of the desired outcomes.
And is that on a particular species of fish?
We are going to be looking at the fish and the food web. So we were actually trying to give them advice on how to look not just at individual fish species, but also how the whole system responds to these kinds of changes that would be imposed by basically changing that salinity field and where salinity and fresh water are interacting within basically the continuum from the delta out into Suisun.
Well, I like the idea.
Bay.
Who made the request of you?
We were requested by the federal agencies, so by the Bureau of Reclamation, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the National Marine Fisheries Service. We got 6 people in for the panel, 3 who are kind of some of our regulars that are well versed in the system, but 3 people that were new that we brought in from the University of British Columbia, from South Florida, and from Holy Cross University. And I think the 3 new panelists actually had some really interesting insights. They were very contributory. We'll get a report here very soon. This is in a very short timeline because if this action does occur, it could begin as early as September. So the design of these experiments and getting the basically infrastructure together to be able to do that is going to be a major challenge. And so the reason we were asked to bring these people together was to make sure that the action was done with the opportunity to learn from the action if it actually goes forward. And so that was the goal of this meeting, and I think they got some good oral feedback, and they'll get a written report here in about 2 weeks.
Okay. And it's likely this will be part of the question of what to do with the salmon or the smelt litigation pending decisions on new biological opinions, I guess?
Well, this is linked to the biological opinion for the smelt. And so this action is called for in the smelt opinion. Okay. And so this basically involves freshwater inputs into the bay in September, October, and November, and whether or not this actually has the desired effect of actually producing a positive response not only in the delta smelt but other aspects of the fish community and the overall food web is what this workshop was about, and how would you actually go about making the kinds of measurements that would actually inform whether or not it was an effective action or not. And that was the goal of the workshop.
Good. Okay.
The second thing I wanted to highlight is the Delta Independent Science Board had a teleconference meeting, and they made a decision that they will meet as a body on August 3rd and August 4th with the intent of reviewing Draft 5 of the Delta plan.
Great. Okay.
And so that is their current schedule. We've gotten, I think, one of the Independent Science Board members has sent in some feedback on draft 4, and we may get additional input from some of them as individuals, but not as a body.
Great.
The third thing I wanted to highlight is that there is a paper that is in press that is a byproduct directly of one of the larger controversies in the Delta, and that is the role of ammonium on the food web within the Delta. Paper was published at the end of 2010 by Patricia Gleibert in a journal that has received some evaluation by a group of scientists looking at that paper and actually another paper. And the analysis was really looking at the methodology that she applied. The methodology that she used is what's called a change point analysis. It's the same kind of thing that people use to try to figure out whether the stock market's going to go up or down. It's basically looking at time series and looking at how things, whether or not things have really, in a bear market has it bottomed out, or in a bull market has it topped out, and things of that type. So she used this method, and in that method she showed, I think, pretty clearly that the phytoplankton community in the Delta has changed substantively over the last 30 years. And it's moved from a diatom-based system to now, increasingly, we see cyanobacteria and dinoflagellates. So different groups of organisms are there. There's arguments about how that might affect food quality, food resources, how it might cascade up the food web. The part of the analysis that she carried out that is being critiqued in this new paper by Jim Klearn et al. Is the extension of that analysis beyond the phytoplankton community to actually look at the food web. And she used some, basically some derived variables from this statistical analysis to go ahead and then make inferences about how this is affecting things like the zooplankton in the system and the fish community in the system. And the methodology she used, and the methodology that another group who used the same technique in a study in Europe, is what this paper is critiquing. And they suggest that these derived variables were not applied properly in the statistical analysis. There will be this paper and a response paper from the two other authors whose work is being critiqued. Should be coming out in the next month or two, I think, in the Journal of Limnology and Oceanography. So just wanted to, it's basically another part of this whole issue about ammonia. My read of the paper is that it's not critiquing the part of the work that shows the change in the phytoplankton community, but it is critiquing the inference that it is having a substantive effect all the way through the food web. Okay. Or at least the methodology was not an appropriate methodology.
And at the conclusion of this, we can have an absolutely 100% complete agreement from the scientific community on the whole thing?
It's clear that's not going to happen.
Well,
in fact, it's probably clear that this will lead to some additional efforts and research. And so I suspect that there will be an attempt then, I hope that we can get the people who have differing opinions together to talk about these methods, because it really is a methods-driven issue, and see if we can come up with methods that people agree upon.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We will continue to watch that.
Okay. So that one comes out probably, I think it would be this is a monthly journal, so probably it would be in this month or next month's journal. The next paper I wanted to highlight is a paper that has just been published. It's been published by Monica Winder. She's actually one of the people we're supporting through our proposal solicitation package. She was also one of our fellows earlier on. She's at UC Davis. She has written a paper with a few colleagues basically asking the following question, and that is the non-native zooplankton species. These are the small aquatic animals that are kind of in the middle of the food web, have gone through substantive invasions by non-native species over the last 30 years. And so many of the species now that are in the system are not native to the system. So I think about 7 key species that she looked at. And in her analysis of when these species established, they established during periods of high stress related to drought, and there appears to be a synergy between drought and flow alteration in the establishment of these non-native zooplankton species. And so the paper is basically an analysis of when they came in and what the conditions were, and suggestions as to why they were able to establish under those kinds of conditions.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
And then the last thing I was going to highlight is I served as the co-chair of the program for one of the large aquatic societies in the United States. If somebody asks you to do a job like that, say no. It's a heck of a lot of work, a lot more than I had envisioned that it would be. I actually did it with Stuart Bunn, who is the director of the Australian Rivers Institute, so at least I was working closely with a colleague. We had about 800 attendees. The theme of the meeting was responding to the global water crisis. Global water crisis, that being defined very much by a crisis in water supply, sounds familiar, and a crisis in biodiversity. So that was what many of the papers were about. I wanted to highlight just one, and that is, it actually has a kind of a personal link here to work in the Delta. The Award of Excellence, which is given to the scientist for excellence in a full career, was given to Pat Mulholland. Pat Mulholland was actually one of the 4 people that we brought in as outside experts when we had the ammonium workshop to discuss in detail some of the issues around ammonium. This was co-supported by the regional wastewater board and by the water contractors. We had 4 people that we brought in to address this issue. We brought Pat Mulholland in because he's an expert, probably knows more about the transport and fate of ammonium and nitrate in streams and rivers as anybody in the world. So we brought him in. I think the report, the framework that they developed, has been used pretty substantively to actually direct research, both short-term and long-term research. A number of the projects you approved are basically studies that are continuing to develop some of the information in that framework. Well, about 4 months after Pat and the group delivered this report, Pat was diagnosed with ALS. He has Lou Gehrig's disease. And so he didn't give the Award of Excellence personally, but he was there physically in a wheelchair. He's deteriorating quickly, but he recorded his Award of Excellence, and it was outstanding. It was a science talk with tremendous content. But and it was a very moving event to have somebody who is clearly still a pretty vibrant young man. The mind's sharp, but the body is just really deteriorating. And so that was kind of the end of our meeting, but it was a very moving part of the meeting. Okay. So those are my comments.
Okay.
Any questions?
Questions? No. Cliff, thank you very much. Appreciate it a great deal. Members, to establish a quorum, we are going to announce our presence, starting with Ms. Gray.
Gray here.
Marcus here.
Fiorini here.
Eisenberg here.
Good morning. Natoli here.
Okay. Quorum's established. Mr. Grindstaff, tell us about today in 30 seconds.
The first thing we're going to do today is hear from the Delta Protection Commission and their consultants, principally to talk about the economic sustainability plan. We're hoping that can only last an hour because we have many more chapters in the Delta plan to get through.
Well,
and they're probably
didn't
tired
Mr.
after
Machado
working
force
late
them to
yesterday.
stay at a meeting till late last night
That's what I hear.
on this? Yes. So they actually have had no sleep, and they've been partying ever since.
As did Supervisor Natoli.
Well, actually, they had been almost in for 6 hours when I got there last night. They were about another hour, but they had started at 1 in the
You
afternoon.
kept them for a whole other hour?
Well, yeah. That's what happens when the chair gets there late, see.
Okay. All right. And Joe, just fast, after the presentation, which hopefully is about an hour, what's your plan for the rest of the day?
Well, the plan is that we go back to where we were yesterday and we go through the remaining
Chapter 5
forward, get through all of that, and then we want to talk about the proposed motion and
Motion's actually it's not. It's on the table.
it's on the table.
Yeah, we moved
the
it
motion that's on the table, and moving forward with the environmental analysis.
Okay. Good. Mr. Michael, gang, forward. Mr. Machado. Oh, you don't look any the worse for wear. Can't have been too terrible yesterday. Mr. Mr. Machado.
Thank you, Chair. Eisenberg and members of the council. I just want to set up the premise for which we conducted the environmental sustainability plan. As you know, the Delta Reform Act in Section 29759, the Public Resource Code, asks that the Commission perform an economic sustainability of the Delta region and specified that it should include recommendations with respect to public safety, economic goals, policies consistent with the general plans of the 5 Delta counties, recommendations to DWR with respect to flood management and recreational investment. And the RFP called for the development of the ESP to consider economic extendability of the Delta also with respect to Water Code 85020. That code stated that it is the policy of the state to achieve specified objectives that are inherent in the co-equal goals for management of the Delta. And the particular objective B under 85020, protect and enhance the unique cultural, recreational, and agricultural values of the Delta as an existing place, was one of the bases for the inclusion of the ESP. The ESP was divided into 2 phases. The first phase developed the components of the Delta economy. The second phase, which we're reporting on today, developed the economic output of the Delta, looked specifically at agriculture, levees and flood management, legacy communities, recreation, and tourism. An economic sustainability plan not only develops an economic base and output for a region, but if it knows to have that there be impacts made to the region, it should also consider those impacts of the action being proposed that could have effects on the economy. In that respect, the draft BDCP of last fall proposed significant actions that would have an impact onto the Delta region. The RFP for the ESP also called for an analysis of the potential impacts of those proposed on the Delta region as a result of the BDCP. So today, the team will present a summary of the first draft of the ESP within the context of the items that I've just discussed. And so leading the team would be Jeff Michaels. He is the head of the Business Forecasting Unit and professor at the University of the Pacific.
Okay, Mr. Michael, gentlemen, there is on the shaft of the speaker system a little button you can barely see. You know your microphone's on when the red light appears. You can almost never see it from in front of the microphone, but that's the only measure. And if you leave the microphone on and whisper to each other, we'll hear every word you say. So just the caution. Mr. Michael, good to see you here.
Good advice. Thank you, Mr. Eisenberg. We have a presentation that I think is going to be called up. There's a lot of topics that are covered in this, and I know that the most interest has been in the areas of agriculture, recreation, and levees at the moment. So those are the 3 topics we're going to focus on today, and emphasize it's the first draft of findings that we put out there very early in the process in the interest of transparency, and so we're interested in everyone's comments.
I just wanted to say one thing. I apologize. I actually read through page 77 and skimmed the rest of it. But I find it almost incredible you were actually able to produce this in 3 months. I understand the database is available in many forms, but just we've experienced complexities putting our own report together, and I just want to congratulate you on being where you are. I think it's a serious study. Doesn't mean I necessarily have checked off yet on foundations and conclusions, but I think it's a serious attempt to address the legislative mandate, and I appreciate you're putting the effort into it.
Well, I appreciate that comment, and I was actually surprised at the difficulty of putting some of this information together, given all the work that's been done. Some of it you would expect would be a little easier to find than it is. So yes, it has been difficult, and so let me just jump into some of a couple of the results for agriculture. And all these numbers up here, you mentioned that we had something like a 7-hour meeting yesterday, and so for 7 hours yesterday, I heard that all the numbers on these slides are too small.
You mean visually or in terms of dollar value?
In terms of dollar values, everything consistently. So I'd like to say that yesterday...
This is the position that the agricultural in the 5-county Delta area is, in fact, 97.9% of the total California economy. Is that the one you meant?
That may be a bit of an exaggeration, but
only a bit.
People weren't shy in pointing out where we had undercounted things. So with that in mind, that's my summary of yesterday's meeting, and I'll go and present some of the slides from yesterday's meeting. Here. This shows current Delta agricultural revenues from 2009, and I might add the agriculture.
If you're referring to a chart in the report, could you give us the page in the report? If it's, and we can look at it in front of us.
Someone have to put the report in front of me for me to
But
do that.
you were coordinating. Oh, your copy is coming your way.
I don't know what page things are on. So
Okay.
Sure. So this agriculture chapter is a collaboration. Represents work from Dr. David Sunding at
Page
UC Berkeley.
79 on forward, members.
Yeah. And the table that is currently listed up there would be Table 9 on page 84.
84. Table 9, page 84. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Right. So this chapter is in the data analysis in it. The crop level agricultural modeling was done by Dr. Sunding at Berkeley with the Brattle Group. The economic impact analysis was done by me, and we collaborated through the process, communicating the whole time. So these particular tables are ones that they actually gave me, and you can see from this that it estimates 2009 crop value in the Delta at $660 million, dominated by
And
truck
crop value being sale price?
being sale, agricultural revenues of farm gate value.
And that relates to the comparable state figures of gross agricultural sales statewide that's usually reported by a whole bunch of folks, right?
Correct.
We're talking about the same thing.
Same thing, exactly. The statewide I can't pull that number off the top of my head. But
$38-39 billion is my recollection.
if you count all this table is crops, which is
A segment.
I defer to someone else at 20 or something over that. I don't know.
Yeah.
So $660 million in revenue in 2009. Within that, I'm not showing a table, but there's a table 10 that follows this. It shows those values by crops. So I think this is an important table to point out that processing tomatoes and wine grapes are both generating over $100 million a year in those revenues. And those are very important industries I'll talk about later because they have very tightly linked downstream food manufacturing industries located in the region to them, and these are the highest value crops coming out of the Delta. Even though the largest crop in terms of acreage is corn, which is third in crop value. San Joaquin County represents the majority of this crop output. There's no animal production in there. Animal production is a little bit harder to estimate. This data comes from field level data that is reported to county agricultural commissioners. The animal production was estimated separately and from a different data set. We came up with 93 million using various county shares. I think if you look, I think the Stewardship Council's white paper had 90 million for animal production. So I think you'll find that these baseline numbers are very comparable.
I'll just alert you. One of the things I'm very anxious to do is try to figure out a way so that all the people talking about the same thing use baseline numbers in common if it's possible. Because the hardest thing to go from report to report and see variations, either minor or major, and not understand the variations. So, and that's the rewriting process, I'm sure.
It is, and on this particular table is one where you will find very little variation. I think that this one matches up very well with things. It's when we go on from here where you'll probably see some differences between other reports that you've seen. So the next slide that I've put up here is you have to jump to the end here. I've jumped to the economic impact, and so we cut off the actual table numbers here, but this would be table 20,
page
100.
80. Table 100?
Sorry, table 20 on page 100.
Okay.
Although
Oh, I see. Okay. No, it's
It may
No.
have a different table number.
It
in
is
the
a different
version, yeah.
table number. I think it's
Okay.
28 or 29.
I apologize for that.
Yeah.
As I said, revisions are ongoing, so I must
Economic
have,
impact of Delta agriculture on California,
Yeah.
or no, this is 5 county.
Yeah.
So this is table 28 in our copy of the report.
Right. I mean, this process has given me a new appreciation for what Joe is managing as he runs through these drafts, and things constantly change.
Can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
I understand what sales are, because,
Mm-hmm.
and I also think I understand what gross domestic product and gross state product does.
Mm-hmm.
But you've got indirect effects and induced effects.
Sure.
And they do not carry inherent meanings for
No,
me.
they're not.
Except a lot of people say they're there for everything they're interested in. What are they?
Yeah, we'll explain maybe. Well, let me go down the direct indirect effects first.
Mm-hmm.
So, and before I actually talk about that, let me talk about the bullet at the top, because this is sort of a summary table that comes through some pieces. This table here is based on the $753 million in agricultural revenue that we discussed before. And then one of the things that we did is we wanted to analyze as you know, in these 5 counties, the food processing and manufacturing industry is a tremendous employer. It's actually contributing more output than the agriculture itself. And one of the challenges is identifying how much of that industry is there and linked to the local production, and how much of it is there either due to the local market or for some other reason. And so we ruled out most of the food processing activity out of the analysis because we couldn't establish definitively a linkage between it and the local production. So a lot of stuff related to dairies, even though a lot of the crops in the Delta are going to dairies. The assumption is the dairies could find feed elsewhere if that wasn't true. Same thing for corn products. There are animal processing plants, ethanol plants, all sorts of things in this region that may utilize Delta products but aren't necessarily there because of the local agriculture industry. But what we found was in talking to people, and as you look at the spatial distribution of the processing facilities, there's a very clear linkage between the wineries and the canneries sectors and the local production. Corn goes off on there are some crops, corn, cotton, and others that go off and aren't necessarily produced into a shirt in the valley, but the wineries and canneries are converting those products into higher value-added products, and they're located here because the crops are here. And so this figure includes both of those things, and then in the next draft we'll break out actually these components so you can, and that will actually help with the, as you just described, the comparability. So this particular table is a sum of about 3 tables, one being the impact of the $753 million, and another being a component of the winery sector and whatnot. So as we add that in, then we can point out some apples to apples things. But we put in one of the things we found is a lot of these Delta wine grapes are going to Napa, which is not one of the 5 Delta counties, even though it's right next door. So based on the data that we saw in production shares, we just assume that only 25% of the Delta wine grapes are supporting wineries in the 5 counties. This is a 5-county impact, but that most of those tomatoes are. And then we did some technical measures to make sure we weren't double counting anything. And as I mentioned, all the other food and beverage manufacturing is excluded. So this is how you get to this particular table.
Jeff, just real quickly, and again, I didn't have the benefit of participating for most part of the day with the commission, but on the nexus with dairies, recognizing, yes, you can truck in your hays and grains and so forth, but the proximity, is there no calculation that shows the proximity to having either pasture land, to having your alfalfa, your grasses, corn. Is there no connectivity to that?
We've only counted dairies that we think are located in the legal delta itself, and not those outside. Even though the delta is providing more food for those animals than is. Well, I haven't calculated this, but it certainly appears that it is producing more food for these animals than is consumed by animals in the delta. But that's one of the conservative assumptions, and that's one of the many reasons why people yesterday told me our numbers were too small.
Yeah, and I would assume everyone says, well, the multiplier effect has to be a factor of 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever people think. But this context of economic discussion to me is very important. By the way, I harassed our own staff and consultants on this when they did their ag paper and socioeconomic work. For me, I just want to see a context. I understand the argument about how to value things, but what's the universe? And I think you're going to be developing the universe for us, I suppose, is the economy of the state of California.
Right.
Last time I checked, $1.9 trillion of goods and services collectively. How that's parceled up depends on the assumptions you put into agriculture, arguments about what you don't call, which I think is good, the multiplier effect, but other people do call multiplier. It's, well, a piece of the economy counted as trucking has to be part of X agricultural feature, because if we weren't here, the trucks wouldn't have any other crops, and and you've made
and that's
judgments.
an indirect effect, Phil. Right?
Yeah,
I'm getting
that's
to
good.
define
Good.
that.
Okay, all right, that's good. That's good, and that's the way you're using to explain the conditional or implications of the sales product. That's not quite the right way to say it.
and you're right. No, there's not in future drafts. Maybe we'll break this table out so you can see it build up from these components that I've discussed. We'll make the report even longer and put all this stuff in here, or maybe we'll put Appendix C in so that Joe's staff can see all that information. So let me just get your question about defining direct, indirect, and induced effects. So direct effects. And I can define this most clearly in the employment category. So direct effects would be employees that are people who are directly employed and working on the industries that are in that top bullet point there. So these are people directly hired by the farms, the farmers themselves, and if we're talking about processing industry, if you work for a winery, then that's true. The indirect effect are those are the effects of purchased inputs by those operations. So if a farm purchases agricultural chemicals, then effects on that go to the chemical person who sells the chemicals and manufactures them are in there. In agriculture in California, what's also in here is a lot of the farm labor, because the agricultural services and the labor contractors are something that the farms, they're not directly hired by the farms. Some are directly hired by the farms, some are hired through contractors, and when they're hired through contractors, they show up in this table as an indirect effect. And that's why in the agriculture sector in California, this indirect effect employment looks pretty large if you compare it to other tables that you'll see, is that we utilize a lot of contract labor in the state. The induced effects is that's the income effect. So the indirect effects come from the production of the goods and the operation. The induced effects are, the farmer makes money and the farmer goes and buys a car, goes out to dinner, and spends their income in the community. And so that categorizes those
in fairness, that's the more speculative, I assume. The more generous interpretation.
Well, those effects, this is pretty well established models that are commonly used. They're based on detailed surveys of consumer spending patterns across incomes.
Yeah, but you use categories similar to the categories used in the national federal studies on gross domestic product, I assume.
Correct. Now, those ones on gross domestic product, that's reading across the top line. Mm-hmm. So the top, if I explain what those variables are there, we have employment, which is jobs. We have labor income, which is primarily wages and benefits that are paid to employees. And then there's the term value added, and that's the term that comes out of economic impact models that's comparable to gross domestic product. And basically, sometimes I call value added income in some studies that I've done, because people understand the concept of income better than value added. But value added would reflect income to employees, income to proprietors,
Which
income
they
to
turn and spend for other things.
Right, income to corporations. And then the one extra thing that's in value added is what's called indirect business taxes, which are sales taxes, which are added onto the, which might be added onto the final price of a finished product. And the sum of those things is value added, and that is the figure here that would be. So if you were going to make a comparison to gross domestic product, and this is an important point, you want to make, you want to use the value added figure for that comparison. The output figure is always a much larger figure, and the output figure is a measure of sales, and so of total sales. So the output figure would, if you go through the whole process. Let me explain a real simplified example. We've got
An economist with a real simple explanation.
Well, someone grows grapes. They sell those grapes to a winery, which makes a bottle of wine, which sells it to a store, which sells it to you. Okay, so there's 3 steps in this chain. So output would record the sale of the grapes, the sale of the bottle of the wine to the retailer, and then the purchase by you or someone else. I don't know if you buy wine, but purchase by you from the retailer, all as separate transactions, add it all up into output. And so that number can get pretty big sometimes. Value added breaks that down into the individual components from each stage of that output, and so it's it's the measure that economists prefer to use because it's comparable to GDP, and but some people like to use you'll often see the output figure quoted because it's very large and impressive. So didn't know I was going to give that explanation today, but I hope I did okay unprepared in explaining that. These are what it comes out of the input-output analysis for the 5 counties, roughly 13,700 jobs, and $1.1 billion of value added, which I said would be comparable to GDP.
And I would say, okay, what proportion is that of the delta total economic activity? Then secondly, what proportion is the delta total economic activity of the 5 county total economic, then of the state? If you can't compare, it's impossible to understand, is my general belief. I'm looking for comparisons.
Okay. Well, we will.
And later, I know this is very preliminary. It's unfair to tag you with these questions, but just in context, and you do in some areas do very well discussion context. Just the economic thing has to be contextual.
You're right, and I tell you, for just about any industry in the state of California, with our big complex industry, you can we'll put those comparisons in. And they look small for everything.
Yeah, sure,
they even look small for Silicon Valley software industry because of the big complexity of the industry. So we'll be happy to include those, and then we can, obviously you can compare across regions. $1.1 billion in value. I don't even know the 5 county figure off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure, so I won't even speculate on that. And I only brought 3 slides today to be brief. Whoa. The next one has 3 bullet points on it that are probably going to be somewhat more controversial. So I'll start with the first one. The first piece is a projection. Again, the economic sustainability plan. We were trying to look forward to 2050.
So that's the time frame for most of this.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. I didn't ask any of our consultants to look beyond that. It wasn't feasible for us. That's stretching things as it is in some ways. So So one key is to project the Delta agricultural economy forward and how it might evolve under sort of a baseline condition, which is that most of this land stays in agriculture and we maintain water quality, et cetera, et cetera. And so for that, Dr. Sunding used a model that he'd already utilized in Yolo County and in the Sacramento area for the RUCS planning process, and that's part of why we brought him on for this.
Tell them what the RUCS is.
Well, maybe you can actually explain that more because I'm not real familiar with it, but I've seen
At least the
modeling
acronym
for
is
it.
it's the Rural to Urban Connector Study that our regional planning agency, the Sacramento Area Council of Governments,
Some time ago, right? 95?
No. This
Early-
been,
more recent?
more recent than that. In fact, it's an ongoing effort, and it basically to look at linkages between your agricultural areas and your urban metropolitan areas, look at ways to build upon certainly the economic contributors, but also to, I think, build a broader appreciation and understanding, and looking at routes from farm to market, as well as obviously some of the other components that go into that. And so it's an ongoing effort, and it involves a 6-county region. Not all of the 5 Delta counties are a part of that because there's different regional planning agencies, but certainly Yolo and Sacramento are part of that.
Right, and one component of that was an analysis of the agricultural land and the crops that envision will be grown in the future, and et cetera, et cetera. And
The summary on baseline discussion is, at least the one I found, is page 71, 72, our document, which is the introduction to Part 2, the analysis of key economic indicators. That's one you're talking about when you say baseline? Baseline scenario, framework for analysis stuff?
this would be
It's
long-run forecasted land allocation on page 87.
I think we've got a different paging number.
Section 2.1.
I would. 87. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right.
So this is section 2.1, page 87. And so I'll put up I tried to summarize this in one bullet point here. And the key finding from this analysis, and this was pretty exciting because it had already been done for 2 counties' agricultural area in the Delta. And we said, this is great model we can use. Let's extend this to the rest of the Delta to be able to look at things going forward. And so that was done, and the results of that model were pretty interesting in that it was forecasting significant growth in higher value, particularly truck crops, particularly tomatoes in the South Delta. I mean, that's the key result that came out of the model. And so over the next 40 years, using current dollars, basically was estimating that crop revenues would increase 15% or $115 million, primarily due to the shift towards more higher value crops, which is a continuation of a trend that we see all up and down the Central Valley. It's different areas. What the high value crops are transitioning to might be different based on what works in those areas versus others. But in the South Delta, in particular, we're projecting a transition to higher value truck crops. And it's important to understand that result because it has implications for the ones that follow. Because when you start thinking about some of the changes that are projected in the Delta, a lot of those changes could have big impacts on the South Delta. And so this is $115 million of growth in agricultural revenue that's projected under a baseline scenario that probably wouldn't happen under some of the planning scenarios that are currently being discussed. Yeah.
Jeff, do you anticipate any growth in the rice acreage?
The model didn't, that's interesting. I mean, the model that we're using is based on the last 6 or 7 years of crop choices and what the and what people are choosing to grow based on changing market values, the quality of their land, salinity of the water, and all these things that impact it. And there was the model didn't produce a big projection in the increase in rice. That's not something we would see out of the current data, but it is something. If a policy might be implemented or something that would encourage that, then you would see that, but not based on not a significant growth in that based on the recent years' data. So, so the next bullet gets into looking at what some of the potential impacts of some changes have been contemplated in the BDCP, and the centerpiece of this is sort of isolated conveyance. And so I'll draw your attention. This bullet point says the isolated conveyance is described in the November BDCP, and I'm using the bullet point estimated to decrease revenue by about $50 million because Dr. Sony has been working this week to revise this figure, and this is as he's refining things, he tells me that he's putting things in a bracket that's sort of around this $50 million figure as he refines things. But the table in the first draft that he provided to us to include is table 13, which shows potential impacts from increasing delta salinity from this forecasted base of $775 million in crop revenue that range from a $54 million loss to a $191 million loss. Now, and that obviously is a huge range, and it reflects two things. One, it reflects a projected growth in high value crops in the South Delta, which is the potentially most impacted area. And the second thing it reflects is that it's difficult to know at this point what sort of salinity impacts we could be talking about. We asked BDCP for their salinity modeling so that we could use the numbers they were using, and we weren't able to obtain that. But if we're able to obtain that, we will certainly revise this model and include those figures. So these lower values.
Jeff, just let me ask you. So why weren't you able to obtain it? What was the reason given that you couldn't get it from BDCP? Since people are supposedly working together on some of these efforts, I'm just curious as to why. Again, without putting you on the spot, I'm just curious.
Yeah, well, I did not personally make the request, but my understanding is a lot of this stuff is under confidentiality agreements. I'm sure other people could answer that more than I could. But it is difficult to work collaboratively when you can't get all the data from other people.
Well, and I would concur as we work on the Delta Plan here in this context, as we do the Economic Sustainability Plan at the Commission, as BDCP has its processes, and people have talked about not only opening that process up, but certainly having one that has some transparency to it in its decision-making tree. I would think, again, I don't know why that information wouldn't be available, but if it's important to this analysis and to, I think, going back to the Chair's comments a little earlier about, data sets and so forth, I guess I would encourage those that have the ability to make decisions about that information that's released. Again, if it's super secret, then I guess I would question why it's super secret. And you didn't say that, that's my word. I would encourage folks in the interest of trying to, get to some decision points that hopefully find consensus around not only what the task of this council is, but also these other efforts that all are integrated in the sense that they're connected. I don't say integrated, but connected. I would hope that we could get that information, and I don't know whether. May I ask Joe, have we been able to get that data?
I don't think we've specifically asked for it. I'm not sure that they've completed all of the modeling, and I am sure that they're still looking at different alternatives, and so it may be just that it's not complete information yet. Okay. I wanted to ask, it says isolated conveyance on your slide, and what the administration proposed, the last administration proposed, was dual conveyance. At least that was the preferred alternative, and isolated conveyance typically refers to not continuing to move water to the South Delta, and so I wanted to make sure I understood. Are you talking about the dual conveyance proposal that was kind of the preferred alternative last November, or are you talking about the isolated conveyance alternative, which, while being analyzed, is something that I don't think anybody will support in the end?
Well, we're talking about the facility. I mean, somewhat you're talking about is operations. I mean, we're talking about the 15,000 CFS facility as described in the BDCP document, and these lower figures of 50 million, and why we're emphasizing that is because that document says that all the South Delta salinity standards will be
met.
Will be met.
Right.
And so when you see these ranges, the low ends of the ranges should be interpreted as all those things should be met. And the high end of the ranges merely illustrate how important it is for Delta agriculture that those standards be met. And as far as the data is concerned, I think that some people may think that you shouldn't put a table like this out here unless you know exactly what the the latest modeling is. I would disagree. I think that we need to be.
I'm with you. The more information.
The more information.
Even
I mean, it's clear what it is, and if you have better information, share it, and we'll revise it as soon as we can. So that's that, and then the last one. Is we've also looked at some of the large habitat conservation measures. I'm not going to run through them all here, but what we found in terms of that November draft BDCP is almost all of these, not all of them, but a lot of the habitat conservation measures involve moving land from agricultural production to habitat. That clearly is going to have an impact on agricultural production in the Delta. And I'll just single out the one target for 65,000 acres of tidal marsh is a large amount of land that would move out of agriculture, and it's currently targeted for some of the highest value, highest revenue producing land in the Delta. So it has certainly that's the conservation measure in the BDCP that would have the biggest impacts on Delta agriculture. But the impacts vary. I'll leave it at that and pass it on to Pete Dangermond from Dangermond Associates that worked on our recreation stuff.
Mr. Dangermond. Good morning. Make sure the mic's on. Pull it close to you so the folks who watch from their home computer can hear what you say. Please.
And so I can relax, leaning back a little bit. So, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, and normally one wouldn't introduce themselves so much, but I did want to say that I've spent this year now 50 years in parks and recreation type of work, and at various levels, including state parks director, when a couple of people here were on the...
Come on, you're a big name in the field. We know you.
But some might say at better times for state parks than we have today. Couple things also that we have done in the past that are referenced in various studies, both that you have as well as that we're using, is in the year 2000 we completed a study for the Department of Boating and Waterways that looked at all the different boating. It was specific to the Delta as to the use levels, where people were coming from, how much they spent, and also projected ahead in terms of what the later visitation counts might be. And it also at the same time then counted all the marinas, the numbers of slips and their quality and that sort of thing. The second study we did was completed in 2006 for the Delta Protection Commission, which then developed a master plan looking forward for the water-based recreation in the Delta only, and not the remainder. But we think that both of those are important. The way we've approached this study is trying to think about three separate steps. First of all, what's happening today and get a good assessment of that. Next, what could the future be? And then third is what might be the impacts from various policy scenarios. So First of all, as to what's happening today, there's been for some time now that the overall visitation estimate in the Delta is around 12 million people. And we came to that conclusion in the year 2000. There are earlier studies in the 90s by state parks that pegged it about the same. And we again came to about that same number, although a little bit different variations to that. For scale, 12 million is between 3 and 4 times the number of visitors that go to Yosemite every year. So it's a significant amount of people. We found that the visitation patterns were important in terms of boating and fishing, that there was about a 12-county area that 75 to 80% of all the visitors that came to the Delta came from this Northern California Bay Area and Sacramento area. And what's interesting to me is that we looked at market share for different kinds of activities that take place that people engage. And State Parks has done various surveys over the years. They've got like 38 different categories of outdoor recreation. And virtually all the use in the Delta at present is of 3. And roughly the market share from this market area for boating is about 30%. Which is rather significant because of all the different other places that people could boat, Berryessa, the reservoirs, San Francisco Bay, that type of thing. For fishing, it's about 20% of all the fishing experiences that are done within that market area are in the Delta. And then for hunting, it's about 15% take place in the Delta. For virtually all the other activities, it's 1% or less. And so that one of the conclusions that I come to is that the Delta is a rather underutilized resource in terms of the other opportunities that could be there in the future. We have Table 31 on page 122. What did I do? I hit the wrong button. All right.
Page 43, table 43, is that the one?
It's table 31 and page 122, I believe. Oh, okay.
The title is Estimated Direct Delta Recreation Trip Spending Impacts in the book.
Okay, yeah. And one of the things that we did in the 2000 study is in the survey data that we had done is we, in the interviews, we asked people, how much do you spend? And because it was a totally unknown economic value at the time was, well, what really are people's expenditures? And we found one level, but it was based upon, well, what could people remember and how much did they spend, and not differentiated between the Delta and outside. The value to this study, and it again is one of those like Jeffrey was saying, is we come to a lower number because in this particular instance what's been done is we had the ability to look at all the different businesses that are located within the Delta that are recreation related and how many employees they have and how much are they generating. And so when we look at it that way, the base number is about $250 million a year that is spent at those various businesses, including the marinas and the boat repair shops and restaurants and all of that type of thing in the Delta. Earlier estimates have had more like $400 million, and then there's some faultiness to that of double counting expenditures and that sort of thing. So we feel that this is a much better number that you can truly count on. And then I was glad to get the definition as to indirect But the indirect, when you add that in, it makes it around 600 million, and with a total of about 5,000 jobs, or just under 5,000 jobs. And the lower number, there's 200 and some jobs, 2,716 jobs. So at any rate, that's kind of a picture as to what's happening now.
And do you have any of the third category value? Jeff, remind me again of
The
what's
induced?
that? Yeah.
That's in there. I mean, these are the total, those jobs, 2716, the 5-county areas, the 5,000 statewide would include total effects. Total effects are induced and direct, all that together.
Okay. All right. I think I understand.
Does this total includes primary, secondary, and Suisun Marsh?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Not Suisun. Primary, secondary zone of the Delta. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay. The thing that this does not include is expenditures that take place outside. I mean, when you go to the grocery store or the gas station and gas up before you go there, this is primarily those expenditures.
Which arguably is
No,
included.
which actually, let me correct that.
Okay.
The 5-county figure does not include those expenditures. The statewide figure, and this is why it's so much larger, does include estimates of statewide expenditures that someone in San Jose gasses up and buys supplies for their Delta trip. That's in the statewide estimate, but it's not in the 5-county estimate. And I understand you're more interested in the statewide estimate, but the Delta Economic Sustainability Plan is more interested in the 5-county one. So that's why we provide both.
Okay.
The next slide we have is sort of looking forward to what might be done about the underutilized resource. And there's a map on page 133 that we'll reference, and the other half of the slide that's up is a summary of a list that's on pages 131 and 132. But one of the neat things about recreation as opposed to farming, I guess, is that there's a great deal of flexibility as to exactly where you might locate something and exactly what you might do and what you might emphasize and that sort of thing, so that it's a more pliable idea in terms of how to enhance and improve recreation in the Delta. And this view is trying to say, well, if no policy changes occurred, other than trying to figure out how to make the Delta a better place to go to, then what might you do? So one of the things that we did as a part of this was to first of all look at protecting agriculture. We see it, to us, it seemed like a major thing, and that's again one of the flexibilities, is that you can keep recreation improvements and access types of things on the edges, like Stockton has done, where they've got marinas and other areas that access the Delta. And you can also then try to emphasize around the legacy communities and the existing clusters of activities that are already there, so that there's no need to create additional impacts on agriculture. I think in respecting that is very important.
I was, this may be my fault for not fully doing the reading, but I was looking for a clear statement of what you project will happen if the big changes don't occur. I know some of the things. The population growth is in the secondary zone. It is not in the primary zone. The population growth in the secondary zone in recent years has been greater, almost twice as great as the statewide growth average. The primary zone has flat growth. I got that. what do you see happening if there's no BDCP and no canal improvements, no levy? The status quo continues. That's what, because when I try to think through things, one of the things I need to think about is what's going to happen on its own. And as best I can see, the trend on growth is more and more of the secondary zone agriculture will be converted into development. Well, if that's true, then less and less emphasis on agriculture. I understand your focus is the primary zone, but have you decided that as a consultant recommendation, the secondary zone should be committed to urban development completely?
Well, from a recreation standpoint, you have to determine, well, what assumption do you make? Right now, the state park in the Delta is on the closure list. Sacramento and San Joaquin counties are both struggling with the same type of thing. So the one, in a sense, fortunate part about recreation in the Delta is virtually all of it depends upon private enterprise. It's a unique kind of thing where, it's the only public resource is the waterways themselves, and virtually all the land and other resources are controlled by private enterprise. But they are affected by those other things such as closures and stuff. So how do you make an assumption? We came to the conclusion that somehow the funding is going to be solved, and that the governor's hard at work at this.
It is remarkable
As
how
we
many
speak.
people take that as an article of faith.
Yes, yeah. So one way or the other, that we assumed that the need for recreation and the desire to provide public service is going to control what the future might be in terms of recreation. That's the assumption I had to make, and you have to decide whether that's a correct one or not. And then back to the edge, one of the things that we felt might be very important when planning ahead for the Delta is, and something that you might want to consider in your policies, is to try to make a positive edge as that urbanization occurs. In other words,
what does that mean?
There's got to be an edge to every city. There's an edge to every park, if you will. And the more that those can be positive and interrelate and help each other, the better. So most people think of, for instance, the relationship between golf courses and houses, that having a house on a golf course makes it worth more money. The same is really true in Stockton area, is that you have some of the more expensive homes now being built on the edge of the Delta because there's marinas there, there's open space, there's wildlife areas, there's trails. And it seems to me policies that you might make that would encourage that positive buffering kind of edge between agriculture and urban would be very important to do. And then you might, so in
urban limit lines is what you're
in a sense
suggesting?
it's an urban limit line, but then where would you draw that line? It seems to me then you might want to think about places where there's existing natural resources or amenities. And so the edge, my response to that would be in places that it might be good to have development in the secondary zone if it then allows you to have that buffering area along a riverbank that's got a lot of trees, and much like the American River here in Sacramento. Long answer to your short question, I'm sorry. I think that the loss of...
when you get to the final report, now of course yours is just a recommendation to the DPC. The Delta Protection Council has to adopt its own plan. But your recommendation will be powerful, I think, and influential. I think it's important. I read this and I say, okay, I read it now and I say, strength and protect agriculture in the Delta. And although you just talk about the primary zone, you allude to other supporting assistance stuff in the secondary zone and throughout the county. I got that. I've got the idea that the potential for recreation is there, but you're skeptical about it being as great an economic factor under any circumstance as your current view of agriculture. I've got the idea that you want to focus on levy investment strategy, arguing that roughly $500 million of investment will do, Bob, I can't remember the precise number of levy miles, say 500 miles of levees to some level of protection that are of primary state interest, the conclusion being the state should pay a reasonable share of that. I mean, I've got the approach down, but I want to know, I'd like to read a document that says, okay, here's the first priority. Here's the most important, because if they're all equal, and the things you don't like are all equal, then there's no prioritization. And by the way, the government policy is usually everybody's top priority gets listed on a list so they can feel good about it, because the tough thing in policy is choosing. And I just want to know what you want us to choose. And that's, I know, to the DPC, but when I read it, it's those choices.
But one of the problems in trying to look at, when you look at the delta, is the interrelationship of all the various sectors. So to try to put one priority over the other, I think can limit the opportunities that you have both economically and in terms of lifestyle.
Well, but Mike, I'm for that. But if what you're telling me is we got to take the economy of all 5 Delta counties in its entirety and not restrict ourselves to either the primary zone or the secondary zone, I'm for that. But the principle then means the financial contribution on levy work comes from the entire 5-county area. You can't argue that it's a universe this big for one purpose and this small for other purposes.
I think you're absolutely right, but I think what this study is showing, by building from the primary zone outward and looking at the regional economy as a whole, is the interconnection and the interdependency in terms of the economic well-being of the region, and that the core has a significant part of that regional economy, and you take that core out, you end up with some great dislocations.
Okay, the core is the primary zone of the Delta, right?
Primary zone, legal zone, or the legal Delta.
Okay, well,
with the exception of the urban, where they have excluded
the legacy towns.
No, where they have excluded the impacts of the urban intrusion into the deltas. But there's part of the secondary zone that's still not
right
urbanized. And there's a definite policy question that the council is considering with respect to that. That does have some significant economic impact.
Well, we need the advice from the DPC on that issue too.
That's there. That is pending the completion of the ESP. There was a report done.
Right.
The commission withheld making a recommendation upon the submission of the report until such time as we had to look at the ESP. And that's all going to be forthcoming in the next several months. But I think you have, and I think you make a very sound argument, and I don't think you'd find a little argument that there has to be a greater interaction of the various beneficiaries in supporting and maintaining the economic engine that the Delta represents.
Pat.
Last Saturday's Stockton Record has a front-page story. Report warns of financial disaster if Delta Canal or tunnel gets built. The Delta's farm industry will suffer nearly a $200 million hit each year if a large peripheral canal or tunnel is built, according to a draft report intended to influence key policymakers in Sacramento. They looked at your report. It says in summary, a large peripheral canal or tunnel would decrease agriculture production by 200 million years as saltier water harms high-value crops. So I wanted to return to that a bit and understand, is it primarily related to the analysis of higher value crops expected in the South Delta and changes in the water system that would affect flows there? Mike or?
Answer.
I think the shift to high-value crops from in our region is also a consequence of the changing cropping patterns that are occurring on the east side. It's directly related to land values because of urban pressure towards the east side in San Joaquin County. So you see a conversion from trucks to permanent crops because of the higher value to
What would be an example of that?
Just take the Linden area and the loss of tomato production acreage that has gone to the delta and the tomato acreage that has been replaced by walnuts and cherry crops.
So I understand the Linden example, but it's not in the Delta.
No, that's part of the source of the shift into the delta for the higher value truck crops because of that dynamic that's taking place.
Yeah.
And then Jeff can talk about the salinity issue effectively.
Yeah, I mean, there's two pieces of that. I think, when we talked about this earlier, there's a range presented in the report, and newspaper articles like the large numbers. We've seen that in lots of issues. So it depends on two things, though. And that's one reason why we talked about the result about the projection for more high-value crops in the South Delta. That's part of it. And then the second part of it is that there's sort of a we don't know the exact salinity impact. So it's not just the salinity impact. There's a range of it. And then there's a third component that the facility itself has a footprint. And it's not to the extent of some of the other habitat measures, but the BDCP draft document says it'll take 8,000 acres in order, even with a tunnel, to build this. And so, some of that is impacting cropland too. But at this point, we hope to work with people to sort of refine that estimate going
Randy's
forward.
my authority on cropping patterns. So, how do you regard expectations of higher value crops in the South Delta or anywhere else being projected, or the basis for then determining what crop loss, what value to agriculture might be lost?
Well, I think that's a trend that has occurred in California agriculture for 100 years. Mike and I have both participated in a shift of cropping patterns based on either selling to a canning industry that is is no longer competitive because of international influences, or spiking in crops like corn prices because of ethanol values versus the true crop value. So there's always going to be a shift. And in the grower's mind, it should always be to a higher value crop. It may not necessarily turn out that way profitability-wise. The basis that I approach this from, and the filter that I look through, is the report that we received from Dr. Sumner 3 or 4 months ago. It was commissioned by CDFA, and his projections for agriculture into the foreseeable future for the Delta projected not much change. And he did cite the fact that tomato acreage in Cortland has shifted to wine grape industry, and he expects that to continue a little bit. But in terms of major enhancements, major changes in agriculture in the Delta, that report indicated there were not likely to be much change economically. And he also pointed out that the agritourism hopes, he felt that the potential to benefit the region economically was limited as well because of the presence of levees and things like that. So while I believe that there will be a transition to higher value crops, as Sumner pointed out, a lot of the acreage is limited to the kinds of crops that can be grown. So the relative acreage available for vines and trees and things like that are somewhat limited.
Could I just respond to that briefly? Just not a lot. I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. The numbers, you'll see the table in the report. That's projected 15% increase over 40 years. I don't, we're not saying that high value crops are going to grow 200% or something. It's a 15% projected increase in the value over 40 years. I don't think that's necessarily an extreme projection at all. So.
Mike, did you?
Well, I think you also have to look at the context of this report based on the legislation requirements, which and what the statute says in 85020, which is that is to preserve and enhance. So you have a base that this report is demonstrating has very significant impact to the regional economy of the 5 Delta counties. And so yes, there may be some transition into higher value, but one of the other premises is to take a look at what are the impacts that could be proposed to the Delta that would take away from that inherent objective of preserving.
So if can I continue on this
Yes,
point?
sir.
Or you want to?
No? Go ahead.
Because if you're on this point, I defer. So
Too much fun to listen to you guys.
What seems to be generally true is that the economy of the core of the Delta, whether it's exactly the primary zone or it's primary zone plus some, although urbanization is certainly filling in lots of the secondary zone, is based on agriculture overwhelmingly, much less on recreation. So we ought to be realistic about that, and it's not really based on urban development, at least in the primary zone. So the housing and other commercial buildings are restricted, as we've talked about, and it seems apparent. So then agriculture becomes central to the continuation of the Delta for a lot of reasons, including economic. Do you relate most of the risk of loss of value then to the effect of changes in water delivery that will reduce the value of agriculture? In other words, you talked a lot about the South Delta, but where salinity standards matter, how would you characterize what the risk is?
Let me do it broadly, and then perhaps Jeff can fill in. When we did the phase 1, the overwhelming comments was, and what became very evident, is the dependence of the Delta agriculture on having sufficient flows of water, of adequate water quality to be able to support the production of crops, and the continued right to be able to have access to that water for the production of crops. So anything that could disrupt that significantly would have an impact to the ability to carry on agriculture as we know it. Now, there could be policy choices that could affect the type of cropping that's done that maybe have other beneficial aspects of it than what some current cropping is. And an example of that, and I think it was brought up earlier, I think it was a question by Ms. Marcus, is that what's the rice production in the Delta? And rice is a different cultural practices that has other attributes for doing that. There is a challenge for shifting there. It goes back to what Mr. Fiorini said about people farm what they know and they achieve to go after the highest value. If they don't know how to do it, it's hard to get the financing to go after that. Or if the value isn't there in terms of other alternatives, they may not have the incentive to do that. So those all become part of policy questions that relate to the overall objectives that we're trying to achieve. But if we evaluate it based on what we have and what proposed impact, what are the proposals that are out there, there are going to be impacts or consequences to that base, and I think that's what we've tended to try to illustrate in the study.
There's a lot of impacts, and when you start adding them all up from the various components, the numbers get larger. And I think you're asking to some ranking of the potential impacts. If in terms of the vision that was laid out in that November BDCP document, probably the biggest impact would be that 65,000 acre target for tidal marsh. And then second would be the water quality and the conveyance. And if that were to revise the change and operated so that water quality and salinity levels were to increase, and that would move to the top of the list. And then there certainly are a lot of, all the other issues have some, the YOLO bypass impacts have some impacts on agriculture, et cetera, et cetera. But it's those two issues that I think are the largest.
Well, this draft plan does not claim, I believe from reading it, that there should never be a floodplain that would affect agricultural land, or it doesn't.
Not at all.
Okay, I didn't think so.
Yeah, not at all. In fact, we found that that's a smaller impact.
But the use of agriculture in a designated floodplain for safety purposes may be a more restricted, less valuable agricultural production.
Correct.
But you're not saying don't do that, or are you?
There is nothing in here at all that says do or don't do at this point. It's fine. It's findings, and then when you look at those individual measures, and this is going to be your job, you have to look at all these things, delta agriculture and all these multitude of interests, and I'm glad that I don't have that task.
Well, the interesting thing, this goes back, we had a hearing last year, I don't remember, where I was misbehaving with some supervisors from various counties, yes, me again, and I was saying, well, come on, I read your, and that's not the economic sustainability plan, the other plan you've got out there. What's that called?
The land use resource management plan.
And I read it and said, everything's of value. And I said, if everything's of value, nothing's of value. Choose. What's the most important? And I forget who it was yelling back at me. But I think this report helps focus the discussion enormously. Doesn't help answer the questions in terms of preference. But the thing that intrigued me about the report is it does put agriculture at the forefront. That has implications for other values at the local level, as it does have implication for state policy. And where I'm going to be pushing you, if that's the way the DPC wants to go, so, this is the DPC's recommendation. If agriculture is the driver of the discussion, I want to have an open discussion of the implications of that, because the argument that protecting agriculture in the primary zone is good, but we can develop the secondary zone in spite of the fact we're going to use agricultural land to do it, because that is not a consistent approach.
But I don't think the report is at all saying
I didn't say the report did that, but I'm saying as you focus down and translate this sustainability plan into something that becomes a pattern or a recommendation for action by state and local agencies as well, that's where you're headed. Then those choices you have to prioritize, as we're struggling to prioritize, because once you choose a priority, implications follow from that.
Mr. Chair, just on that point, because it comes right to the forefront of my mind, I think it then is very important, because we've had in other meetings in discussion for this council, how you get to the value, and is the land valuable enough to save behind the levee and so forth. And if agriculture is important enough from the standpoint of local economy and important enough to this whole discussion, then you got to recognize that those land values are not going to be the land values in the primary zones you're going to have for either urban development land and so forth. And so that's because you're not going to get there. You can look at the long-term income stream, but if you're just doing it on a per acre basis, even if you give it a high value to it, and you're trying to do this equation about, well, is it worth saving because the levy is going to cost X, and I think that's going to be important to the consideration, because if this is important enough, then you recognize the value, both the economic value, but then the aesthetic and the importance of having that as a key component, and then you've got to assign a value. It may be priceless, very frankly, in the overall context. I mean, that's my word, but and I think that because otherwise, some of the trappings, even in some of the discussion we've had on our own Delta plan, is that you put the risk value, what the loss of this and that. You look at the land value. There's been discussion multitude of times before this council about the Jones tract, and it costs X amount of millions of dollars, but the land value was only this. But it's not just the land value or the agricultural production value. It's that overall context. And I think that's kind of to the point you were talking about there. And so those are the choices, and it's not about having something that's expendable. If this is knitted together, then we've got to recognize that, and you're not going to strive for the higher value. Otherwise, it gets into the discussion then about then if you had a higher value, then you're going to then maybe they can pay to have those levies fixed to a higher standard. So it really, as you were making those comments, it came to my mind because I think it's going to be important as we go forward at the commission level, but certainly as the council begins to make some policy choices here.
I just got to make a notation. We had said an hour. We're now past an hour. I think we've got 15 minutes to go on this. And the point is, you're going to be involved in a reevaluation, rewriting, editing, resubmission, and so on. And we will have a number of should have a number of opportunities to do reviews. And this is more in the nature of just kind of asking questions. But I know you want to let Bob Pike present briefly. I'd like to suggest let's do 15 minutes more, and we've got to get back to the Delta plan.
Let me just make two quick points and then pass it to Bob, is because the first most important one interrelates to him, and that is we did evaluate what might be the priority impacts on recreation from various types of things. And we found that the largest impact would be the open water area, the 6 island area. If that was converted from a island configuration and channel configuration to large open water, it would have a significant impact. In this sense that there's only one marina that's located on any of those 6 islands, but 45 of the 95 are right on the edge of it. And those recreationists depend upon those channels. Most of those people are in the Bay Area, and there would be no substitute for that. So in our mind, that's the very largest impact that would occur. The other thing I wanted to make is that frequently it's mentioned, well, there could be more environmental-based recreation in the future. Our findings found that there's about 200,000 visitors at all the different state fish and game and Nature Conservancy and other areas, and as a part of the 12 million total, even if you had 5 times the amount of visitation in such areas, that it would be still very low significance and even less significance in terms of dollars spent, because that is not a spending kind of recreation. So, at any rate, those are the 2 last points that I thought were important.
Dr. Pike.
Good morning. I'd like to acknowledge the contribution to the work I'm going to present by Mike Conrad, former commander of Sacramento District of the Corps of Engineers, and also Doug Gardner, who works with Pete, who's labored mightily to produce the map, which is shown on page 34 of my copy of the report.
But let me just interrupt you here. I've gotten the first request to respond to this. The answer is no. This is a briefing of the council. We'll leave time at the end of the meeting today if you wish to respond to the panel discussion, but I'm not going to ask all the interest groups to come up and repeat and go through this stuff. We're entitled to do briefings, get our information, move on. We'll save it for public comments at the end of the meeting, Mr. Zlotnick, and I know there'll be others of you who want to do it. So go ahead, Mr. Pike.
The map or plot of levees that's shown on the screen and shown on page 34 is not particularly legible at this time, but it will become more legible as we complete our work. It is at present quite legible in the electronic form, and we will make the electronic form available hopefully on some permanent basis. You might think that DWR would have an inventory of delta levees. They do not. With help from DWR and the various reclamation districts, we've been forced to do our own compilation. The significance of this map is in part that it is the basis for the levee lengths, which is shown in Table 1 of the report, which is on page 38. The GIS system that produces the map also allows us to take off the lengths of levee. It's still a work in progress. It's good that you can't see all the detail because we're still sharpening up some of the detail, waiting for feedback from the various reclamation districts. We would welcome input from anyone who has comment on whether our representations are accurate or not. At this point, I'm condensing a 45-minute presentation down to 5 minutes. I've promised that I can do this.
Okay.
But you'll have to look at the screen. Ms. Marcus has the right idea. But, oh, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Nordoff. What's on the screen is going to be much more interesting than looking at me. I'm not going to comment on these. These are just pictures of levees. Sacramento River, just south of Cortland. Top of Sutter Slough, an eco repair of erosion. Sutter Slough. These are project levees with very nice native vegetation on them. Sergeant Barnard tract near Stockton with Brookside neighborhood on it. Looks like a pretty good levee to me. This is a joke slide. This is repair of the levees. This is McDonald Island. Not typical. McDonald Island is better than average because PG&E, whose gas facilities you can see in the background, supply 90% of the funding to this reclamation district. Illustration of what happens if you don't maintain a levee and you have a long fetch as a result of having a flooded island behind it. That was Mildred Island, was the levee around Mildred Island. This is the infamous Upper Jones Tract repair, $30 million. Pretty expensive per mile, but didn't have to be that expensive. Serves as a nice illustration, though, of having an eco bench on the water side. This is Byron Tract, two-stage levee that was specifically designed for earthquakes, protects Discovery Bay. McDonald Island. On the left-hand side of the screen, if I can do this without shooting Miss Gray, or yeah. This is a berm on the land side, which is a necessary part of complying with the Delta-specific PL 8499 standard. Within the legal delta, by our count, there's a little under 1,000 miles of levees total, of which 379 are project levees. There are an additional 64 miles of non-project levees that are classified by DWR as urban levees, and so they now have special requirements and other sources of funding to address the issues that they have. That leaves 553 miles of non-project, non-urban levees in the Delta. But a similar but better way of looking at that is just to focus on the Delta core, eliminating what are largely flood control levees in the North and South Delta that protect land that is at or above sea level and not sunken land. If anyone wants to know where the boundary of this is, you can back it out of Table 1. All of this is still a work in progress, so we need to add perhaps a boundary of what we described as the Delta core. But there are only 670 miles total levees within what we're defining as the total core. Of that, 193 are still project levees, principally coming down the Sacramento River. That leaves little under 500 miles of non-project levees, which are really the levees that everyone is concerned about. Over 100 miles of those are already at or about the Delta-specific PL 8499 standard. That's approximate. That is the thing at which we've had the most trouble getting data on. But those miles, the basis for that is also noted in Table 1. There are three ways to reduce risk resulting from levee failure. One is to build more robust levees. Second is to improve flood fighting and emergency response following earthquakes. Emergency response following earthquakes is kind of like flood fighting, but different. The chances that the big earthquake will come when there's a spring tide and also high inflow into the delta is pretty small. Likely, there might be some deformation, some settlement of levees in the earthquake that everyone talks about, but likely it will not directly result in breaches. And it's important, we believe, that that the Delta and surrounding counties and the state be better organized to address that issue. The third thing you can do is improve emergency response following failures. That's what the contractors and DWR have put a lot of effort into. Our draft report suggests that that effort is perhaps misplaced and that more effort should be put in number 2. All but about 50 miles of the 500 miles are already at or around HMP or better. I say at or around because there are arguments about whether HMP is met strictly, which it is not, but there are many miles of levees which are at or around HMP. Only about 50 miles are under HMP, and that only by a foot or so in terms of crown elevation. To upgrade from at or around HMP to at or around Delta-specific PL 8499 costs $1 to $2 million per mile, the biggest variable being whether there's suitable borrow material on island. That number is identical to the number in the Phase 2 Dreams report released just last week. They said 1.5. In other respects, our conclusions diverge from Dreams Phase 2, although we do plan to cite their number of $10 billion for hardening infrastructure that runs through the Delta, because that provides a nice comparison of the kind that the chairman likes to the cost of upgrading levees. Not going to read this in detail, but this is a summary of expenditures starting in 1973. Go right down to the bottom. The bottom line is that already spent or in the immediate pipeline, $500 million has been spent on Delta levees. This is a summary of monies in the immediate pipeline. If you add up the three components that have that are the top bullets there, it comes to about $350 million. Basically, that is enough when supplemented by additional bond money to bring all of the Delta levees up to the Delta-specific PL 8499 standard. The last bullet, which has those funny question marks on it, indicates that DWR cannot provide their numbers for planned funding in current and next fiscal year, and they're talking about a strategic pause. I don't want to say anything more than that. Three reasons why there is already improved system robustness. $500 million is a big help. Since cessation of dredging, somewhat coincidentally, somewhat as a result, there's been much more widespread use of rock riprap. So the Delta levees now look a lot better, and they are also better, particularly with regard to erosion damage. And this may seem sort of simplistic, but it's actually very sound geotechnical engineering that the original levee system had weak spots, particularly where levees were built over old sloughs. They have mostly already failed and been repaired. So as a result of these three things, I note at the bottom of the slide that use of historic data on levee failures is inappropriate. The current conditions are quite different from previous conditions. In other circumstances, I will lecture people on how you should use a 500 1,000-year window to look at sea level rise and climate change, but in this case, a 100-year window is too long. You should be looking at a 10, 20, 30-year window. But here's really the big question for you, the Council in particular. The Delta is already on a path to having levees that are at or around the Delta-specific PL 8499 standard. Is that sufficient? Many people would argue no, because the PL 8499 standard doesn't specifically address earthquake loadings. We would argue that many of the Delta levees, when raised to the PL 8499 standard, will in fact be seismically resistant because of the fairly wide section that results. But those levees that contain loose saturated sand are susceptible to liquefaction, and that will be an issue for some of the levees. Regardless of that, a further widening of levees in the Delta is desirable beyond the PL 8499 standard to not only provide greater seismic resistance, but to address possible sea level rise and to allow for vegetation on the water side. That widening can be done quite economically. This is drawing from a report by Holcren Tillis engineers for the Reclamation District on WebTract. This kind of improvement to a Delta-specific modest super levy. I don't like to use the word super levy, but this is in line with what I've previously suggested as a Delta standard levy with a 50-foot wide crest, has numerous benefits, and Holcren Tillis estimated the cost of this levy on WebTract to be $2 million a mile. Kevin Tillis says he thinks that's actually being a little conservative. Let's say on the whole, improvement to this higher standard, which would take care of concerns expressed by Ray Seed and others that earthquakes are not adequately addressed, might be on average $2 to $3 million a mile. This is for, let us say, 300 to 600 miles of levees. With my sort of rough arithmetic, that comes out to $1 to $2 billion. The point here is it's 1 to 2 billion, it isn't 50 billion. There is basis for the 50 billion. I don't want to go into it now, but it's based on erroneous assumptions. Source of funding, this is my last slide, by the way, so we just wanted to note that there are multiple sources of funding. Not really our job to go much further on this. This is up to the Commission and yourselves to sort through the funding issues. But the three sources of funding are local sources, landowners who've borne most of the burden to date, owners of infrastructure who by and large have got a free ride, and agencies that convey water through the Delta as long as water is conveyed through the Delta. State government has an obligation because if it's a policy of the state to protect and enhance the Delta, then the levees are an essential part of that. The federal government has interests and obligations as a result of national heritage concerns, navigation, national security. Oh, that's it. Okay. Still a work in progress. Comments will be welcome. I've heard rumors of people don't like our count of length of levees. If that's the case, they should go through Table 1 and they should send any suggested corrections and a detailed explanation. We'd welcome the input. We've had good but spotty cooperation from DWR, excellent cooperation from reclamation districts. Would welcome input from anyone that has opinions on the matter. But we welcome facts even more than opinions. As I often say, not original to me, everyone's entitled to their own opinion, but not to their own facts.
Which is a good segue. Mr. Machado, I'm going to address it to you, but it's also to the DPC chair sitting here. One of the things that first attracted me to Dr. Michael was he actually blogs and writes well on his blog, and also is controversial. But about 2 years ago, maybe it's later than that, he did his first study start on what was the real impact on job loss in valley agriculture as a result of the drought, and the regulatory drought, and all of that. And he came out with a figure which immediately caused him to be denounced by the ag interest as understating it, the typical argument. And so there was a range of figures out there, and I think you were praised by the commercial fishing interest for having the foresight for reaching a right conclusion and all of that. And then, of course, 3 weeks later, he did his estimation of job losses in the commercial fishing industry and found they were substantially overstated by the advocates, as was his conclusion. And that, of course, led to a complete flip, with the commercial fishing people condemning him and the environmentalists saying he's not sensitive. Anybody who could defend all sides to the issue within a month period appeals to me. Yeah, I mean, damn. But the thing that resulted from that was a mean series of academic blog exchanges with some economists at the University of California, Davis, which, if you didn't follow it, is kind of it's almost as bad as the scientists, Cliff, that do it. But one of the things that Dr. Michael did, which surprised me and pleased me enormously, is after yelling at each other electronically for many, 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 many weeks, the main principal arguers got together in an attempt to reconcile not their policy recommendations or conclusions, but to reconcile the facts that were being used. And the facts that were, do you use the same data set? Are you using the same year? Are your terms defined in the same way? And anytime that exercise happens, I think almost in any field, you tend to shrink the differences. And in some sense, what came from that exchange, although I know there are people who still to this day believe that 40% unemployment in the Central Valley is solely attributable to a 9-day turnoff of the pumps in 2009. But for anybody who reads this stuff, they managed to hammer out some evaluation. Just my suggestion, because the DPC study that you're producing and will evaluate is going to be the latest in time compendium of Delta-specific information in report term. I think there'd be an enormous service provided if the council would authorize Mike to work with the consultants and set up a couple of sessions that you guys collectively run. You invite in the people, the state water contractors are carping at you for one thing and the environmentalists are carping at you for another. Bring them all in and sit down. Out of this ought to come at least the basic foundational facts that for me are important, which is, do we agree on the size of the area of the statutory delta? Say yes or say no. We keep losing 4 acres, I think. I've never figured out why we lose 4 acres. The economic information, do we agree that there's a common set of data? Is everyone using that data? I mean, that would be enormously productive, and it's also inherent in what this product would be. And I just, all I can do is suggest, I think Joe and our staff would love the opportunity to sit down for experts to talk, not for the speeches to be given by people like me, to sit down and try to work it out, because that was the best example I've seen in public policy in a couple of years, maybe longer than that, of trying to hammer out these endless debates, which largely, not exclusively, largely come from using different arguments, different facts, different dates, because the policy conclusions are more important than the facts. And for me, and I think for the researchers, the facts are the start and the fundamental. The policy conclusions lead from it. So I think there's a lot of potential here. I'd just like to suggest that for your consideration. You don't have to respond now, but that would be a really useful and helpful thing in this entire process.
The Commission has authorized us to be able to engage to try to see if we can rectify any big differences if there are within databases being used. I guess my suggestion would be we need to have some sort of a facilitator between the two groups, someone that...
Mother Teresa is no longer around.
No, but Joe Grindstaff is.
Oh, punishment for all his sins.
I think if we could find a common area with someone that could sit in the middle of the table and help facilitate that, so that the biases could be recognized and the differences could be reconciled, and
Yeah.
perhaps the conclusions could be enjoined.
Well, let me do this, Joe, without me implying that you're drafted into trying to perform that role, which I think is probably 3 8-hour sessions spread over several weeks at a minimum, which is a lot of time. Let's agree that the council, if the Delta Protection Commission agrees to this, and I think they might, if the council and the staff, our science team, let us work to help any way we can. But this got to be your activity. I'd like to benefit from the best possible presentation from an economic sustainability study.
I concur.
We will work with the Delta Protection Commission and see what we can figure out.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Ms. Gray, I know you've got a conflict and have to leave to catch a plane. Did you wish to add on to that motion that we had done yesterday for Mr. Nordhoff?
Yes, I support the motion.
Okay, let's do this. Let me just pause one moment. On the motion that we had presented yesterday, Mr. Nordhoff had indicated support for the motion contained within the staff memo to item number 6, appearing on page 5 and 6 of the staff memo. And Ms. Gray indicates a desire to do that. Ms. Gray, how would you like to be recorded on that motion?
A yes vote.
Okay, Ms. Gray was recorded as a yes vote. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Gray. Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute recess if we could, please. We'll come back at 1 minute after 11. Peel yourself away from being a peacemaker for the consultants to the Delta Protection Commission. Yeah. I think you guys ought to actually schedule 3 meetings, probably do it at UOP, then only the serious people will go to it. I mean, I really think, do it at UOP. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. And I was teasing Michael outside. He said, we said, oh, thanks a lot. That was great. He said, I'm glad people remember that fight. And I said, yeah. And he said, well, you know, I was right and he was wrong, referring to the, I said, no, both of you were wrong and you got righter. And he said, yeah, but I was more right than he was. Oh, cut it out, Michael. Sounds like slanderous. Okay, members, Delta Stewardship Council called back into order. Shh. Okay. Members, we are starting on Chapter 5, the ecosystem chapter of the Delta Plan, where we left off last night. It begins at page number 83, and on this governance, or on this matrix that was handed out with the red line, policies and recommendations, get to the first environmental resource section, which appears on page 7, did I hear, Chris? Yeah, page 7. Okay, Cliff's up front, and our ecosystem team is here, and who's going to start off?
I think I'll just go ahead and defer to Lauren Hastings, who will provide a quick overview so we can get into the text.
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
I wanted to just quickly go over the changes that we've made relative to Draft 3. Mm-hmm. And basically, we did our best to respond to the comments that we received, both from the council and from the public. And one of those comments was to simplify, and we did, I think, make some progress there. I anticipate perhaps some future or additional comment on that regard, but we did attempt to simplify it, make it easier to understand. And many of the wording changes were suggested by staff, by the council members, and by the public, so we are thankful for those. Just walking you through the chapter very quickly, because this came up yesterday in discussions of having a vision for what we would expect, and Councilmember Fiorini isn't here, but he was emphasizing that, as were others. We do have a vision for what we think the Delta should look like, and we patterned it on a date of 2100. I don't know how much we'd change it for 50 years, but it's on page 83, and so we would welcome feedback on that. We also, and especially because we're also the authors of Chapter 2 on adaptive management, we believe strongly in having an overarching goal and vision. You need to know where you're going to help guide getting there. So we do have a goal statement also on page 83 in lines 13 and 14. Yeah. So comments on that are welcome.
Well, you know, in some sense, all the discussions float around the question of defining an ecosystem or understanding the current ecosystem conditions in and around the Delta, understanding the influences on them, and trying to develop, if not a clear and precise definition, a better understanding of what an ecosystem is that we seek to achieve. And as best I can tell, almost all of the interest groups are asking us to write that statement in a way that serves their preferred priorities. And so we had a hysterical, amusing discussion the other day where somebody would say, you mentioned flows 500 times and you only mentioned facilities twice, and Ms. Davis, who was on the telephone, did her Adobe search, and of course, we mentioned flows and facilities about the same number of times in the entire Delta plan. But, people read into a document what they want to read into a document. But maybe you and Cliff could talk about one thing that we've been circling, which is we can't yet say scientifically that there is only one single thing that composes a Delta ecosystem or is adversely impacting it. There are multiples. But we're struggling, and you're struggling, with trying to define, if not a prioritization list, a general approach. And as I understand the chapter, it's flows, habitat, and collective stressors that are the way you've organized the thought. Now, I know I keep trying to drive you into something far more precise in ranking, which you dutifully and maybe even properly resist. But do I have that right? Because, the problem we get into when we get out of this setting with a bunch of scientists talking to us is we get out in the real world where people talk differently about things, and they have maybe not the depth of understanding. So I don't know. Cliff,
I think you characterize it reasonably well. We have three sections, and one, which I know is causing a number of people to question the wording, is creating a more natural flow regime. Mm-hmm. And the second one is improving habitat, which really goes after the aerial extent of different types of habitat that have been lost that might be restored in certain specifics. Right. Portions of the Delta that hopefully would be amenable to restoration and also have less of a negative impact on some of the economics that we just heard about. And then the third is these reducing threats and stressors, some of which have been imposed on the system in the past, some of which we really have no control on, others where we do have some possibilities of trying to take them on. They're somewhat less well-defined, and there is certainly differences of opinion as to which of those stressors are most important. I think we are advocating an integrated approach that actually tries not to do them one at a time, but actually looks for a policy that allows us to begin at least incrementally to go after multiple stressors and see which of these changes actually bring about changes to the condition that is desired relative to things like non-native species and improvement of native species.
Okay, Don.
Yeah, just kind of a question, I guess, and it's in some of the staff review that was provided to me. One of the thoughts is that this is focused obviously on ecosystem restoration, but is there value in looking not only at the vision, but I think in recognizing that through good management and stewardship that you're going to hopefully achieve some of the things here. Is it valuable to recognize as a part of this? Because I think, again, it goes back to some of the things that Felicia commented on, kind of how you weave things together, that you're going to, though, have a continued human habitation in the Delta and in uses both water and land. And again, just looking at your introduction, I guess I'm just wondering, is that important? Again, it doesn't go to the science, to the goals that are ecologically based or environmentally based, but somebody's going to make that happen. Nature certainly is going to have to be the main cooperator here, but people are going to have to see to it that it gets done. So I guess as you have that a relationship, again, kind of tying it back to some of the stressors, but also some of the things that we're looking to do that are good. So I only throw that out as a comment. Again, it doesn't take anything away from or may not even add to it, but I think it's important consideration because your long-term vision is that people are still going to be, that's my vision anyway, is that you're going to have people in the Delta, but you're going to have to, work to have better relationships. So,
if I may address this, we touch on it under the landscape ecology heading in particular, which is on page 86.
Where you also did it earlier in the chapter as well.
Right.
The historic Delta ecosystem.
Yeah. Right. So, and actually in version 3 of this plan, we had a little more on it, which we took out to simplify matters. But anyway, if I understand you correctly, though, you'd like us to strengthen this more.
Well, yeah, I wasn't even saying anything to add. Because I wasn't. You have other comments. I just, as you were kind of looking at the introduction and just going to what you were on your line 13, 14, your goal is restoration, but and so maybe it doesn't assume the absence of all the things that didn't succeed this in the commentary. So I'm not, if that's sufficient, I guess we can judge that, and certainly staff. I'm not trying to give you new tasks to do, Anka. I think that it's important that it be recognized. So
No, I think we fully agree. It's sort of a matter of degree.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
By the way, I like the discussion on page 85 at the bottom. It is important to recognize that ecosystem restoration will not restore the historic wild delta, but knowledge of the historic delta informs restoration actions. I mean, that's the kind of thing you're talking about, I think, Don. And yeah, I think people read this and they prefer to see all the words that lead to the conclusions they wish reached, as opposed to ones that reflect the statute and the best scientific judgment on the co-equal goals.
Yeah. We do have ecosystem services and humans meeting human needs and that kind of scattered throughout, but we can bring that more to the front, I think.
Randy.
I made notes on a few lines. Do you want to take that up now?
Yeah,
or?
let's do that now. That's a good way to get us also into the text of this, and then we're going to move through the the policies and recommendations.
Okay, beginning with page 83, line 13.
AG3, line 13.
It talks about the overarching goal. I wonder if one of the goals should be stated to reduce the conflict between ecosystem and water conveyance.
Yeah.
Because it seems that would. I mean, you talk about BDCP as the last installment, and it seems like that's an important goal.
I'm going to say that reducing that conflict is a way to achieve that goal. So that we have the goals are the fish populations and restoring the ecosystem and a viable water supply system and reducing the conflict between the two. Between conveyance and that is a part of how we achieve both objectives. So I guess maybe we'll think about how we tweak that language.
Think about it, but I think it's important as we're talking about restoring the Delta ecosystem that we call out the fact that there is apparently a conflict.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Line 23, same page, refers to a more naturally variable hydrograph. I think that's a better phrase to use than the one that we're currently using about
natural flow regime, page 87.
Yeah.
In the caption.
So more naturally variable hydrograph.
Okay.
And that's
scientist, what's the difference between a naturally variable hydrograph and a more natural flow regime?
I was doing some research on this the last few days because I figured we'd probably be discussing this topic a little bit. Let me first just give you the reason why the words that we selected were used. And it goes back to a paper that was published in 1997 by Leroy Poff and colleagues, which is probably the most cited paper on the role of flow for biological communities in streams and rivers. It's called the natural flow regime. And so we just took that title and changed the beginning. So I said, well, are there other ways of expressing this? Because I know it's caused a number of people, and I think maybe it's mostly the word natural that is causing some of the concern. So I went and looked at some of the other, and in some of the Australian literature, they use less altered flow regime. That's their wording. So the South Africans seem to like less modified flow regime. You have another example here that you just highlighted, which I think they're all saying the same thing. They're saying that flow is a mixture of volume and timing and frequency and rate of change. Has a variety of components to it. What we want to do is get back to something that a little more closely resembles what was there historically. We're not mimicking the historic hydrograph, but we're just at least trying to get high flows occurring when high flows normally occur and low flows occurring when low flows normally occur. And I think that's what we want to capture in here. I mean, we don't want to cause people to think we're advocating returning to conditions that we don't even really know what they were 200 years ago. So we're more than, we're very open to trying to get the wording right, but the concept, in my mind, is pretty much the same, whichever of those suite of words you use.
I agree, and the narrative supports it. It's just the title has seemed to create a lot of interest, and since you've used that phrase in the text, I thought it might be a suitable alternative.
I'll speak for Hank. Hank would say in a popular report, naturally variable hydrograph might not be as immediately understandable as other words.
Well, Hank's not here, and I am.
Oh, well, that's understandable.
Okay, moving right along. Page 87, lines 13 through 19.
These are the water board points.
Yeah, 87, 13 through 19. One of the things this doesn't call out is reverse flow. And I don't know that it's included anywhere else in the chapter. I'm told that that's a significant issue for at least San Joaquin River salmon. So if it's not in the text somewhere, and if this is not the right place, it probably should be called out.
Felicia, would you hit the mic? But
that was on my list as well, but about the fact that there's a bassamatic down there.
Yeah, I mean, this little section here was trying to capture exactly what was presented to the State Water Resources Control Board, but I do think that the issue you're raising deserves some attention in the text. Probably not here, but somewhere else in the text.
Okay. Then on to page 91.
9-1.
Line 2.
And by the way, that little box that's on page 88,
yeah.
The title is misleading and wrong. It really is talking about flow is volume, timing, frequency, duration, and rate of change. It's not just flow.
You're going to change the title?
And it needs to be changed. It needs to be clarified.
Well, I also like those, five conditioners. I like that as a title and as a way to understand the issue.
So I just wanted to make sure you know that those changes are forthcoming.
Okay. In the problem statement on page 91, channelization isn't called out, and it seems like that's a significant part of the landscape attributes, but it should be spelled out more clearly.
Yeah, I agree. There's an interesting study that has come recently out of Europe where they actually have designed a very simple little metric, and it's basically numbers of river channel and the ratio of edge to length. And if it's channelized and that number's 2, biodiversity and most of your biological communities don't do so well. If the number's 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, they often do much better.
And the gradation is between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 is more or less?
You basically have more edge.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have more edge.
When you have more edge, you have a greater
habitat, and
possibility.
you tend to have a more diverse, and the biodiversity tends to go up.
Yep.
Okay, you'll have to forgive me because some of these notes I made a few days ago, but the next stop on my journey
when
is
you were younger.
Page 99, and it is under the heading Outcome Performance Measures, and this is my last contribution. I was returning to my thought about the need to reduce conflicts between water supply operations and ecosystem, and I thought that there must have been some examples given in this. Well, I guess my notes are 2 parts. One, in this area, outcome performance measures should be to reduce the conflict between export operations, water operations, and the ecosystem health.
If I can interrupt, I actually view that as an outcome for the Delta Plan. It's not just eco. It should be the Delta Plan, the combination of the water supply actions and the ecosystem actions. I don't think it's just on ecosystem.
I agree, but I think in terms of chapters 4 and 5, That's where we need to emphasize.
Should be in one of the chapters.
It should be in both.
That's my preference.
It should be in both, and it should be a performance measure. Because if it doesn't appear there, then it may not appear as a performance measure, and it would be a gross oversight.
One of the things we're going to have to do is figure out what a performance measure would mean in that category, but that's true in all the others. It's not it's easy to say, easier to pass a law saying do it, easier for us to say we're going to do it, and really hard to do it.
And if I can, since we're talking about performance measures, one of the other changes we made is to, and this was Cliff recommended this, is to actually go to the approach that was approved by a previous independent science board, the CalFed Independent Science Board, because we've been working on performance measures a long time, and we had brought a framework to them of how to approach performance measures by putting them into you'll see 3 categories here now.
Which one, Lauren, is this a
this
page?
is on pages 98 and 99.
Okay. The driver performance?
Yeah, administrative, drivers, and outcomes. And these are variously worded by other folks with slightly different names. Inputs, outputs, and outcomes is another way to approach these. It's the same thing. But this was a framework one of the science program staff came up with a number of years ago, and our previous lead scientist, Mike Healy, wrote a nice document supporting it with some of the materials he provided to our chair for Delta Vision, and we have now resurrected that, and Joe Grindstaff approved us using it for all of the chapters. So this is another change you're seeing in draft 4, an attempt to have them in those 3 categories for all of the policy chapters.
And I want to add that the performance measures in particular are something that will not be complete with the adoption of the Delta Plan. My expectation is we're going to continue to work on these after the plan's adopted, and it's going to take lots of stakeholders and agencies working together to improve and expand and really make these more robust as time goes by. But we wanted to actually have a framework in place and put some of the key ones on paper so that everybody sees what it needs to be. It'll probably take some time, but I think it's really one of the most important things we can do.
And if I can just describe very quickly what the 3 groupings are. So administrative are basically decisions made by council members. Did the state board, did the state board actually come up with the new water quality flow objectives in 2014 or whatever our date was? Yes or no? So did they achieve that or not? Were funds approved for doing a restoration project? What were the numbers of projects approved? Things like that. Drivers, in terms of management, are the on the ground. Did something actually happen on the ground? From an ecosystem perspective, examples are, did we dump some gravel for salmon spawning? How much gravel did we dump? How many acres of habitat were attempted to be restored? And then, but in drivers, we also include those things that are beyond human control because they all influence outcomes. So the first 2 are much easier for us to measure and to be accountable for. The hardest one, but the one that we really want the most, are the outcomes. This is where we really want these greater populations, healthy populations of native species, improved water quality, improved health of the ecosystem. Those are outcomes. That's what we really want the most. Those are the hardest to sometimes the hardest to measure, and also the hardest to determine whether or not it was what humans did that helped to achieve that, or if it was what nature did. For example, when people refer to ocean conditions for salmon, was it the ocean conditions, or was it that we, opened up more habitat for spawning? So,
I was not immediately drawn to the titles for the categories. Outcome, I think I understand, but administrative performance measures is a yawner. And I'd say something like, did government agencies do what they were supposed to do, or complete their work, or on time, or something? I mean, it doesn't.
It's hard to figure out what's
I know.
intuitive for people.
And the
to-
driver performance measures is even harder, and so my shorthand is, has a start been made on implementation? That's the if you ask me to explain what that was, that's the closest I can currently get. Just as you think about it, the titles become more important than you imagine, because I think people respond to commonly understood titles that tie to performance dates or activities, and they tend to ignore things that have too unclear a definition. And I don't know what the right titles would be.
I have a recommendation. Refer to administrative performance measures as planning performance measures, driver performance measures as action performance measures, and outcome, leave it the same.
Well, some of it isn't just planning, because if flow objectives they're decisional by the water board. So it's planning and, I guess, execution, whatever the word is. Anyway,
We will look at the language.
wrestle with it. Yeah, but I agree. This is a good addition in the plan. Don?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about, again, I don't glean from this what the relationship would be, but as you're looking at habitat restoration, and we talk about areas that, whether it's the bypass or Sassoon Marsh or other floodways and so forth, I know that some time ago I had a conversation with some of the vector mosquito control agencies, and their utilization of best management practices, obviously with human habitation, certainly spread of disease for both the animal population as well as humans, and because you do have a core area that then surrounded by significant population of folks, how is that addressed here? You talk about invasive species and how you're going to and yet if you're going to deal with those things, eradication efforts aren't always I mean, you try to be compatible, but it means killing off or destroying or something like that. But and there's ongoing obvious activity with mosquitoes and certainly sensitivity to West Nile virus being introduced to this area here a few years ago, and this impacts. How is that being dealt with here, and how is that recognized relative to because of some of the chemicals they have to use, which require application to water that might be we've had discussion here about different types of chemical components that we don't begin to understand, but.
I don't think we've gotten to that specific of a detail at this Delta plan level.
But that relationship is very important. When those are government entities, they have a public health responsibility. Others do as well. But that's one where they're going to be doing. I mean, they go out into marshland. If you can create more of that, then their work. And again, if how that then comports with both your restoration efforts, but monitoring and everything else. I don't know. How's this been dealt with? I mean, the mosquitoes certainly aren't just unique to this part of the world. So.
Well, we actually had a nice meeting with a number of the people from from the vector control group to talk about some of these issues, and we discussed the need for doing this on occasion, and we also talked about whether or not some of the existing restoration sites have turned out to become source problems, and at least to date, things like Liberty Island have not, at least from their data so far. But there certainly is the potential that if the restoration goes awry, you might end up with a situation where you have a vector that's of need to be controlled. I don't think this plan precludes doing that. I don't think we actually call it out in either way. It's not a do or do not situation.
Yeah, I think our expectation is that each individual project would follow all applicable rules and regulations. And I know because I've did some work on Twitchell Island with subsidence reversal, the 15-acre pilot project there, and we worked with the vector control agency, and they actually, on our behalf, planted gambusia, the mosquito fish, and we welcomed that. We were, wary of a chemical application, but. And they came back periodically and monitored, and as Cliff said, didn't find any problems. So
yeah, no, and I guess I wasn't even presupposing problems. I mean, that would occur. I mean, they can and probably will over time. You have to address is that even with current practices, waterways that feed, some of these areas and so forth. And so, again, if you think it's covered, I mean, I got the sense from them that there was still some. Uneasiness about not necessarily specifics in this section, but that that they wanted to be sure. And this is a fairly recent conversation that the BMPs that they use, and certainly those cooperative approaches with them and a whole lot of agencies, but they have a very local role in the activity, and a very important one. And so I just would put that as a question whether or not that's something that is appropriately addressed here or elsewhere in the document.
We haven't heard directly from them, but so we welcome their comments if they have some suggestions. One of the comments that I would make is that some of the ongoing scientific research is looking at some of the specific insecticides and what role they might play in the aquatic system. So there might be then some give and take as to what kind of a chemical might be used that would be less deleterious to, say, some aspects of the.
Well, I think the pyrethroids is one of those.
That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I want to get to the policies and recommendations. We need to get through it fast. We have many chapters to go, public testimony to gather. On the matrix, page 7, policy 1. Ms. Hastings, are you going to do all this?
Sure. I'll walk us through it as I did last week. I'm hoping because we walked through it last week, we can do it more quickly today.
Unlikely, but perhaps.
But yeah, it's good to have goals. We may or may not achieve them. My recommendation is to look at pages, if you can, I've separated them, but to look at pages 7 and 8 together. In version 4, draft 4, we actually separated what was one policy into a policy and a recommendation.
Yeah, we converted the timelines for our suggested regulation on water board action into a recommendation.
Yes. So we've and previously we had the recommendation portion first, but now the policy, I guess policy.
No, you had the language of what now is a recommendation in the policy.
Yes, that's correct. So yes, this is.
And we retreated to a namby-pamby approach.
It's minimally changed in meaning, though, from
I talked to
At least that
Joe
was our
about it,
intent.
and we alluded to it yesterday. And I looked at the third draft at least was understandable. This is less understandable. It's one of the foundational things we do. I don't understand why we don't all put all the language back in, but that's my view.
We also know that on this is our one, actually this recommendation and policy are the only ones in the more natural flow regime category. Mm-hmm. We do know we've received comments on the exact wording, make sure we use the exact wording. Is it a water quality objective? Is it a flow objective? And so we're continuing to improve that and make sure we're using the proper language. Okay. So I know we attempted to make some improvements here. I've heard we need to make just a few more improvements.
Okay. Pat?
Well, so this is the heart of the issue, and Jonah raised it, right? His language
right.
recommendation.
We should talk about that.
Is relevant to this. Is that right? I think.
And somewhere in this pile of paper, I've actually got the letter from yesterday.
That was handed out at the back of the room. Yeah. Staff discussed that and decided to continue to move forward along the lines that we'd already been pursuing.
Okay.
Well, I haven't reached any conclusion in my mind. But I feel we got to wrestle with this one a little bit more so we know what we're doing. So, flow standards exist, as Randy pointed out. New flow standards are needed, anticipated, and planned for by the Water Board, correct? That would be crucial to knowing how to comply with the co-equal goals. If the board wants to do it, what keeps the board from doing it by some time frame such as the one that we've laid out in our recommendation? Joe?
There are two parts to what the board has to do. The first is to actually go through the process of figuring out what the revised standard should be. So they went through this process in the 90s and came up with the standard that we use today. That process will involve hearing from lots of experts and trying to attempt to incorporate into their standard public trust values and do appropriate balancing. They have to establish that standard. Then they have to implement it. The implementation is the thing that I think is the most difficult. I shouldn't underestimate the difficulty of setting the standard, but then actually implementing it is a challenge. So the normal way to implement it, well, there are several ways you could implement it. You could do it with the water rights proceeding. If you have to do that, a water rights proceeding to require and allocate the responsibility for releasing flows is likely to take a number of years, and if the water board actually has to do that, they are very unlikely to meet the deadline that we put in here. The language that we used was implement the standards because they want to reserve the right to use a couple of other methodologies of implementing the standards. A second way of doing it is to negotiate an agreement with all of the parties and implement it that way. They have done that in the past. That's what's going on currently with the implementation of the current standards, is they negotiated with all the parties, and then were able to have a much more abbreviated proceeding. I think that's their preferred method of doing it, at least on the Sacramento River. On the San Joaquin, their plan for implementing the standards is to use the FERC process. So they are in the process of relicensing the dams. What they want to do is establish the standard, I think, by the end of this year, and then work through the FERC process to get the standards implemented, to get the agencies required to meet their standards. So they have these different ways of accomplishing the task, and it really is a two-layer task. And people ask, well, could you give them more time, because if they have to do water rights proceeding on the Sacramento, it's going to take much longer. I acknowledge that that's true, but the board wants, and I think we should set as an objective, to do it as fast as we can to get there. So that's why we selected that date. And we actually conferred, as you'll recall, with the state board on what the date should be. They agreed with this date. They agreed with this basic language. So that's kind of what we're doing. A real issue about trying to stop. Some people believe, by the way, that when the board does their balancing test and when they do all of that analysis, they'll come out with a standard that's very close to the current standard. The board right now says, well, the science is there that indicates we need to really look at this closely, and we may have a different standard, but we don't know right now.
Randy?
From my limited perspective, I think this is a good approach. As Joe has pointed out, as a result of the FERC process, and there's other things going on as well, that standards are being updated regularly. Right now, the Merced, Tuolumne rivers are undergoing FERC relicensing, and that's due in the next 2 to 3 years, 3 to 4 years. But I would point out as an example, for those that think that a state board review of water quality flows is going to result in huge increases, the Oroville relicensing that just, as I understand, has been agreed to, was held up for 3 years. Were there 3 or 4 years of annual extensions while they dealt with the water quality flows? Ultimately, I believe they agreed on a standard that resulted in very little increase in flows. And it wasn't because of the fisheries, it was for temperature issues at Thermalito. So the process takes a long time, and I don't understand why it takes so long. But I think it's good that we've called out a date that they've agreed to, that they can do. And I think it's the right approach.
Remind me what the argument is for the need for new flow standards then.
The argument?
If you've both just said that when they do it, they end up in virtually the same place.
No, I'm not going to say that. I'm saying they could end up there.
Let me suggest that the focus will probably be greater on the San Joaquin River than on the Sacramento River system. The water quality issues seem to be of more significance in the San Joaquin. And the FERC relicensing process, well, the San Joaquin River, the headwaters of the San Joaquin fall under a separate category. They've negotiated restoration flows and so on and so forth. So that's fairly current and undergoing changes.
Right.
Merced and Tuolumne are in the FERC relicensing process. I'm not clear on where Stanislaus is, but they're probably to be teed up soon. And Maloney's is operated a little bit differently in support of ecosystem health and some of the others. So it could result in more changes on the San Joaquin River. Maybe not. It's anybody's guess. But if there's going to be a bigger change, it will occur on the San Joaquin than the Sacramento, I predict.
Well, and I'll give an example on the San Joaquin. So on the San Joaquin, there are times now when the flow in the river from all of those tributaries as described can go down to something approaching maybe 10%, maybe it's 5% even, of what the unimpaired flow would be. And the State Board has already said in their public documents that the new standard that they will set will be somewhere between 20% minimum and 60%, I think. The 60% was what, remember when they did that flow report at the behest of the law, it said that for the San Joaquin you should have a flow of 60% of the unimpaired flows if you are going to try and restore it all based on flows. And the State Board can't do that, so they will make some standards. What it likely ends up doing is changing when the water flows in the San Joaquin so that you don't have periods that go down as low, and it has that more naturally variable hydrograph. So I suspect that they will modify what the standards are so that the lows don't go as low as they go sometimes now, and they will try and have a hydrograph that they believe fits with the needs of the ecosystem better.
So you said that the dates in our recommendation number 1, in this case, like the example you gave, would be the 2018 date, right?
Well, the date for 2014 is for flows in the Delta,
yeah,
and that would include the main flows from the San Joaquin and from the Sacramento. The tributaries are the 2018 date.
Correct. Okay. So that you're reporting that the Water Board says that by 2014 they can both adopt the standard, that balancing test, and they can implement it, which means agreement to the FERC process with the federal government. Is that right?
Or agreement amongst the stakeholders. And I think they would be the first to tell you that does require them being able to get a negotiated agreement. They do not believe, and actually I should tell you that the staff are really nervous about their executive officer making a commitment to this date. But if they are successful at getting negotiated settlements after they've set the standard, they believe they can meet this date. If they are not, I think they would tell you they won't meet the date. If they can't get, particularly on the Sacramento side, if they can't get that kind of a negotiated settlement, a water rights proceeding is likely to take several years because of the evidentiary nature of that process. And
how many parties would be in a negotiated settlement potentially in the Sacramento?
I don't know.
Lots.
But typically what's happened is the export community, the major contractors, have stepped up and been the largely responsible party for providing those flows, and they would undoubtedly have to negotiate with the very big parties, but they've been able to, in the past, come to agreement and go to the State Board and say, okay, let's settle this and get it done. So I think there's a good chance It's not a guarantee. There's a good chance that they can do the same thing this time. But you should understand that it is possible that in the event they can't do that, the state board's going to be fighting. They're going to start a proceeding that would take them several years.
Take them several years. So the alternative to recommended dates and review by the council in the future to decide what we might do if the dates aren't met is some kind of a stop on actions, diversions, exports, or whatever until the flows were implemented, right?
That is an alternative, not a good alternative in my judgment, because many people are worried about these flow standards being set before BDCP could be implemented. And I agree they need to be done before BDCP can be implemented. But under the law, we are required to incorporate BDCP into our plan. And so if BDCP is complete and meets the standards in the law, we incorporate it into our plan. And I don't believe that whatever we say here would have any impact, because we'd have to be in conformity with BDCP. The kinds of projects we then would be stopping would be, say, somebody wanted to come into the Delta locally and put in some kind of a facility to divert water, or even, I think this is a worst case scenario, you want to develop tidal marsh, and tidal marsh inherently uses some water, and therefore we need to make provision for that when we do the project. And we might be saying you can't do this tidal marsh restoration project because they haven't set the flow standards. So I'm not sure that we have a good option for forcing everybody's hand. And I remember in our first meeting we actually originally started with something that had a more forcing function.
We started with the discussion that we would consider adopting our own flow standards if they didn't act. And that evaporated pretty quickly. And even me, with my inclination to say that sounded like fun, retreated from that. The other thing that's really ironic is the statute that created us also told the Water Board and Fish and Game do these flow criteria to inform BDCP and us. And the statute says that BDCP has to have to review and analyze all of the following: a reasonable range of flow criteria, rates of diversion, and other operational criteria required to satisfy the criteria for approval of an NCCP, and other operational requirements and flows necessary for recovering the Delta ecosystem and restoring fisheries under a reasonable range of hydrologic conditions, which will identify the remaining water available for export and other beneficial uses. Now, I understand some people say, well, that just means you have to study it. It doesn't mean you have to do anything about it. That's preposterous if you think that you can ignore the issue and do nothing and you satisfy NCCP. And the fact of the matter is BDCP's choices are they're either going to determine who gets how much water up front available for all purposes, or they're going to have a water board updated standard to integrate into their plan. I think, frankly, the Water Board is going to give them something they can work with, and that letter they sent a month ago that said, what would a 1.5 million acre feet at some times mean? The letter that Joe sent around from the Water Board to BDCP, right, to Jerry Merrill.
Yes.
That was the start of a very practical discussion of how to incrementally develop things. The thing that triggers me is, okay, you guys have sold me. I'm not going to be able to set water flow standards, and that's not okay, but I
have to say,
I accede.
I am just very impressed with your level of self-awareness.
Yeah. But this all this thing says is, gee, act as you said you're going to act by the date you're going to act it, and if not, we're going to do something. We don't know what we're going to do. And so we have retreated from having the dates in the policy, although we refer to them as recommendations because we're being nice to people who think that flows should be done after BDCP is completed, if they're ever done. And you can't read and understand the damn thing. So, just tell you, I'd put back what you've now made recommendation 1 into policy 1. I would add one other thing. I'm agnostic. I don't care how the board sets what they're required to do. I don't care if they do it in FERC. I don't care if they do it by agreement with the parties. I don't care if they do it by decision making. I'm agnostic on that. The arguments are policy arguments about whether they did the right thing or not, and we're not trying to dictate their conclusion. They could, Randy's right. They could legally, if the science is there and they can make a plausible argument, they could legally determine the current standards. Decision 1641 are all you need. Well, why we want to back off?
Why do you think if you have a drop-dead date that they'll act quicker?
In the world of politics, interest groups, and bureaucracies, minor thing, well, they told us to do an end late or they'll start mucking around, is a minor consideration but not insignificant in prodding action that the board actually wants to do. I mean, it's not as if they haven't been moving that direction.
Right. They want to do it.
Yeah, and the thing, everyone looks around and, gosh, what happens if...
But, I mean, is your analysis that the parties that would delay it or frustrate the establishment of the flow standards or its implementation would change their behavior if
No, they will still seek to, the ones who want to delay it now will seek to delay it now.
So how do you know then by having a fixed date that you're not impairing some activities that would, as Joe indicated, help fulfill the co-equal goals?
Like what?
Well, I think that actually the policy that we had last time was intended to do the same thing that the policy and recommendation are this time.
Do together. That's exactly
two
right.
together.
Yeah.
All we did was separate them because there was some discussion last time that it wasn't understandable and that why did we have a recommendation buried in the middle of a policy. And so it's our inartful attempt of trying to clarify, and obviously that clarification may not have worked as well as we'd hoped. But the fundamental recommendation remains the same, that we set a date and we say, State Board, please get this thing done. And if you don't get it done by this date, which you've agreed to, which is on your website right now, if you don't get it done by then, we're going to meet and talk about what things we can do that would encourage it to be done. And in the meantime, the other thing that's important here is we're saying we're going to evaluate for consistency programs and projects and plans according to the current standards, because even the current standards have not always been fully implemented, fully enforced.
Felicia.
I'm still just trying to understand the changes and where we are. So, what you're saying is that was just a drafting thing. And I actually agree that it makes more sense in one place, because it seemed like we were wimping out, and I couldn't see what value there would be to be I agree on the forcing mechanism. But the actual question then, in terms of the big change, if I'm reading these together, is that you're recommending that we say the council could, to sort of say, hey, we could do this down there if you don't, versus saying if you don't, we will. So the operative... Am I getting that wrong?
That policy change was one that we made, I think, after Draft 2, and it was actually at the behest of, I think it was Supervisor Natoli, and our Vice Chair also agreed, rather than say today exactly what we do, they requested that we change it to say we're going to meet and talk about what we're going to do.
So what we did is
change it based on
Did I miss that somewhere? I was there. How am I missing? How did I miss it?
So they
Maybe I
did
wasn't
make that
here.
recommendation.
Randy was passing out candy
No,
during.
but Will shows up here on the red side. It still says will right here,
Yep.
and now it says could. So that looks to me like a change between.
Maybe it was a change
In the
between
last
3
2
and
weeks.
4 in the last month anyway.
Well, it has to be the last 2 weeks, unless you're writing this third thing.
So
Am I totally maybe
the far right was
Yeah.
from a month ago,
between third and fourth draft?
between third and fourth draft.
And then something
And it-
happened in the conveation last week.
In
I
the-
mean, I
not
don't
in
know what I
last
think.
week, but in the one before that, in the council meeting at the end of May, we had a recommendation concurred in by 2 members. We didn't take a vote. There was nothing that formal, but I didn't hear opposition from other parties. So in response to that, I said, staff, we need to make this into something that is that says we will have a meeting to determine what action to take, and we laid out a couple of alternatives of actions that we could take. So
I don't know what I think, actually. I mean, I think it's a judgment call. I thought the chair's explication of that was pretty good. I don't know that we have to decide it for these purposes, because I don't know if it makes a difference in the environmental review document. Does it?
Chris?
I don't know. I'll have to defer to Gwen.
Okay.
Gwen's shaking her head no, but because in the end, I'll tell you what we're going to assume in our environmental document is we're going to assume that the state board meets the deadline that they've already published and agreed to on their website. So I think that's what we have to assume in the environmental document. So whatever wording we use on this one probably would not change the physical outcome, which is what we look at in the environmental document when we do the review. So I don't think it does change that. So I think, and I'm perfectly willing to put these back together so it's a more comprehensible package. I personally kind of like that myself.
Well, I definitely agree with that because of
So
comprehensibility.
then the
But I
question
want to
is,
hear
do we
public
go-
comment and all that on this because it's where. How do you? I agree. You use forcing mechanisms, and actually the water board can use them. And on the other hand, you don't want it to be a pyrrhic sort of threat, and maybe we'll be more reasonable if it doesn't take away our authority to do it either way. So maybe it doesn't really matter. But I kind of want to hear what people think about whether it matters or not. I have my own experience with forcing mechanisms, and sometimes subtle differences actually make a difference. I think it certainly will make projecting into the future will make a difference on what the nature of the press is in the months leading up to that deadline date. It'll be sort of Damocles about to fall if it says will, and probably won't if it says could. It won't be a headline. It might be buried on page 23, if anybody still has a newspaper that has 23 pages.
Don.
Well,
I mean, I really don't know what I think. I mean, I want to weigh it because for the reasons that the chair said in the sports section. These things have been covered in the sports section.
Just a quick comment. My recollection of certainly some of the conversation and my thought at the time, and still is that if you check in and you see where this is going, and we've had the discussion again today about what it might or might not take and where it might head. And so you still haven't, you've got the target date out there. You come back, and it's a council, not just a review, but then you have kind of a crossroads where you're at a certain point where then if progress hasn't been made or things are not then you can, you certainly can go back out and consider taking other action. I think that rather than kind of force the issue initially is that you had a conversation. They said they think it could be reasonably achievable by 2014. You do a check-in, some months out, and the council has it fully before us as part of our plan. If things aren't going well, we're going to know long before that. But then at that point, then the council, I think, can say, we need this for these reasons, and you're not making progress for whatever other reasons. Now what? And that was kind of my thought.
Let me just play out how that works, though. What happens, it'll be meaningless at that point. I mean, again, I don't know what I think, but let me just tell you how I see it looking at it. If it's there now, and it has a little more impact, that will goose everybody, including the parties in a settlement, because those are the people you want to goose, because that's the only way this happens in a period of time. When they're in the discussions and all that work has been done And then that puts us in the position, right at the end, of screwing it up and saying, we're going to ding all these third parties because you didn't do your job without there being enough time to really finish it. I mean, I'm just thinking from negotiations I've been in, I think we take away our flexibility here, and we don't. You can't. You could goose it for a 3-month thing at the end. Maybe that works or not. I mean, I'm really trying to envision what this means, knowing full well that if we go back to the will word, a lot of people will be very unhappy with us. But people are going to be unhappy with us for a lot of things if we do this right. And I just think that we should be thinking about ways to make all these pieces work better and faster so that we get to a resolution. I almost think in the instance of will, we also would have the ability to give more time because we could change it because it's our plan. I mean, again, I'm totally open to being convinced either way, and I think the public comment people will have all kinds of opinions, but I want to hear what they have to say, and I don't know if I can decide, so I don't want...
We will take direction from the council.
No, but also any decision today to move something to the environmental review process, I don't want to be read as a decision that because it's really complicated.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, this is by June of a year prior to when they said they'd have it done.
Well, that's the report from the water board kind of stuff.
If I can point something out, even in the previous version where it said will, there were still options.
Conditionals. Yeah.
That it was, we don't know exactly what the council will do, pick A, B, or C. And so there's still options in the current draft. I don't know if that's helpful. But
just one final comment. I think to Felicia's last point, though, I think that today, for the purpose of what we send off, because as I've thought about some of the things in here, as we go through the environmental process over the next few months, there are things here that, from my view, before we get to a final vote on the plan, that this council is going to have to go back and forth on and come to some terms on. If it gets properly environmentally vetted, then for today's purpose, we don't have to decide. I think the same, level of kind of discomfort about, well, if we lock it in or he sends some message, but I think there's enough in here for this member that when we come back to it, we go out and environmentally review it. You give yourself the range of options to mix and match, pull out, modify, and so forth. I'm pretty comfortable with that position today, but that may mean on this or other ones we're going to have a council vote that may, it'll make those choices, I think.
Felicia.
About this policy. One of the and tell me when we get to it. It's about other policies and recommendations that could be in this.
Well, right now,
flow issue.
Policy 1, that relate to flow?
They relate to flow because all flows are not the big enchilada flows.
I don't think there is it? I don't think the ecosystem chapter.
These two
there's
are.
The water quality chapter obviously has
flows.
elements that relate to it. No policies in there at all, but recommendations.
And we refer to this policy in the ecosystem chapter and the water supply chapter because for different reasons, flows are really important for both of those chapters. And again, we thought we heard direction last time that we didn't want to repeat the same things. I've got some different kind of feedback today, so there may be places where we need to actually sharpen up and include more directly the reference in those other chapters. Actually, the flow standard is referenced in, I think, four chapters.
Well, maybe I just have a question then. So, but I don't want to interrupt anybody if they want to talk about this particular one more first.
What's the question?
Okay, here's the question. As as I said, I have detailed edits that I'll send to folks. As I read this chapter, a couple things jumped out at me for just things to include or think about. One of the phrases, natural hydrological, I'm going to get it wrong now, and Joe's going to look better than me. The more natural hydrograph. And when that phrase has been used, some people who hear what they fear, of course, run to the thought that, oh, we're going to do those initial waterboard, what the fish need flows, which we've never said is the case, but people went through a whole whatever, and people do it on all sides of the issues because there's a lot at stake here. And one of the things I know I've raised a couple times because I have loved a number of Cliff's presentations is that when you're doing ecosystem restoration, it's not all about all of the big flows. It's about pilot projects and trying in a place, like where you're restoring a particular stream. It doesn't have to be that big, but you're creating a haven for the fish where you can bring back the native species. That's not a lot of water. It's timing, of the flows. And I know of, I'm no expert in this, but I know of all kinds of experiments and things that were done through the CalFed time and in other jurisdictions, certainly in Florida, certainly in Oregon, where there's more about how you try and use flows, even using less total water than you might use, in concert with habitat restoration, because it's sort of analogous also to marine reserves, which is you don't have to put the whole ocean off limits. You have to create some small places where fish have a chance, a little sanctuary in a place where they can breed, spawn, all those things they do, those fish things they do, so that you end up with more fish. You don't need to do the whole ocean, just like here we don't need to do the whole delta. And that one of the things that came through is how do we experiment with those things over time and adaptively manage. So for me, looking at this, that little piece seemed missing in any of our recommendations. And I think it's helpful because it also dispels the fearing the biggest thing you could fear reaction that people on all sides of this issue have to anything we say. And so one of my drafting things is also we need to think about those things and address them as they might come up in someone's mind and give them a footnote or give them something so they can relax and keep reading versus wigging out. The other issues that kind of fit in this, we want people to fight about the right stuff here. Everybody's not going to like it. We want them fighting about the big stuff and the right stuff, not having their energies dissipated on the wrong stuff. So the two issues are timing and phasing. The time horizon, sort of the scope as well as the timing, which is, we're looking at this long-term 100 years. In the dialogue or in the narrative, we should be saying that. And we should be thinking about phasing in what we do and calling it out. We've talked about it in some of the white papers and in some of our discussion, but it's not in here. And it seemed like a big missing piece, as well as that notion that bringing back ecosystems is a combination of the habitat, the flows, other things. That is a really important concept for people to understand, because I think sometimes the bigger flow discussion is a surrogate. It's something people can understand. They fight about that, when in fact there's a lot we can be doing to improve the ecosystem that's on a smaller scale, an evolving scale, where we're going to start seeing progress in different phasing. Now, it may well be that people who write this, and that's totally likely, saw all that in this when they wrote it, because they are experts and they're assuming certain things. I am giving you a regular person's view who knows something about this subject, and that jumped out at me. And the perception is really very important. So it's a long speech to say that was my biggest concern when I saw this, that we should talk about what it means over a period of time. We should recall what we're saying in adaptive management. That conversation should be in here, and how we propose to go ahead with this over a period of smaller chunks of time. And flow is one piece of that, so obviously that issue is reiterated for me throughout the chapter. And it just seemed to me that even under flow, we could have recommendations that deal with the shorter time frame or other stuff, which is experimenting with natural hydrological flows in smaller scale places as we do our ecosystem restoration, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so the fact that there was only this one big one, or two if you look at it, seemed kind of just going for the big ticket item and not looking at other ways in which you could incorporate recommendations about flow into the document. Now, I'm, again, prepared to be wrong, but I'm just telling you how I looked at it.
Okay, Joe, do you need more clarification, or is the current level of relative imprecision sufficient for you on Policy 1 and Recommendation 1?
I think it's clear that we should reconsolidate them together, and that there isn't a decision yet on and what the ultimate policy will be. But that's true of all of these things. That's why we're doing the environmental processes, to look at all of the different proposed policies and recommendations. And then I got the idea that we should incorporate more about looking at smaller scale things and phasing, and I'm going to turn to my staff to look at what they can incorporate into this section.
Randy.
For the purposes of the EIR process, this is adequate.
Yes.
So for now, that's the deadline, and we can hold this open for further discussion with more information later.
I believe it is, yes.
Okay.
But can we think about other recommendations as well as the drafting?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Cliff, did you have?
Just one quick comment, and that is that there have been, as you mentioned, a lot of discussion about what are some of the key attributes you need to get to be more likely to have successful restoration. And there's a document that actually has been put out by the South Africans because they're required by their National Water Act to actually do this. And I jotted down 3 of them, which I thought were pretty prescient based on our system, and that one of them is that the natural timing of different kinds of flows needs to be preserved. That was number 1. Second one is that harvest the water when there's higher flow versus when there's lower flow. And the third one is the first storm or the first flush on the system should be preserved.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's get on now to ERP2, which is on page 9, top of page 9. Ms. Hastings, this has relatively minor changes from the forced draft, just a substitution of Delta Stewardship Council. So let's briefly do this one.
Yes, ERP2 and ERP3 both refer to the Ecosystem Restoration Program Conservation Strategy map that I talked about quite a bit last week. Just pointing out that the map, which is in your appendix, Appendix D, I believe, is, when we refer to it in these 2 policies, we're referring to the elevations. And we are working on, Gwen and her crew are working on revising that map, and we mentioned that in the in the language, with minor alterations. Mm-hmm. So basically what ERP2 is about is the audience for that policy is those that are doing ecosystem restoration. So basically we're saying to those folks, when you plan and implement your ecosystem restoration project, keep in mind this map and that elevations determine what is the best type of habitat for you to restore. That's what this map is really all about. And so when we do a consistency evaluation, it will be based on comparing their designed project to the elevation map and making sure that it makes sense from an elevation perspective. Ecosystem, or ERP3, the audience for that is everyone else. Folks not doing ecosystem restoration projects, but any other covered action, to please keep in mind that we would like to preserve the potential for doing an ecosystem restoration project, habitat restoration project in those areas in the future. And so keep that in mind, and that any project needs to demonstrate that they have, I'm going to read the exact wording here, demonstrate that they have avoided, and you see we did make a change from last week. I believe this was a staff recommendation, that they have avoided or mitigated, is the new wording from last week. The
That's
adverse
on policy 3.
I'm on P3 now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The adverse impacts to the opportunity for habitat restoration at the elevation shown in the figure.
Can I ask you one question on wording on P3 since you're down there? The added language, this policy does not apply to areas within incorporated cities and their spheres of influence as of the effective date of the Delta Plan. the effective date of the Delta plan could be delayed by litigation. What happens then? In fact, as written now, it's an invitation. Well, and my suggestion here's a suggestion for your consideration. This is a legal question. Why would you not choose a date that is the statutory date to commence implementation? It's the notice on commencing implementation has been in law since 2009. It's not as if it's any secret, as opposed to have an imprecise date.
So January 1st, 2012.
I'm just suggesting you consult with
That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, think about that and check with people on redrafting. But I'm always in favor of deadlines that are clear as opposed to deadlines that are imprecise, unless there's a reason for imprecision. That's the only suggestion I would have.
Sounds like we got the okay to use January 1, 2012 for that. And that is one of the changes to the map that's in the ERP conservation strategy, is to add, to update the incorporated areas and to add the spheres of influence to the map, and that those areas are not subject to ERP3.
Just a question, Mr. Chair.
Don.
You're going to include an exhibit, but if I recall, I didn't bring it with me here this morning, but it had the red, orange, blue, green, and it was, that was the map. And how that lays out on the ground is going to be important. You call out for the 4 areas, including the Cecile Marsh Yellow Bypass, but the 3 other areas, and that's going to. I guess I'd like to see some more detail as you come forward. They've done a study, they've done the elevations, maybe they've done surveys that have backed that up. But the overlay that would have, because over particular areas of the unincorporated areas that are going to be affected by this, I think the counties would be interested in seeing that. I think the commission would as well. Just to know, because there is beyond those kind of amorphous colored areas that show the elevations. Yeah. There's data behind that shows, it's this parcel. I don't even need a parcel map.
That's one of the things I mentioned to Gwen.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was actually to Dylan, one of her staff, yesterday. That what we're really going to need, what everyone's going to need, I think, is not a map that's this size, but one that we could blow up and expand, because.
Or maybe series of ones. You might have one for Cache Slough complex, or a couple of them, because there needs to be some precision, because it's going to inform agencies, regulators, landowners, environmental restoration groups, whatever it might be. And so I just think that'll be important to have that level of detail in the plan. So that's my.
I agree.
Okay, thanks.
And I believe the goal is to have at least this size map for draft 5.
Okay.
Yes. So at a minimum, you'll see the 8.5 by 11 inch size. I'm not sure when we'll get the other version that we could blow up.
Thank you.
That's it. All right, Felicia, I'm sorry.
Quick question to understand this. So you've changed that, which is, I know, responsive to people were asking, but you've changed it from substantially minimized to mitigated to create. Isn't that to give comfort to Tom, the points that Tom Zuckerman was making in a way, which is not to make it impossible? Because that vagueness issue of holding everybody up for a long time, as much as I said no right away to his 5-year or you go away, because I thought that was unreasonable.
Yes.
I am sensitive to the problem.
That's exactly why we did it.
So this is a lower standard to me. You just have to show that you tried in a way that's reasonable, not that. That's a big change.
And you've mitigated it that way.
Well, I mean, that's because the Delta Plan and the environmental alternative at least assumes that the statutory goals are addressed by the alternatives we're considering, even if they're addressed differently in some particularities. We still have to stay within the statutory definition of what the co-equal goals and the
we do, and we have we had the new policy we talked about yesterday that says everybody must be consistent with the co-equal goals. So it doesn't mean you can't build a hotel, but you can't build a hotel in the way that would negatively cause us to not achieve the co-equal goals.
Okay. All right. Next page, next recommendation, policy 4. Ms. Hastings?
ERP4
Yes,
is
No change in language
no
from the fourth
change
draft.
from the fourth draft. This is about
Setback levies.
setback levies, that agencies that are going to make improvements to their levies or construct new ones need to, where feasible, incorporate alternatives that would increase extent of floodplain and riparian habitats.
Okay. Questions on that? Okay. Next is page 11, members, page 11. This is ERR2, and this is the identification of the 5 target areas for ecosystem purposes. And if I'm correct, 3 of them are also flood risk reduction areas.
Right.
Can I just ask one question? I look at this again, and this is in some ways, there's nothing new here, but the consolidation of these 5 activities in both ecosystem and flood is, to me, one of the more intelligible and smart policy recommendations we're doing. It also fits into the notion of things that might be done in the next 10 years. Why is it a recommendation and not a policy? That's the. I mean, I just thought of that, and I puzzled about why, and I think we talked about it, and I don't remember why we did it this way.
I'll give my perspective on that. I don't think we wanted to preclude doing a restoration project elsewhere.
Well, let me give you the government's job, in one sense of the word, is to accumulate everybody's best idea, all the individuals, all the counties, all the experts in all the departments, all the different agencies, and so on. Our job is to try to set a course through 90 years and to give some sense of priority and short and middle and long-term direction. Like Cliff's exhortation, just choose some significant areas and get to work. Now, he was more polite than that. That's a useful structure. And so I looked at this stuff. I think it's terrific. I'll quibble on boundary lines and all that. This is pretty clear. And I said, why isn't it? Mr. Grindstaff, sir? It is in the levy policy.
Yes, it is.
But it isn't in the ecosystem. And I
don't have a good reason.
Yeah.
I think it's because when we started writing this, it was like we wanted to tell the agencies, these are the key areas that we see. When you do these projects, you should focus on these 5 key areas. Yeah. And we didn't think about directing them to do those things because our attorneys have said we have limited authority to direct agencies to do things. But we could say that these are the priority areas. That's a policy of the council.
And I would say it at the present, something like achievement of the co-equal goals in the near and long term requires certain actions be taken. We've identified these actions which fit the criteria. And it just might be better expressed that way. That doesn't expand any authority other than what we've done elsewhere in the plan. But it just struck me, and I didn't think about that, if you will, Joe, please, Lauren. Don.
Just a thought on that kind of the language that Joe used, to direct folks rather than tell them they have to, because a lot of things have already gone on in these, and continue to. I mean, your picture of the fish right there, that's in the Cosumnes floodplain. I mean, that's, you're already doing it. I mean,
yeah, that's right.
And it's to further direct, further solidify, and so at any rate, I mean, it seems to me, and I don't know about a couple of areas, how much
higher focus or perhaps more prompt implementation of existing plans is what you're talking about. The YOLO bypass is where there are 2 or 3 ideas already there now.
Right. Sassoon Marsh, another one, and certainly in the Cosumnes.
Anyway, think about how to word it, because this is, people will look at this and say, oh, that's interesting. This is going to have impact for some time if we do it right, because agencies will be able to see it's well thought out, it's connected, and it's consistent. I think it's one of the strongest features we've got.
Okay. Will do.
Anything else? All right. Page 12, members. This is a recommendation. It's directed at the Delta Conservancy, and there have been some, well, I guess the third, you expanded in the third draft, or was it?
The fourth
Fourth draft, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. You expanded in the fourth draft, the red line stuff on the right, and there is only one, no, there's no change, is there?
Yeah, that's actually a typo at the bottom.
Oh, I see.
Where it's a diamond at the very bottom. That actually should be indented and should be a
I
circle
see.
bullet.
Okay, and then you
indented.
included Sacramento San Joaquin up above a type,
Yeah, I believe
a
that's their official
standardization.
title.
Yeah, right.
And I do want to mention that the Conservancy has now awarded their, or if not awarded, they're close to awarding their contract for their strategic plan, which this references. And I think they have some small language changes they'd like us to make in this one.
Well,
And I
since
don't have
you
the
worked out
details.
this language with them
Initially.
before you put it in,
Yeah.
I think you should.
Okay, but I just wanted
But
to make sure
we
you
need
know
to
that
put
we
those
will.
changes, you need to be satisfied those changes are consistent with the approach to put it in the fifth draft plan, and I'd sure encourage you to try to work that out. Okay. All right, page 13, members, page 13, please. Recommendation 4, it was previously a different recommendation, but it's been put up here. Has the language changed? This is the Habitat
No.
Credit Agreement, get-together work. There's also a safe harbor agreement mentioned elsewhere in here. Any questions on that?
Those two were moved from another chapter per council recommendation last week.
Okay.
The next one, we just determined that we'd already included that elsewhere, so
Okay,
it's a
duplicate
duplicate,
language
yeah.
on the crossed-out ERR4. Next line is ERR5, and this is
This was new
variance
relative
process.
to the
Yeah.
third
This is the
draft.
vegetation policy. This was a single new subject introduced, I think, by this matrix in the ecosystem chapter. All the others were changes to language, but this is the vegetation stuff. Questions, members, on that? Pat?
So, quickly, what's the update on the vegetation issue? I see that there's a lawsuit, new lawsuit.
That's-
Yeah, that's all. I think we reported on that yesterday, that there was a new lawsuit brought by
Right.
various organizations. With
Right,
regard to the,
but that said, what
what are we doing?
what are we doing?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll defer to.
Honestly, we haven't done anything except incorporate this policy in here. We've met with the parties, but I mean, there's a much more intense effort in this area going on by DWR, SAFCA, some of the relevant agencies who would be impacted to the tune of billions of dollars. So our role here is mainly to make sure that we're all supportive and coordinating with them.
Is that what we said? That's in R5, is that?
We're just here saying that they should work with the state agencies to get that variance process. That is what
You want to
the
make it a little more
agencies
clear?
want.
Yeah, a little stronger, and somehow I think recommending,
Why-
we're a state body, we ought to recommend to the state more than recommending to the feds, who will totally ignore us, by the way.
Don't you want to, Joe, don't you want to say, in order to achieve the co-equal goals, a variance process from the core levy standards to allow the continuation of habitat that serves the co-equal goals should be achieved? I mean, you need to say it that way as opposed to...
Point taken.
Okay.
If I could, Mr.
Don.
Just that variance process, having said on the safeguard board, I think I mentioned this one previous meeting. I mean, that's no small task.
Nope.
And if you got 1,100 miles of levees in the delta, and you're trying to get some blanket variance, I mean, I think it'd be great. But I mean, my sense of where the Corps come at this thing is national policy, and it's just that lay down the law. And I know that Congresswoman Matsui and others have been certainly advocating on our behalf on the safeguard piece of this, but. I mean, this is a big deal. I mean, if this were to apply and we put into action other things or direct other things to be done through this plan relative to levee upgrades and and protection and so forth, if that's what they hold to in order to have either federal assurances and or it's a big mess because it denude all the levees in the delta basically. Unless you can prove otherwise and go through they're rigorous, and they use that variance to say, well, we got a variance process, so go off and do that. Well, no easy task.
Okay. All right. The next one, ERR6, was previously mentioned as this is the voluntary safe harbor agreement. As we'd recommend the habitat credit agreement be developed, recommendation only. Any questions? No questions. ERP5, Policy 5, there's a word change here that duplicates what was done in another earlier section, substituting mitigated for minimized, right? That's the same, my recollection, that's the same language change.
It is.
Okay, questions? This is non-invasive, non-native invasive species stuff. Questions? Okay. R7, next line down, this is, we did a grammatical change, relates back to the ERP stuff we chatted with later. Any questions? R8, Delta Science Program in conjunction with Fish and Game, DWR, reduce stressor impacts. We've seen similar language in the fourth draft. Okay, any questions? Okay, next page. Last recommendation on this is at the top. This is the BDCP language we've seen in several versions before. Take a look at it. The only actual change from the fourth draft here is a writing change. Questions? Okay. Members, can I make a suggestion? I assume lunch is here, right? Okay, I think we ought to break for 5 minutes, grab a sandwich, bring it back, unless you want to do something different. No? And give them a sandwich. What do you need? What do you want? Half hour, 45 minutes? 15. Is it? Yeah, well, let's see, because the thing right across the street that's available. Okay. It is 12:33. Let's come back at 1
o'clock even.
5 minutes after 1. 5 minutes after 1, we'll go to public testimony on this chapter. And Pat, if you'd be good enough to accumulate the request to talk, please. Number 5, Mr. Poglitich, I think it is. There's either a J or a D with a dot above it, and I don't know which it is. Tell me how I mispronounced your name. Okay. Thank you. From Yolo County. Yes, sir. Shh.
Okay. I think I've got the microphone on now.
Okay.
So my name is Phil Pogletich. I'm a Senior Deputy County Counsel for Yolo County. I should say that the county has a comment letter that's coming in on the fourth draft, just as we've previously submitted comment letters on earlier drafts, and that will be here by the end of the day. I'm going to do my best to confine my comments to Chapter 5. I think some of the themes I'm going to address probably have some application to other chapters as well, but I will try to keep the focus on this chapter.
Okay.
I'm going to start with something that I heard in the discussion this morning, just real quickly. There was discussion about changing recommendation ERR2, which identified 5 different general habitat restoration areas, including Yolo Bypass, taking that and turning it into a policy.
Yes.
I'd probably have to think about that, to be honest, to know whether there's a real objection or concern on the county's part about that. The one issue I would raise is that in a lot of those areas, including the Yolo Bypass, specific projects haven't yet been defined. And so to prioritize and support implementation of projects in those areas, from my perspective, in particular the implementation of projects that haven't been defined yet, seems premature, particularly...
Well, the language says, if it were converted even to a policy, recommends a prioritization and implementation of habitat recreation. It doesn't say within the areas what the priority is.
So you're saying that the project definition
within
itself,
the range of the Delta and the Suisun Marsh are our jurisdiction. These are the 5 areas which in the ecosystem chapter, and 3 of which in the flood risk chapter, offer the greatest potential for eventual use
Sure.
for dual goals. But it's not, it does not go beyond that to say the 20 acres bounded by blank plus blank must be in this category of land.
Yeah.
So,
Well, in a sense, I guess that's my point, is that without any sort of projects having been defined to support implementation of projects in these areas, strikes me as premature. Now, we don't object at all to the prioritization of Yolo Bypass as an area for future habitat project. It's already, I think, heavily prioritized by a number of state agencies, including Resources and Fish and Game and DWR.
right.
I'll leave my comment essentially at that. The concern is with prioritizing for implementation projects which are still very conceptual in nature.
Okay.
So turning back to the comments I prepared for today, the county's, in its various comment letters, raised a concern about the trade-offs that we see as inherent in the widespread restoration of habitat in the Delta, in the Yolo Bypass, and of course well beyond. The trade-offs from our perspective, I believe as we've defined them, are the potential loss of farmland, impacts on existing species habitat, including migratory waterfowl habitat, potential impacts on flood protection, local HCP and CCPs, and economic impacts. Again, that would probably tie largely to the conversion of farmland. It's long been at the foundation of the county's concerns with BDCP and other Delta planning processes, and the specific strategy that we hope to see and still hope to see in the Delta plan is an effort to do a little bit more to recognize those trade-offs as being something that needs consideration, evaluate them in the plan, and suggest strategies for resolving those trade-offs as a means of providing direction to the other state agencies and the local agencies that are...
Do you have illustrations?
I've read all 4 suggestions.
Okay.
The first, and probably one of my more specific ones, relates to the topic of economic mitigation. And it would be to include a policy in the plan that states that before the implementation of BDCP or any major habitat projects that are identified generally in the recommendation that I just mentioned, ERR1, DWR, DPC, and the Delta Conservancy, or some similar mix of entities, should prepare a joint report that identifies the anticipated regional economic impacts of such projects and recommends reasonable and appropriate compensation mechanisms. So this would be the preparation of a report that looks in great detail, beyond the level of detail.
We already recommend in the finance chapter the legislature consider reimbursement for lost property tax revenue, which
yes,
I know you support.
That's correct. Payments in lieu of taxes. I'm talking about economic mitigation for the impacts of the conversion.
Does the law not require for relocation of property owners or acquisition of property mitigation? The compensation for the lost value
in
already?
terms of property acquired for the projects, sure, as eminent domain or through other proceedings, yes, that would be required. But
currently required.
That's
by
correct.
Current law.
That's correct.
Okay, so you're not. So what else are you talking about that's not?
I'm talking about the. We talked this morning quite a bit about the contribution of agriculture, the value of agricultural commodity production in the Delta. It would be that decline in production, as well as other direct or indirect economic impacts, that I'd be concerned with. The loss to a county's economy, the loss to a local agricultural economy of the value of commodities produced by farmland that's converted to habitat or other aspects of new water conveyance and similar projects that are contemplated in the Delta plan.
Would the county agree to apply that standard to its own actions on land use?
Well, the difference...
That the county would reimburse the impact, direct or indirect?
So the question is, when the county approves a project, how do we look at those sorts of impacts? How do we compensate for economic impacts of our own land use approvals?
Mm-hmm.
In that context, of course, the county has approval authority. It can do a balancing of the economic and other impacts of a project against the benefits of a project. Oftentimes, as we all know, jurisdictions make decisions to allow economic development that converts farmland because they've decided that the benefits of that development, economically and otherwise, are going to outweigh what that farmland would have produced on its own. In other words, we get to make the choice. We don't get to make the choice with the Bay Delta Conservation Plan and many of the other types of projects which are being discussed.
I understand, but if you do make but if everything's a balancing test, but you would rather have state agencies and state policies governed by the rule that they not balance, but instead reimburse full direct and less direct remote cost. The obvious reaction is, well, that is goose and gander. And I understand why you might not like to have that rule applied locally, but maybe later you can send me a letter about why a distinction can be drawn.
Well, I'll consider to think about it. I mean, from my perspective, it is an issue of us being in control in a certain scenario, being able to make the decision ourselves, looking at all the different pros and cons, and decide what's best for the local community.
Including the suspension, the ordinance you passed to suspend all ecosystem restoration until things are worked out to your satisfaction.
Well, the purpose of that ordinance was to give us some
Leverage.
breathing room.
You give you some leverage. I got it.
Those are not my words.
No, they're mine.
That ordinance can last, as you know, a maximum of 2 years. It's really a very short period of time in the overall time scale that we're talking about for these projects. We don't see it as being something which is going to have a material effect on whether those projects happen at the end of the day.
Okay.
So my proposal was for a study, a report on the magnitude of these impacts and potential solutions, mechanisms that could be put into place for compensation. Now, as you're, I think, recognizing, what I'd really like and also intended to suggest was that report be the subject of implementation down the road, that implementation of the economic mitigation identified in a report of that nature be a condition precedent to the implementation.
You do understand that we don't control the Bay Delta conservation planning process, and in fact, under statute, are ordered to incorporate it within the Delta plan should it meet the tests of law.
I think I understand very well the limits of your authority. I also, though, see a lot of policy recommendations and straight policies, regulatory policies in this plan, which...
So you're making a recommendation for a recommendation.
I'm making a recommendation for a recommendation. That's correct.
Okay. All right.
From our perspective, frankly, it's a matter of equity. If the projects are going to go forward and there's going to be an impact on local jurisdictions and local economies, we believe that impact should be addressed. Following on this point, and I think expanding it just a bit, the plan, as you mentioned, does include a policy that supports payments in lieu of taxes. The language there we felt could be strengthened a bit. Right now, I believe it says the legislature should consider funding payments in lieu of taxes for lands acquired by the state.
I think it's reasonable.
Something along those lines.
Shall consider reasonable reimbursement or compensation. So there's some qualifier.
Yeah, that's correct. We would strongly prefer if the word consider was dropped from that. And we realize it's a recommendation and that you can't tell the legislature what to do, but should consider, from our perspective, was a fairly lukewarm recommendation.
And the preferred language is?
Just drop the word consider.
Should automatically reimburse.
Should.
Would you like us to add, as determined by the county of Yolo?
You know, I don't think my comments are really...
Arguing about recommendations for legislative action and wording them is okay. No.
It's simply a matter of saying should consider, or should, excuse me, now I'm doing it myself, should fund.
Okay.
And the same would go for legislative appropriations to the Delta, the Delta Investment Fund.
The one that was created by the legislation
in 2009. The one that's created, yes, that doesn't have any appropriations
Okay.
in connection with the Economic Sustainability Plan. And my third suggestion, and this relates to the figure, which is yet to be developed. I believe it's going to be figure 5.3 in policy ERP3. There have been some changes to it. I took a look at them this morning. I think the policy is improved to some extent now by providing for application of that figure and the policy itself only in areas outside of cities and city sphere of influences. We would also recommend, though, that I think consistent with the same policy considerations, I would support not applying that policy in city sphere of influences and city boundaries, to not apply it within any established urban limit lines in unincorporated areas. And I don't know how many there are. I don't believe there are very many. Right. The town of Clarksburg does have an established urban limit line. Let us take a look at that.
Okay,
thank you. beyond that, we do have a broader concern about that policy, which could be read, and again, this gets into how people interpret things, whether they read them the way they want to or as they're literally written. Our concern is that it could be read over time to broadly reserve very large areas of the Delta for habitat projects as a priority above all other land uses. And, for example, in the context of a small marina, if we're looking at a project of that nature, it will be difficult for us to evaluate whether that project can mitigate its impacts on future habitat projects that haven't been defined, that might occur many decades down the road beyond the useful life potentially of some of the facilities that could be subject to that policy.
And therefore, you recommend?
Therefore, on that policy, we have a recommendation in our letter. I'll have to revisit that. I'm sorry, I'm not recalling it right now.
I've read all the letters, including one from the supervisor, but I thought on that point the issue was that the state co-equal goals do not comport with Yolo County's view of what they should be, and because how can we achieve the co-equal goals and simply de-emphasize ecosystem protection, restoration?
I don't think that's what we're suggesting. I think we're concerned with the practical difficulty of taking a policy of that nature, looking at a discrete project and saying, okay, this area is identified for potential habitat development along with many tens of thousands of other acres on this map. How are we to evaluate whether we can adjust this project in such a way as to mitigate its potential impacts on projects down the road which may or may not ever happen?
Well, but that's, a general plan has exactly the same questions raised in it, which is why you then have later specific plans and amendments, and then you have projects. And
sure.
this is closer, as you know, to a planning document.
Yeah.
Okay.
I still don't see how we would, over time, these details, I realize, may work themselves out, and we'll all arrive at a reasonable understanding of how to apply these policies. The concern right now is that that's one that strikes us as being quite difficult to apply.
Randy.
Phil, I appreciate your points, and I've got them. I have a question in regards to the Yolo County General Plan. I believe that the co-equal goals has been adopted as a policy of the state subsequent to your last general plan. Is there any anticipation of incorporating that concept, that goal into the county's general plan statement?
Okay, so you're correct that the legislation followed our general plan by a few weeks. Yolo County's general plan, I believe, by and large, is quite consistent with the co-equal goals. And in Yolo County, I think primarily that's an issue of how we address open space agriculture habitat restoration. Our general plan, consistent with the county land use policy going back many decades, sets agriculture as a priority use and allows for only very limited development, typically within established urban areas. That's why Yolo County looks like it does today, where we still have 93% or so of our land undeveloped. So I believe that the plan, by and large, is consistent with the co-equal goals already. There's no active discussion of when the Delta plan's adopted, will we go back and conform our general plan. We have discussed it, and there was some discussion yesterday of whether that's legally required. We hadn't yet made an internal decision of whether to do that, irrespective of the fact that it's not, I believe, required by law.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Just tagging on to my comment about Figure 5.3, we would more generally, as you've seen in our letters, I know, and in letters from other affected jurisdictions, urge a more measured approach to policies that curtail local land use authority. And in particular, the letter that we send in by the end of the day today will identify some concerns that we have with Table 7.1 in Chapter 7. Finally, our fourth suggestion is to really take a hard look, as we've urged before, at local HCP, NCCPs, both those that already exist and those that will be coming online down the road, including a YOLO HCP, NCCP in the Delta plan. We believe that there's a lot of potential for those plans to address some of the inherent objectives that are expressed in the legislation and some of the objectives expressed in the plan itself at this point. We expect that our plan is going to be out in draft form with an environmental document by the end of this year. It's roughly on the same track as BDCP, which actually I think has worked out to be a good thing because it will be reconciled actively with BDCP by Fish and Wildlife Service and by Fish and Game before it's final and approved, we hope, by the end of 2012. The need for a clear path to incorporating that plan and others like it that may come down the road over time is really something that's important to us. We'd like to see how that plan could fit into your plan and some of the uncertainty about what happens next when we get through all the approvals and get to the point of implementation and how it lines up with the Delta plan is still a substantial question in our mind.
Okay.
That concludes my comments.
Thank you, sir.
Phil,
Thank you very much. Pat.
Because I came in after he started, but did you speak directly to Yellow Bypass?
I did mention it, yes. Oh, could I speak to it?
No, if you already did, I'll catch up with it later then.
Yeah, did you come in after I started my remarks?
So,
my main point there was to express some concern with converting that recommendation into a policy in that there are no specific projects that have been identified for the bypass. So prioritizing or expressing support for the implementation of projects in the bypass, which haven't been defined yet, gave me a bit of concern. We understand already that it's a priority to examine and develop projects in the bypass, and that's part of the landscape we're already dealing with and are comfortable with.
Maybe you're sticking around for later sessions, but on the floodplain discussion and section, were you going to speak to that later about
I did not
the
plan to.
bypass?
We will have some comments in our letter. Did you have a specific question?
No, I just wanted to give you the chance if you had anything you wanted to tell us about that.
The comments that I expressed just now really highlight, I think, four of the top priorities for the county in looking at the Delta plan at this point.
Okay.
We did have some concern with policies and recommendations in that chapter, but these were the ones I reviewed just now were our main ones.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Luddy. Ms. Luddy, I know you want to jump and cover two chapters. If I let you do it, I have to let everybody else do it. I can't. And also, 55 minutes ago, I got an email copy of your long, detailed comment letter, which I was not able to read over lunch in detail. I got through about 5 pages.
I don't think it was longer than 5 pages.
Well, on a computer screen, trust me, or a BlackBerry screen, trust me, it's longer than 5 pages.
I wasn't implying that I wanted to cover 2 chapters. I was just... Yesterday, you asked Mr. Moran to comment on Chapter 4 before he spoke on Chapter 5, so I was offering to say something about Chapter 5.
Accommodation of people's variant requests. Yes, very good, very good. Why don't we talk about Chapter 5, please? Which is one of the 2 chapters you want to talk about.
Okay, well, that was the chapter I wanted to use to get myself to Chapter 7. So on ecosystem restoration
okay,
policy
here it goes.
4,
How long do you anticipate your comments out of chapter order to take?
Out of chapter order?
How long? I'm being honest.
I think Chapter 5 will take 5 seconds, and Chapter 7
no,
will take
I
about 2
commend
minutes.
your candor, which is the only reason I'm giving you the possibility. How long do you think it'll take to tell us what I assume is mostly in the letter that we haven't had a chance to read yet, or the email?
Yeah,
rather?
it is mostly in the letter.
Can you summarize in a short order, please?
Short.
Yeah. 2 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, thanks very much. So likely it was not intended, but American Rivers feels that the modifications on Chapter 7 from Draft 3 to Draft 4 are actually a big step back in the ability to reduce risk in the Delta. So initially, to start echoing sort of what Ms. Gray was saying yesterday about thinking about big picture, American Rivers really feels that Delta Council needs to establish goals and objectives for how the Delta Plan can reduce risk in the Delta instead of sort of just deferring to DWR, which is what a lot of the chapter does.
Okay, then you have to tell us what in Table 1, which is our major implementation table on levy standard, you would change.
Yes.
Is it in this letter? That was the section I didn't get to.
So you mean Table 7 one?
Yeah, you recommend
it's not in the letter.
broaden the territory of floodplains because you want to add potential floodplains,
Yes.
not just established boundaries.
So for 7-1, what American Rivers would recommend, though it's not in those comments, is a category that would emphasize depth of inundation upon failure, because what you're talking about is with Table 7-1, is it acceptable or is it not acceptable under each of types of those land uses? And so American Rivers suggests, okay, is it levy class 5A is the 200-year protection, and for all urban, as it looks in the table right now, it's acceptable. And so American Rivers suggests if there were that, but what if the depth of inundation upon failure is 10 feet or greater? Is that still considered acceptable? What if the land behind that levee is 3 feet or more below mean high tide? Is that still an acceptable level of risk? So we just think that this table, given that it's going to govern a lot of how land use is decided, should reflect depth of inundation upon failure. And that's the bulk of my comments. So
I don't even know how to respond to that, and I think we're going to have to wait till Chapter 7 to do that, Ms. Luddy.
Okay.
Sorry, I know you have another point, but you have to leave too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I have a question. Is that levy classification chart clear to you? Because I've got several questions that I hope to have answered when we get to that. I mean, you've offered specific comments and concerns, so it must be pretty clear to you what it says.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Ms. Luddy.
It's
Okay,
just me.
the next three speakers in order: Ms. Barnes-Jones from Solano County, Mr. Zlotnick, and Ms. Terry. Ms. Barnes-Jones.
Good afternoon, members of the council and chair. I represent Solano County's Resource Management Department on Delta water issues. One of the things that we have noted throughout the comment process is that there's no clear process in place to make sure that there's local government involvement. What we recommend is that there's a consultation process that's initiated up front for all projects that will take place. We know that we're targeted for restoration in the Cache Slough area. What we'd like to do is provide an opportunity for the state to work along with members of our staffs and other Solano County entities to come to the best desired result that we can all live with. Those comments will be included in a letter that you'll receive later today. We have a number of concerns. We think everybody has a right to their perception of what's going on, but we feel that everybody can benefit from a broadened perspective. We feel that if you put more people at the table, as was brought up by your council yesterday, to discuss some of these ecosystem restoration issues, we can come to a better result. One of the concerns that Solano County has raised continually in its documents is that if you're going to put fish in areas where they haven't existed before, the water quality standards will no doubt be challenged.
This is the that directs our attention to the need to relocate the intake for Solano County away from areas that might possibly have species injured by the intake.
That's one of the concerns, but also in areas where habitat will be created, where it doesn't currently exist. If you have areas that are restored to habitat and you have fish in areas where they didn't exist before, the result of the water quality standards may change. And as a result of regulatory conditions, we don't want Solano County to have a negative impact, because those weren't things that we put in place, but those are based on proposals that would come from the state. So those are just some of the type of concerns that we have that we'd like to have an opportunity to approach with you. What you'll find with the letter that we will send later today is a process recommendation for a consultation process that could take place with members of the appropriate state agencies and with Solano County. And we hope that's something that you'll find intriguing and interesting so that we get the best result.
I'm hearing something that we could put into Chapter 3 that's consistent with what Councilmember Marcus recommended.
It's also
yesterday.
consistent with the transparency discussion that
Yes.
we have in Chapter 4. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Let us take a look at it. But the sooner you get us the language, the better. Because as
I
you know,
actually have copies of it with me.
If
so
you
I
could
can
give it to the staff, and then we'll read it right after the meeting ends.
Okay.
Don?
Yeah, just so what's the process? I heard what Kathy said, and I heard what Joe and Phil said. So you say you have something to put in Chapter 3 that aligns with the local consultation? Is that what you're saying?
What I heard from Felicia Yesterday and today and a week ago was we need to talk more about how we coordinate and bring agencies together. And what I heard here really is a request that we facilitate the coming together of agencies when they have big plans that involve a local community, facilitate that with the local community before they actually go start implementing those plans. So it seems like I'll have to see the language. It may be a reasonable thing to do.
Okay, I'll pass that on to your staff.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Zlotnick. I know this is a request for all the chapters, but if you can hit Chapter 5
That's
first,
all,
please.
That's all we're going to do, very
Thank
quickly.
you, sir.
A couple things. One, just want to affirm our support for Mr. Fiorini's comments earlier, which we've talked about before, about changing from the natural flow regime some other language. Also, the work that's going to be done by staff to sort of recalibrate the language regarding the state board activities, and particularly related to that, have a suggestion on, I guess it's recommendation PR2, I guess it is, which is now part of P1 or whatever you're doing about the adopt and implement.
The dates, yeah.
The adopt and implement, and Joe is aware of this, and I think he mentioned it, that the issue of implement is to allow for potential settlement. I just think some language either at the end of that sentence, so you're not changing the language they gave you, or a footnote sort of explaining that that's the understanding of the word implement could be useful.
I had suggested in comments without thinking through your comment, I'd suggested that it might be useful to reference that the board can act in various ways.
Right, just something to, so it's understood you don't necessarily expect a water rights proceeding done by that date, since that's very doubtful. I'm curious a little bit, because it sort of came up in the discussion yesterday, although it's applicable today as well in the policy, was the Jonas-Minton suggestion. Seemed to be kind of left hanging out there, and I would just say we share
You support it?
No, share Felicia's concerns that she mentioned yesterday about potentially halting good activities as well, and so just don't think it's necessary. I wanted to comment on the earlier discussion. Senator Johnson Patrick mentioned about how it was crucial for the board and others to comply with the co-equal goals, and you needed assurance of that, basically, if I can sort of interpret what you said. And I think it's important for all of us to understand that the co-equal goal policy is in the general policies related to the Delta, and they're applicable to all state agencies at this point. And so the state board, in doing its work, is going to have to meet the co-equal goals as well. This council, of course, will have its own interpretation and view of that, but they are still subject, as all state agencies are, to the co-equal goals now.
Right. I take that as a concession against interest in the BDC process that is a state and federal entity. It also is subject to the co-equal goals.
We have never said it wasn't, and we believe very strongly it's consistent
but it is.
with it. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And
that's
it's
good.
consistent with
that's
it,
good.
in our view.
That's good.
Then the other question I believe Patrick brought up was, well, if the standards might say the same, why are they going to redo them or look at them again? And my understanding, certainly under the Clean Water Act, there's a triennial review requirement, isn't there? So it's just sort of a standard that they're required to look at these things. Related to, I guess it's now R2 paragraph B, although it's just a bullet, but it's referenced as B, the one that talks about the tributaries and flow criteria. And this may be the intent, but the statute itself does not call for that. It just calls for studies to be completed by that time. And that's in section 85087. And so currently the now policy, as I understand you're going to pull that into policy, is that the state board adopt flow criteria, in essence. I think that's what it says. And the statute actually says that deadline is to have studies completed, not flow criteria.
Let us take a look at that. And there's also footnote 7 that you may have seen in the that references to that
section.
That policy, yeah, that recommendation.
Okay, but the point is, if the intent is to do what the statute says studies, the council obviously can choose to say otherwise, but just want to make sure that was clear.
Okay.
Then at one point, Felicia talked about, can we add other recommendations, I think was her. And is that just those will be developed, I guess, and they'll pop out in the fifth. There wasn't really much discussion here. She had a little bit of sort of concepts.
And we're going to have to talk to her some more about the concepts that she has there. And so, yes, if we develop something, it will pop out in the fifth draft.
Well, okay.
What, in terms of things popping out, what we're
not talking about whack-a-mole.
No, we're definitely. Well, maybe we are.
Maybe.
I don't know. What staff is hoping to do is to get direction from the council to go out with an environmental review document, and that's going to cover, as we've explained before,
as opposed to popping out.
Yeah, and that hasn't popped out yet in any event. But to the extent that we can get some clarity on the policies and recommendations that would, in the aggregate, at least in your opinion, be the preferred program alternative to go forward with, we need that. So obviously it's within your discretion to add policies and recommendations whenever you want, but just keep in the back of your mind that if you want to make a schedule, which I think you do, that let's have them pop out sooner rather than later.
So if it is to be done, let it be done quickly.
I will leave it at that.
Okay. And sort of related to that, I just want to clarify what we did here earlier this morning, that the language of, I believe, is Policy 1 and Recommendation 2, as refined from version 4, your sort of left column, the language that's on that piece of paper isn't changing. You're just pulling the Recommendation 2 language and making it part of Policy
Some of
1.
it will have to change
Well, yeah,
for grammatical and
right. But for
understanding.
example, there was some suggestion, if I recall, about changing the policy from could to will, but I don't believe that got changed.
The direction that I understood, I'll state it clearly and take direction from the council if different, was that for purposes of the EIR, for the proposed project, we should keep the intent the same that was in this staff draft, pull the language together into one policy. And that doesn't mean that the council won't choose to modify it in the future, later.
Okay.
And we may very well have as an alternative in our EIR some other policy language so we can actually see if
Well,
it
we
has-
would suggest that the language should stay the same, at least consistent
Yes.
with pulling it together.
That was the direction I understood.
Okay. And then lastly, on the policy 3 that the gentleman from YOLO also was just talking about, I just don't know enough about it myself, but where you added that language about cities, incorporated cities, and then you use the phrase spheres of influence, and then he actually suggested adding the urban limit line. Obviously, the issue there, and again, I don't know enough about it, but potentially unintended consequences in terms of outside those incorporated city boundaries, if there's lands that would be otherwise used for projects or what have you, and if you're not sure if it's not defined well enough, or if they could, as you I think alluded to, could expand those spheres of influence or the limit lines and preclude projects that are important to the overall scheme, we would just be concerned about that. So I'm sure, as you said, you'll take a look at it, but the spheres of influence language seems to me a little more fuzzy than the actual incorporated.
No, it's actually not. They have to be identified as a LAFCO identification or a LAFCO approval.
So it's pretty. Well, that's my
proposed designation.
Okay,
and,
well,
and so
that's my ignorance. But
unlike other things in the Delta, where these legacy towns do not have clear boundaries and not incorporated, there's not a single community service district that includes all. That's where we struggle.
So it's easy for you
sphere
to see
of influence
where the lines are and decide whether
yeah,
that's a problem.
Yeah,
or not.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Slotnick. The next speaker is Ms. Terry, and after that, Ms. Dorn, and after that, Mr. Campbell. Ms. Terry. And I know you're doing all the chapters.
No. I'm going to come up one at a time.
No, I know. Okay, great.
Yeah, one
Good.
at a time.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'd be here for a while. Melinda Terry, North Delta Water Agency and Central Valley Flood Control Association. And first of all, I did last night take the time. I hadn't read chapter 4 or version 4 yet because I was really behind, but do think that the language is really much better, so we really want to compliment. We think there's a lot of progress. Overall, though, it's hard when you still read it. I still think it's aquatic-centric. And to the extent we can really narrow in and make sure, are we really talking about just aquatic, like the declines, for instance? I know we have terrestrials that are in decline because that's why the counties are doing HCPs themselves. But to the extent we can really make sure, are we talking about aquatics? Are we talking about terrestrial? Both. And then maybe just do a little bit better job also of really describing what those aquatics are. And in fact, I've brought with me, if you haven't seen them, on the Delta Protection Commission website, they had, for instance, a map that has all different kinds of vegetation. This is actually a Department of Fish and Game 2007 map, where you show grasslands and the different type of things. And typically the way they did it, well, it's Fish and Game, so it makes sense. But these are the habitat types that you normally see terrestrials using, so it might be really useful, for instance, to show that, and because then you can kind of see the diversity that we get. Let's see. I have lots of comments here. I'm going to try and skip over to the major ones, though, so bear with me. I page marked them. Oh, here we go. On the vegetation issue that got brought up earlier. I think in my written comments, one of the things I requested, because the Central Valley Flood Control Association is obviously very involved in that, and I will compliment Department of Water Resources as well. They've been really, really good at really strongly pushing against the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on the policy, and we've got a framework group that works together, a roundtable, but they've even gone so far as to actually develop an alternative, if you will, and proposed it.
They being the Corps?
The Department of Water Resources proposed an alternative that they've submitted to the Army Corps of Engineers, and it was actually done at the request of Senator Boxer when DWR and others were back there lobbying on the issue. And because as you can imagine, a one-size-fits-all on this vegetation cannot possibly fit nationwide, not even in California because of our diverse geographics. So they have developed that, and so maybe one of the things beyond, and I like the rewording I think that you guys were talking about earlier, but maybe just even a step further, even though I think Mr. Johnston is right, it's not that they'll do anything or listen to you, but the political pressure really does help because, frankly, our Pacific office here with the Army Corps really kind of agrees with us. The difficulty that we're having is with the Washington, D.C. office. So this is purely political at this point because, again, our local Corps, I think, would be willing to work with us on this. So maybe a letter, if you guys could write a letter to the Corps because they are going to come out with a new policy in September, and if you could request that it really consider the alternative that California has put forward. I think that might be, at least the political pressure might be helpful because right now, no, we think they're going to just apply the pressure, and then the essence is the districts will not be able to comply with this come 2012, and so we will lose PL 8499 opportunity, but so a letter would be great. And then the other thing I was going to mention on this, I don't know if it applies to the science folks, we have new studies because they mentioned studies on page 90 here. We're working cooperatively with the Army Corps, DWR, as well as our local agency, SAFCA, on the scientific research regarding the whether it actually stabilizes the levees, some of the smaller root systems. So if you want me to connect you with those folks. Peter Buck,
suggestion on the levy-related stuff. Mr. Nicholas sitting out there in the front row, and if you can get him copies of drafts, preliminaries, summaries,
any new stuff,
anything, let him take a look at it.
That'd be
would,
great,
please.
yeah, because they've spent a lot of money and done a lot of work on that.
I tried to search the literature, but anything really current I would not have gotten. So if there's anything, some new things, I'd be very interested in seeing.
Great. Thank you. For me, on page 91. On ERP2, it mentions habitat ecosystem restoration actions shall be consistent with, and then it mentions a report. I'm not familiar with that report, so I don't know if there's actual ideas that are recommended. They may be good.
It's a multi-federal state agency. This is the ERP you're talking about.
Right, but if they have actions that you're saying we should do these actions, it'd be nice if we listed them.
We are incorporating as the third, fourth, and proposed fifth draft will one of their elevation range maps. And it is a multi-agency, and refresh my memory, Joe, it's Department of Fish and Game, it's Federal Fish and Wildlife Service, and NOAA Fisheries. And we're incorporating that. I think the document, correct me, there was a 2006, 2007, or is it 9? I just don't remember.
My thing says 2010 actually, and we
Well,
included
they did an update, but there were earlier versions.
Yes.
Our expert from the Department of Fish and Game on the dates. The original agreement was, or ERP was, God, 2006 sticks in my mind, although that may not be quite right.
Well, my point is, I don't know what's in it, and I don't think the rest of the public would. Rather than making us go look for it, if we could just have a page that kind of condenses, here's what's
It's Appendix D.
It's cited in the
Photo
either
D
the
and a-
footnotes with an electronic web
Link?
location, and it's been referenced repeatedly in the draft, including the white papers that we prepared.
Yeah, I just wonder if you could condense in one page kind of what
Yeah,
some of the
okay.
actions are. Again, if you're the general public, you read these and you clearly know what's in it. I don't. I don't know if anyone else does. On that same page on ERP4, we would really want to see some modification to this. This is the setback levy request. Our request here is this really needs to be modified
To say what?
to say that this would be, what shouldn't be a requirement on the local agencies or the local
Shall
landowners.
evaluate and where feasible.
Yeah. Because believe it or not, just that added cost of the evaluation of doing the setback levy is fairly, it adds on to the cost of the report. And Gilbert Cosio is here, and you can ask him to come up and be more specific as somebody who
then would
drafts
you-
these.
We've had both scientific experts on the ecosystem side and flood folks tell us
Yeah,
that
let me-
setback levies are an
Yes.
important, in some locations, crucial tool to
Yeah.
achieve flood protection.
I
and
understand that.
ecosystem.
I'm not saying don't have the recommendation. I'm asking for it to be changed. So let me finish. The point is that these setback levies would be done to achieve a statewide benefit. Okay, the levee improvement project.
Joe.
Hold on. Let me finish. The levee improvement project is being done for the locals to improve their level of flood protection. A setback levy that is being discussed here is being done for a habitat reason to achieve a greater statewide goal, and presumably, so therefore, we're just saying the cost to do these, even to do the review, because it could add on to the cost of the report. My concern here is that if it adds on to their cost to even do their evaluation, some districts that have smaller funds and save them up may end up just saying, well, we can't afford to do the report, and now we got to save more money, for a couple years, because that's what they do. They save up their money before they do these reports and do the things. So our point is, and one of my recommendations that'll be in Chapter 7 is we have the Delta Levies program, for instance. One of the things
The
that
levy
you...
subvention program?
The
you
levy
mean?
subventions program is that you could recommend that the legislature change that so it allows an increase in the cost share so that the state is helping to pay for this evaluation, if you will. So at least you will have that because it might be worthwhile. But again, these local flood projects are being done to increase flood protection, not to create a habitat value, which is more of a statewide benefit.
I can't resist. You sat through, I believe, our very first Delta Stewardship Council meeting in April of 2010. I think I recall you sitting in the room over at the Secretary of State's office, and Secretary Lester Snow started and gave us his speech that day where he went through the history, including the building of levees, the conversion of lands, and the channelization of water, together with all the other things, have adversely impacted the Delta. And I agree that it's the notion that levee projects designed by reclamation districts have no interest in acknowledging the fact that they might have had something originally to do with the conditions in which we find ourselves today is
But, the point is
dramatic.
those levees have been in place. If you took a 2011 map of the Delta and overlaid it over 1911, it substantially looks the same. And so for 70 years, the aquatic species were doing quite well. And then we had later projects that have come online. They have other stressors, if you will, that now cumulatively, these are is it part of it? Yes. But for 70 years, they seem to be doing fairly well under the configuration, if you will. But more importantly, then if you take a look at this beyond just evaluating the feasibility of it, then it's where feasible incorporate alternatives and the setback levies. Again, that evaluation can really cost a lot, and all we're saying is, yeah, that's a good policy, have it, but let's have the statewide benefits, if you will, that could accrue, help pay for at least the portion of that cost share.
Mr. Grindstaff.
I understand the argument. I disagree. First, I believe that widening the channels by having setback levees improves flood capacity, so benefits not just the state, but also local communities. I am actually willing to consider changing the policy to say that any levy with state or federal money must do this. But my bet is that that nobody in the Delta actually intends to do all of this with their own money. And so from my perspective, if you're building a levee in the state and you're using state money, then it's reasonable for the state to say you should consider these things that benefit the state as a whole. It just seems to me that to say, well, we don't want to consider them because it costs us more money, but in every case that I'm aware of, except River Islands, the actual money to do this work is coming from the state, or a large portion of it is.
Yeah, so I just saying I think you should look at whether the cost share should be increased to now you're adding on what they already have to evaluate for a statewide benefit. So then it does beg the question is, okay, well then do we need to change and modify, what portion then could be increased to just accommodate that? And you see that a lot, like if in levy things, okay, well if you do this in your project, then we add on another 5%, cost share. If you do
I am all for
disadvantaged
cost
communities-
allocation being based on benefits, and I'd be very happy to allocate the cost of levies based on the benefit to the state and the locals appropriately. I
So-
don't think that people would generally be happy with that.
So I have a follow-up question for you, Joe, based on your response of you think that the locals then get the flood benefit of doing the setback. So the building of the setback, you think all the costs should be borne by the locals then?
No, I think it should be a shared program.
Mhm.
It's not that I'm saying that it should be, that everything has to be borne locally. I think there should be an analysis of how the benefits are paid, but I don't believe that you should just, I don't mean you personally, but the agency should just be able to say we don't have to evaluate setback levies because it costs more, but hey, state, give us money so we can build what we want to build.
Well, again, you are asking them to evaluate something new for a statewide reason and a benefit. So
And a
I'm
local
just throwing
benefit
out the
too.
idea.
Yes, that is.
So-
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah. On the next section, the ERR2, obviously the cash slew, consumeness.
Yeah, this is the 5 categories.
Yeah, the 5 habitat things. Couple of things I would say is, one, the cash slew one, just the wording is a little concerning because, again, you're recommending implementation of these, and it says a significant portion of the region should return to uplands. I think that seems to be a decisionary thing, made a cart before the horse sort of thing, if you will. Significant, I guess, maybe changes it, and should.
The language here has been sandpapered all kinds of times for both here and in the floodplain section. Maybe somebody can refresh us, Mr. Grindstaff, on the source of the language. I think we incorporated
should be
language from
returned.
various state plans where appropriate.
Should be evaluated and looked at, yeah. Should be returned, I don't know.
I'm not sure. Lauren, why don't you come explain the language on this?
This is new language that was not in draft 3. What we did was, in draft 3, we just had simple bullets of the 5 areas. We were asked to enhance those, provide a little more description, if possible, provide an example project in each of the areas. And so staff pulled together the language that you see for each of the bullets, and because in the chapter we're recommending looking both at the historic situation in each of these areas and taking a landscape perspective, that's what guided the language that you see here. But the specific wording for each of these bullets, this in draft 4, this is the first time that council members and public have seen it.
Okay.
Yeah, and so should be evaluated, should be looked at, I think is fine, that's absolutely, but you've literally said it should be returned. Oh, okay, that's kind of making a decision before we've done all the evaluation. Should
In
be returned
general,
to
I
uplands,
think
yeah.
actually, I believe that it's our recommendation that it should be returned. Now, you can argue about how much exactly.
Significant portion.
It says significant, so I guess
And
that
I think
kind of
that's
go.
true. And I think the various studies over the years, and we got Dave Zezelak there from Department of Fish and Game, I think they would say that's an accurate depiction of, and this is a recommendation now, although there was discussion earlier that we should make it into a policy. Mm-hmm. And it's general enough that it says these are key, and this is, the cash slough is a key area for restoration of aquatic habitat.
But you heard Solano County. I mean, we all have
I
issues.
understand.
And so
I do.
It just seems pre-decisionary the way it's worded. Is it generally for all of these? The other request that we would have is that it be modified to say that it would also be your recommendation that they would, as I've mentioned several times, almost all these habitat projects are in fact flood projects because they are in the bypass and/or touching project levees. So if it could just have wording added that the recommendation will include that they evaluate the flood impacts and also evaluate the delta as a place, because that gets to, I think, what the county was saying. Just making sure as we move forward and get to the project phase that we are evaluating those. You don't need to do it in the programmatic portion, but that you make it a recommendation that the policy moving forward is when we get to the project level that those will be looked at. The other issue is in ERR3. Similar here is to, when you look at the
Page 12,
principles,
members.
page 92, is to when you look at the criteria and prioritization for looking at them and the principles, that again, the principles to also be looked at is flood protection and delta as a place, that those kind of get evaluated. The second bullet kind of gets into what the Yolo County brought up, is these third-party impacts, and you were asking, there are lots of third-party impacts that could potentially occur and may need to be compensated. Examples are seepage. Last time Prospect Island had a great deal of water on it, and they're proposing to do that again for an aquatic habitat. Ryer Island farmers were experiencing a great deal of seepage issue that was causing crop damage. If you're an RD, part of your duties is your drainage district, so it increases the cost to those locals as well as crop damage that could occur. Erosion, the ESA impacts. There are lots of things that could occur that we would like to at least have the Delta Plan think about ahead of time, so that there's a process and an opportunity to deal with that. Otherwise, you just kind of end up in court, which is like the San Joaquin River restoration. Those farmers have been impacted and are suing the Bureau. My understanding is you can kind of think about these things ahead of time and create an opportunity. And that goes to making sure that there's enough funding up front for all of these when you get to the project level, that they have enough funding for the ongoing management, again, for flood purposes as well, that there's compensation for third-party impacts. And then the in lieu taxes thing, we would ask that to be expanded because currently it just says taxes, and my understanding that in lieu taxes usually only refers to property taxes. And for our agency, we actually have an assessment. And so do local fire districts and others. So it really needs to be expanded, the wording of that, to make sure that it is going to include the funding for the assessments, the local assessments as well. The RDs are assessments as well. So there's lots of local special districts that, my understanding, talking to others, that said, no, you don't fall under the in lieu taxes, that usually just refers to property tax.
Usually the case.
Yeah. So we would ask it to be expanded assessments. One of the other things is the willing sellers, if that could be added into what the Delta Plan is looking at. When you look at the Delta Reform Act, it was put into the Delta Conservancies that they do willing seller. And as I mentioned yesterday, at least right now, the BDCP governance is telling, well, flat out just said, no, we're not going to use willing seller for habitat. That universally is what is used in HCPs for the habitat portion. I mean, everyone completely understands for the facilities, eminent domain will be used. we think it's inappropriate to use eminent domain for habitat, particularly
Because the co-equal goals don't work?
No.
It's okay for water resources, but it's not for habitat?
Well, one, because water resources under statute have that legal authority, and it's very common that for those facilities, eminent domain is a process you use. For HCPs, it is usually willing seller because, again, you're cooperatively working with your whole area because those projects benefit those. In this case, these habitat projects that we're talking about are being done to benefit another area. And that's the difference where you were asking, well, I don't understand why would the county look at it differently. They are being done to allow, they're for ESA takes, some of them, okay? The biological opinion is to allow the South Delta pumps to continue working. So some of them are specifically for their ESA take permits, and then the HCP and CCP is a requirement that allows them to get additional assurances, but again, those benefits accrue to an area outside of the Delta, which brings me to another issue that I hope the Delta plan will address, is I've asked the question is, all 5 counties have HCPs to allow them to do their growth issues that they have, and then we have a regional HCP that sits on top. All of those identify lands that then no one else can utilize and touch because they're under those permits. What's left over for other folks locally, because again, those benefits, those HCP, BDCP, accrue to agencies outside of the Delta. They are not currently being shared with anyone in the Delta. So a reclamation district that needs to do a levee improvement to keep up with sea level rise needs to mitigate. But if they're already spoken for because of 6 HCPs, and one being a large regional one. So one of the concepts we were thinking about, and we're noodling with this at BDCP just to, you know, but I'm thinking a Delta plan, that's the kind of big vision stuff that you might need to deal with, because I'm not confident the BDCP will, but we are discussing it. But one idea, for instance, is a requirement that when a policy that you say, look, when these projects move forward, that just a little portion of their project that they put into a mitigation bank for the locals to be able to access to make something available, because otherwise we're just not sure what will be available at the end of the day.
Question, Melinda. Just back.
Don and Randy.
Yeah, I want to be clear. Did you say BDCP said they're not going to take a willing seller approach? They're going to take
At our last governance meeting, Jerry Merrill made it very clear that no, we will be eminent domaining for habitat.
to acquire habitat?
Yes.
I've got 2 the other committee members here.
He refused to rule it out, and then basically the issue was whether or not it was going to be a stated preference or not. And Mr. Merrill talked about how some property owners want to have that done.
Yeah. Actually, I think you're bringing up a good point. Let me clarify. I do think Greg is correct that he said I had asked for it to be put in writing that the willing seller would be a policy, and I think Greg's right is that he said, no, we are not willing to make that a policy, that we may need to eminent domain for habitat, and then I said, well, I object to that because, again, we think it's traditional, and in the Conservancy's Delta Reform Act, it does say willing seller, so we seem to have a conflict, so the Delta plan
we've got the
might be able to deal
point.
with
We
it.
have talked about this a lot before. Don, you had a question.
That was. I just wanted a clarification on what Melinda said, so I've got enough information now to know what the status is.
Okay.
I thought
Next
somebody
point.
had a question. So on ERR4, obviously then it's the same as the other ERR2, I believe, but now you're saying that in the whole Delta watershed that all of those folks that are doing levee projects now have to evaluate the setbacks and again, the cost and the cost share, and is there a portion going to be shared based on that? My comments are really the same. I already did that one. I got to find my little bookmarks that I did. On ERR6, prioritize and implement the list of potential stage 2. I guess my only comment there was just to have, when that prioritization is done, is can we do that through a public process and just make that clear that we'll do that through a public process? Because you kind of do that in the next one where you're going to do workshops, which we thought was great, and so thank you for that. And I think I'm going to skip over to more maps. Okay. So Delta Protection Commission
Going to have to wrap up
great
soon.
maps, yes. The other one that you might want to look at, besides the vegetation, is they also have...
These are the Delta Protection Commission
Yeah,
posted
it was
maps?
on the Delta Protection Commission website. This
Okay.
says it's from 1992, so it's kind of old. But it was a wetlands inventory, so I thought that might be good, as well as they had a really good one on protected lands. And so it shows this great map of, you can see what the public lands are, the urban areas, where easements are, the fee title, non-prime. So it just kind of gives you a good idea of what's out there and what's already being protected through easements too, which seem to relate to this chapter. So I thought that might be a good idea.
Don?
What's the date on that one, Melinda?
Well, it said 1992.
For that last one?
Yeah, for the protected lands,
Okay.
yeah. So, oh no, I'm sorry, I take that back. They took data sources from different, like Central Valley Joint Venture and others, and they're about 2007 for the
That's right.
protected
I thought that was
land
much more current. That's why I just
Yeah,
wanted.
yeah.
So,
The other one was
Yeah,
1992.
right. Okay, thanks.
All right. Okay.
I think I did my assessments already. Nope, I think I did them.
Thank you, Ms. Terry.
Thank you.
Okay, it'll be Ms. Dorn, Mr. Campbell, Mr. Becerra. Ms. Dorn from Sacramento Regional Sanitation District.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Eisenberg and council members. I just have a couple of quick requests on the ecosystem restoration recommendation 8.
8?
8. Well, what's now 8? It was
Now 8, okay.
yeah.
Page 13, members?
Yes.
This is the workshop and other
Yes,
things?
yes. And
Okay.
I want to say thanks for taking our suggestion to include the State Water Resources Control Board in there.
Mhm.
But the other request that we had, and it didn't get in there, is that the regional water quality control boards also be included. I think it's a necessary balance for any type of workshop.
Yeah, we've got the catchphrase, other relevant agencies and stakeholders.
Right, but I think it's important to call out the regional water quality control boards at the same time. So I'm requesting again that they be added in. The other request that we have, and it's in the current comment letter that we sent yesterday afternoon, is that we would be included as an other relevant agency. So I'm making
Okay.
that request in person.
All right.
And there's one other comment that is made in relationship to these workshops, too, that seems to be lacking at time throughout the plan is a true weighing of cost and benefit, and particularly when you're talking about the other stressors and what should be done first or what will get you the greatest benefit for the cost. And I think that that's something that in this work group could be addressed. And so I'm hoping that whatever is put together will seriously take a look at the cost benefit for whatever recommendations they come up with
Okay.
for the council.
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Mr. Campbell, EBMed? Yes, sir.
Hi, Brian Campbell, East Bay Municipal
Pull that
Utility
mic up
District.
just a little bit, please. Thank you.
We did send a comment letter late yesterday, short comment letter.
I must confess, it's on the desk, and I've had no chance to read it since I walked in this morning. I apologize.
We just had an abbreviated set of comments, and we're going to wait till the next draft to sort of do the cover to cover and try to do all the line-by-line edits. We did have one comment in Chapter 5 on the ERP1.
ERP1.
Yes, that we are supportive of the approach in the fourth draft, including if the R1's now merged into P1 and how it's dealt with now versus the third draft where there's going to try to be an attempt to arrive at an option by this November of what to do if the state board doesn't look like it's going to meet the 2014 deadline that our recommendation was to use some of that time between now and 2014 to arrive at that option and understand its implications better and not try to rush doing it this year and therefore are supportive of what's in the fourth draft.
Okay.
And other than that, we just want to say thank you. We recognize we have a lot of comments, and some are adopted, some aren't, but we recognize that staff is looking at them all and giving them consideration, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Appreciate it. Mr. Becerra. There we are. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Ryan Becerra from Barkowitz, Chronic, and Shanahan for a number of upstream agencies. I want to talk just about the flow piece. I really appreciated the conversation you had this morning about that. I appreciate the effort to understand and work through these issues because that one's especially important. And so I want to just add on to that conversation a little bit. First, I think you have to be very careful on this one in the language you use here. You had quite a conversation about what it means to implement these flow objectives. And it seems to me 2014 is very, very ambitious for trying to implement brand new flow standards. It strikes me as the kind of date where the Water Board might be able to adopt flow standards under the Clean Water Act as water quality objectives, but to get those implemented through a water right decision or some other measure that's very ambitious. And the conversation I heard was that, well, maybe people will be able to settle around some kind of flow standard. And if that's what you want to say, I think you need to say it straight out. And in particular, it's tough to tell the Water Board to go try to get people to settle things because the Water Board has to maintain its adjudicatory authority. They have a tough time having Water Board members go out and try to be mediators because eventually they have to be decision makers. And it seems to me that rather than telling the Water Board to go try to implement something, what you might do is try to tell DWR to go try to get people together to settle around something. That might be a better recommendation. A more important point on this, though, is that the flow discussion, it talks in a way that I think ignores a really significant fact on delta flows, and that is that there are biological opinions that deal with this too, and that there have to be new biological opinions in the next couple of years, and that Fish and Wildlife and NIMS are going to be working on flow issues as part of the biological opinions, and that before 2014, you're likely to have some more biological opinions that deal with that. And in particular, I know in the OCAP litigation in front of Judge Wanger, there's a pending proceeding about whether or not to implement flow objectives this fall as between Fish and Wildlife and the exporters, and there has been a lot of technical information submitted there. So it's not like the Water Board is operating in isolation on this point, and I think to accurately reflect what's going on in the Delta, you need to change that flow discussion if you want to continue to have it to reflect what's actually going on. And then finally, my third point is the broader point, and that is the Aqua Alternative Delta Plan suggests that you direct the science program to work on these issues. And I think of all the things you could do related to flows, that's probably the most productive for everybody in the state, is to have a better scientific basis for decision makers to make decisions. And of course there's going to be disputes, but nonetheless, I think if you had more robust science on the key points, it would help everybody move along faster than trying to figure out what is the best tool in your toolbox to bludgeon people to make decisions more quickly. I really think you have a great opportunity to get people together and help advance the discussion without trying to push regulatory processes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Okay, that's the last slip of paper we had on Chapter 5. Members, let's go to Chapter 6. Please, Chapter 6. And on the matrix, that is page number 14. Matrix, page number 14. Mr. Harder's up to take a piece of this, and Mr. Harder, substantial rewriting of this chapter, of course, from the third draft. This is a much more fleshed out and understandable thing, but maybe both you and Mr. Dom want to make a couple brief comments on that approach. It remains, however, with recommendations only, not regulatory policies.
Yes, there are 10 recommendations now currently for Chapter 6. Chapter 6 is substantively rewritten, somewhat longer, definitely much more technical. We decided to err purposefully on inclusion of a substantive amount of technical information. We will be looking for your guidance as to whether we need to back off on some of the level of detail, but we preferred to put it in to start and then get feedback as we move forward. And I'll turn it over to Sam for discussion of the 10 recommendations.
Yeah, I want to repeat, we acknowledge that the level of detail may be a little too much. It may not be necessary to mention alkyl phenol polyethoxylates in the Delta plan, so we may want to do a little editing. Okay, well, I will go down through the changes we made based on the recommendations from the council on the last version. We did bring the recommendation that the state board and the Central Valley Regional Board should develop regulations to protect the quality of groundwater for use as drinking water, and I think that helps to emphasize that issue and keep it on the on the radar screen so that we keep pressure on to do that. I did want to note that when I was looking into this issue, I found that the Central Valley Regional Board last year developed a groundwater quality protection strategy, and they've got that posted on their website, and it's actually a pretty good document that outlines the programs that the Central Valley Board has in place that help to protect groundwater quality, and also some plans for the future about how to apply those programs more effectively. So I think that's a worthwhile thing to look at. Water quality R4, this was based on a comment from the council. We added the State Water Resource Control Board and the Department of Water Resources to the list of agencies we're recommending should prioritize funding for small and disadvantaged communities. And we also make mention of resources for adequate wastewater treatment. So it deals with both not only the water treatment side, water supply side, but also the wastewater side, which are both issues that small communities have to deal with. Let's see. I'm just going through the ones where we made changes.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, just a question for Sam on that. Sam, when we say that it's all state entities, again, I think some of your local public health agencies and so forth could be of assist on that as well, up and down the state. I don't know. Again, maybe it all emanates from the higher authority here. I was just curious as to all this references to state entities, but you have local health departments who are working in concert, their environmental management departments.
You're talking with regard to the
R4, yeah, on the prioritization for either for disadvantaged communities for safe drinking water as well as wastewater treatment.
I think our thinking here is that most of the funding, this is primarily regarding funding.
Oh, funding.
Most of the funding is coming from those state agencies.
You're right. I read it over top of funding. Okay,
I think that in the plan, the strategy that the regional board has outlined, that they do mention that there are a number of local agencies that also play a role in this, and do actually do a pretty good.
Would be cooperators with that. Okay,
right.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. The other comment was on adding some dates to some of the recommendations, and the two that we did add dates to are R8, and this is for the Central Valley Board to require evaluations from folks that discharge wastewater or stormwater. To look at options for either recycling or additional treatment to reduce discharges into the Delta. So we had a date of January 1st, 2014. Seems to be a popular date. And we have not heard back from the regional board or the state board about whether that's reasonable, but this is for special studies, so I would expect that this is something they can do.
And I assume that on these kinds of date recommendations during the next coming months leading up to adoption of the Delta Plan in November, that if we get more information from either the regional boards or the state boards, we can incorporate whatever we find out in the change, and that will not adversely affect the environmental documents in any way. I assume that's true.
Okay. The other one we added a date to was the doing special studies to look at pollutants of emerging concern or emerging contaminants and causes of unknown toxicity in the Delta. So that's the...
Okay, Don.
Yeah, quick question. Sam, this morning during the presentation on the Economic Sustainability Plan, there was some discussion about salinity information that hadn't been made available for one. It wasn't clear to me what reason. It sounded like there was some proprietary issues potentially to that information. Is it presumed or assumed that by the time we get to, to this fall, that either we can get that information or we'll have the benefit of that information, because the problem statement here talks about its impact upon the habitat, upon people, upon agriculture, upon a whole variety of things. And I'm curious.
I can follow up on that. I actually talked during the break with staff, and they're attempting to release the modeling results. I would expect in the next 4 to 6 weeks they will be released. What has happened apparently is that the models that they ran had some significant problems, and they're rerunning them.
Okay.
But they, at least preliminary indications are that we will be able to get those results in 4 to 6 weeks.
And then that would inform this section?
That would inform this section and everybody about what's happening. But the problem is just that they haven't completed the modeling, and they had to rerun a bunch of it because there was a problem.
Randy. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, Tom.
It's okay. Yeah, he answered my question. So.
Okay,
yeah.
Randy.
It was alleged this morning that those were secret documents. Is that true?
Absolutely not. Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, my impression from that discussion is, from what I've seen, I would be very reluctant to make any predictions about what the ultimate effects on salinity in the southern delta might be, with all the various potential changes to flow requirements and other actions in the south delta.
Hey, Ms. Pearson, is there any? You ready for another bet on the delivery date of a report? Okay. Other questions? Felicia? Mike, please.
No, just more comments that are along the lines of what Dr. Dom, was asking about. I mean, I don't have that many questions. I generally like this section, and my reaction is there still needs to be some work on the level, because I think like macrophytes or whatever. I mean, the issue is if we're going to say a thing, like the productivity of aquatic microphytes, it doesn't matter. It's not useful unless you tell the rest of us why we care. So throughout, even on salinity, there's not the why we care. I mean, you've got the facts down here, but not the why someone who's not an expert, the plain English stuff. But I basically think it's pretty good. It's just most of my comments are about tone and cross references, and that making it more explainable. So I will. And there's the distinction between salinity that comes from runoff, salinity that comes from tidal influence. Maybe that doesn't matter, but a regular person, again,
salinity from the San Joaquin is different than salinity from
right,
the Sacramento.
Right. You said
That's
some
different
of
than salinity from the ocean. Yeah.
Right.
I understand. And you need to realize that this was written by 3 chemists. So.
Two
Are we having a little
biologist.
inner scientific tension here?
No, I actually think it's pretty good. I tried reading it. I mean, just because I'm a little more familiar with the language than the average bear, because of having been at EPA all those years. So it's just an editing thing, and I'll send you my edits and questions, and you can consider me a numbskull if I didn't understand something, but know that if I didn't understand it, there are other people out there who didn't. But thank you.
So
I'll have suggestions, but not worth spending time here.
He's a biologist, not a chemist. So.
Yeah, I don't actually have any opinion about chemists.
Okay. All right.
I did want to mention one thing. We said that these are all recommendations, but we do implicitly include that the ecosystem restoration, that policy, the first policy regarding the state board's flow requirements, and those are
relates to some of these.
Yeah, flow is such a strong interactor with all of these various chemical constituents, either that are dissolved or particulate, and it needs, it's implicit in the document.
Well, that's why the whole discussion of salinity is in here, is particular, because it relates to those
Just a
flow
suggestion,
requirements.
but is that worth saying with more clarity? I mean, it's certainly mentioned in here in the narrative, I'm not suggesting we create a new regulation by any way, but, it's much, when we were chattering on and about Chapter 2, one of the things we've wound up with is notion is, why don't we explain why Chapter 2 is important to this process?
Right.
As opposed, it's not just the scientific exercise, it's the application of science in policy. That's my read. That's important. So in these studies cumulatively require information. Common information flow might be one of them, but they collectively provide vital kind of stuff to achieve the water quality elements of the co-equal goals. And or things that are related. An integrating paragraph might be useful. That's for your consideration, Cliff, Joe, Sam. Okay, anything on Chapter 6? Ms. Rogers, do you have folks who want to speak right now? Mr. Zlotnick first, then Ms. Terry, then Ms. Dorn.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple things very quickly. I want to thank Joe for bringing up and investigating the salinity information. I had been busily trying to get a hold of people, too, and that was the information I received. There is, and it's, for what it's worth, since they are recalibrating or doing the model, whatever they do with models, but there actually was a public presentation made to the steering committee in 2009, actually a PowerPoint that got into some of this and showed at the time that basically the impacts would be consistent with what's happening now in terms of meeting the standards. So that may change, I guess, with the review, but that's what was occurred.
We'll
that was
see
what,
with the new models.
In 2009. Just a couple of things. One, on page 108,
108.
In the line 30s, there's a very long discussion about X2. And the specific concern there has to do particularly with the final sentence about abundance, because there is a lot of controversy whether or not, while there may be an abundance impact, whether there's a population level effect is a huge issue. And as Mr. Becerra indicated, a lot of this stuff about X2 is in the midst of litigation.
I intend to be guided by the courts when they make a definitive
judgment. Judge Wanger did make a fairly definitive decision.
A definitive judgment that's upheld on appeal that defines a factual issue.
And controlling. Good. And that hasn't happened yet.
And that hasn't happened yet.
So why do we have a whole paragraph about the importance of this issue in the document? So,
I'm going to, for my purpose, I think I'll be guided by the best available scientific information.
Well, this goes to your goose and gander issue. As well.
I'll make just a general comment, is that the interface between saltwater and freshwater in any estuary anywhere in the world has been shown to be some of the most productive zones.
Totally agree, and if I recall correctly at the State Board hearing, that I believe you were on the panel with the State Board's panel, I forgot who it was, but a very interesting comment was that the actual location of X2 was not so much the issue, but was their habitat at that same location, which meant the habitat might be further upstream, could be downstream, but it was that relationship that was key, not just how far west X2 is. But anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to make one distinction here. It seems like a lot of what you're talking about is related to delta smelt. And the species that we're listing here are the bay shrimp, longfin smelt. And those, there doesn't seem to be a great deal of dispute about whether real flow is related to their abundance.
But the particular line I was talking about had to do with, I believe, abundance of smelt, and the 33 or 34, line 33, 34.
It's longfin
on 108.
smelt. Longfin smelt.
Oh, it's longfin? Okay, my apologies. On page 113, line 15 to 18, just an issue, there's a discussion about the food web issue, and there's some language about, well, this conclusion has been challenged or whatever, and it just seems sort of interesting that there's that one section that talks about challenge and controversy when it sort of involves everything. And so we would suggest that that sentence be deleted, essentially.
Which line?
It just seems to be picking
Mr. Chair.
Issues.
Joe.
Our scientists went and testified at the hearing that suggested that the new standard on ammonia and nitrate should be more stringent because they believe
Right.
that that was justified scientifically. And undoubtedly, our next speaker will stand up and say, you guys shouldn't talk so much about ammonium. I think that allowing our scientists to point out the controversy and say, one side says this, the other side says this. In the council's capacity, they let the lead scientist use his best scientific judgment, and I think we should continue to allow for scientists to make factual statements and state this is where we are.
And I agree. I believe the last sentence of that paragraph talks about the issues open or something like that. However, the issue is, it doesn't say how, it says the issue's open, I think, and that's fine. That's
Healthy
fine.
scientific debate.
Yeah, that's fine. It just seemed to be particularly on one study, basically.
Thank you. Boy, pretty soon I'm about to take you micromanagers of the language. All right. Okay, Ms. Terry, then Ms. Dorn.
Melinda Terry, I'm happy to say I don't have any comments on this one. I learned a lot
What
by
a
reading it.
princess.
But I did learn a lot by reading it, and I'm saving up my comments for the next chapter.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Boy, you get a lot of credit for that. Ms. Dorn. Ms. Dorn, Sacramento Regional Sanitation District.
Well, hello again, and I am happy to say that I'm not the only one that's speaking on water quality today. So that makes me very happy, because I've always been a firm believer that water quality and water supply are interconnected and are important. So we have lots of comments on this chapter. We really appreciate the way that it's been rewritten, the detail. I've heard multiple people now say it makes it better, so thank you. But we do have a strong interest and a lot of expertise in this area and have a lot of recommendations. I'm not going to spend the time going through them now because I sent you all a very detailed comment letter.
I just got an email that we have posted, I think, 15 comment letters like a half hour ago that have been received, and I believe all of them have been received today or last night. So we haven't had a chance to see them or read them, and perhaps that's the comment letter you're referencing?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I tried to get it done on Wednesday. That just wasn't happening.
Yeah, well, things happen.
So if both Sam and Cliff could take a look at our comments, that would be greatly appreciated, and incorporate what you think is appropriate.
Great.
There is one thing that really stands out in this chapter to our agency as an issue, and it has to do with one of the performance measures.
Which one are you talking about?
It's the other driver's performance measure.
Hold on, let us find the right page so we can all look at the language
Yeah,
you're talking about. Just a minute here. It's toward the end. It's
see.
page 120 to
20.
121.
Yeah, 120, and I think it's lines.
The administrative performance measures, driver performance measures, outcome performance
Is
measures.
it the one that has to do with micromoles per liter?
How about the one at the bottom of page
Yes.
120, the last
yes.
diamond?
Yes.
Concentrations of total ammonia in delta waters to below
Right.
blank.
And, we're a firm believer that there should be water quality objectives developed for nutrients.
Mm-hmm.
We are actively participating with the San Francisco Bay Nutrient Numeric Endpoint Work Group, their advisory group, whatever groups that they have put together. So it's not that we don't believe that there should never be a water quality objective in this arena. The problem is that when you put a number like this right now into this document, it will be pulled and it will be used and applied throughout the entire Delta, and it has not been shown that this is
Mr. Harder,
the
what
level.
the number is from?
Where's this number from? I think Cliff might be the person to answer this.
Yep.
Sure, I'll be happy to answer this. This number came from a study, a very detailed study done in Sassoon Bay by Richard Dugdale and his colleagues, looking at what was the threshold at which they did not find inhibition of the diatom bloom in the spring. And so when ammonium levels were above this threshold, they saw inhibition. When it was below this, they saw the diatom bloom progress as it normally does in the spring. And it's unclear as to whether this should apply to the Delta. The data has just been done in the marsh, so I think there is some issue about whether it says the Delta, but it's clearly it's a good first cut at a threshold that we would like to see, at least in Sassoon Bay, not exceeded on a regular basis.
Well, maybe if you want to drill it down to that level, that would be okay. But you don't know if you apply this level throughout the delta what kind of consequences that might have.
We don't, but there's no scientific ability to guarantee outcomes from any change in behavior, if that's what you have just suggested.
No. What I'm suggesting is that there not be a specific number put in here at this point in time. I mean, we made recommendations in our comments.
Let the staff look at it. I should just tell you, we have a statutory mandate to include performance measures.
Oh, yes.
It's not discretionary. We're ordered to include performance measures. And there is no other way to have performance without having something to measure. And we face this in other parts of the plan where we talk about performance measures. Everybody wants to measure somebody else's performance. This is at least a start. I'll listen to arguments. I'll be guided by the scientific information and staff's view. And if your comments are addressed to this, for example, if you have a different suggested standard.
Yes. Well, no, not a different suggested standard. This is not the forum to be establishing water quality standards.
Should we simply incorporate the Regional Water Board standard in the rule that's being appealed to the Water Board itself? Would that be... You've got a quasi-judicial body having made a finding with various ramifications. It's under appeal, but it's there.
I'm tending to agree with Ms. Dorn. I think Dr. Dom's response to take a look at it is the right thing to take a look at it. It's a level of specificity with a number that we're not actually getting to anywhere else, and there is a lot of expertise necessary in this as well as regional variation. So for us to pick a number across the whole delta seems to me to be diving in deeper than EPA or anybody else does. So I would like to leave it to Dr. Dom to think this one through and come back with what he thinks is appropriate. Because you can always do a standard that you're reducing it from something that it meets a standard set by so-and-so and so-and-so, which is kind of where we are on a lot of other things. And I just think she's highlighted, maybe it is the right number, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I think she's highlighted something we should look at because it's not, I don't think, of all the performance measures everybody's going to be looking at us for, picking this right number is probably not the top priority that I would give to his team.
This is the issue that we always deal with when we deal with performance measures, is how specific do we make them, how general do we make them. We really probably should shoot for a middle ground where we actually do have some clarity as to which direction we want to go.
Generally specific?
This number that we put in here is based on a well-regarded study at one location, but not for the Delta wide. So I think we will look at the comment letter we get from you and reconsider.
Okay, thanks. And we did suggest language that's along the lines that you mentioned, Felicia, where we said make this progress toward meeting water quality objectives for nutrients and other constituents as established by the State Water Resources Control Board.
I would not go with that recommendation. I think that's the state board and regional board are looking at that issue, and they really do not have water quality objectives for ammonia or nutrients in the delta they're recognized that they don't have objectives that are protective of the delta ecosystem, and I think that's what we're trying to get at here. So I would go more towards a performance measure looking at reduced ammonia concentrations in the delta and reduced nutrient concentrations, a trend type.
Okay, Randy.
Well, we have two diamond points beyond this, sort of a general statement about reducing concentrations, and we cite ammonium and nitrates. Linda, help me put this in perspective. What's the current concentration of ammonium that's discharged from Sac Regional? This is calling out 56 parts per billion.
I'm looking at our chief scientist.
If you're dealing with 58 parts per billion, I'm not so concerned. If you're discharging parts per million,
no, it's 22
parts
per million.
22 parts per million is probably an average discharge number.
Yeah.
So this is a significantly tougher standard than what you're achieving right now. And I understand your concern.
And in what's being looked at as what is the appropriate level potentially. So I guess the main concern that for myself personally, I probably shouldn't say it, is that if you try to impose this, you can actually maybe cause more harm than benefit. So give the processes that exist and are currently working time to work it out. I mean, you'll see in our comment letter we're concerned about the I think it's 2013, the time frame for actually coming up with these. But that's nothing compared to putting this number in a document right now for the entire Delta. So,
to give you a context, I mean, the numbers that were just quoted is what the effluent has in it. But the effluent is going into a large body of water, so that the concentrations that you really see in the system range between about 0 and 1,000 micrograms or 1 milligram per liter. So this is basically a number that's about 1/20 of that. It is a pretty strict number, and it varies markedly depending on flow. So this comes back to that interaction between flow and concentration. If this is occurring during a high flow period, concentrations will be well below this level, but at a low flow condition, it could be above this. And the gradients that I've seen are at least kind of 0 to 1 milligram per liter. You can add.
Thanks.
Yeah. So that's basically the kind of range that we're seeing now. And I think we just want to be protective that it doesn't go higher, and preferably we'd like to see it go lower.
and we'll be glad to meet with you guys if you have any questions as you're working through our comments.
Thank you, Ms. Dorn.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, let's go to Chapter 7, Risk. It starts in the draft plan at page 133 and on your matrix red line chart on page 16. It's okay, Mr. Nickel. You've been relaxing all day, barely paying attention, having a good time. Glad to see you here.
Thank you.
Yeah, for this minor and non-controversial chapter.
It is very minor. I'll be quick. I don't want to cut into Melinda Terry's time. I think. Oh,
now you've guaranteed that it's going to take an additional 5 minutes.
We're all going to pay for that one, Eric.
Out of your skin. Out of your skin.
I let her step out of the room before I made my comment.
Yeah, right. Leave by the side door over there.
I actually would like to run through these fairly quickly, joking aside, and then we can just focus on the changes. Gwen Buchholz has also been involved in some of these more recent changes, and I noticed she stepped out. So if I have some questions or you folks have questions that I can't answer, then we'll find her and have her come in. But I'm going to be going off mainly the red line comparison of the policies and recommendations beginning on page 16 with RRP1.
Okay, we got 4 policies and whatever it is,
right,
recommendations. Okay.
Right. So just looking at policies 1 and 2 that are pertaining to floodways and floodplains, there has just been some minor changes to the first one, and highlighting what that is that the first one dealing with encroachments upon floodways and such, we're basically stating or adding a caveat that we are exempting ecosystem restoration projects, agricultural or flood management activities from this policy. However, we did add, unless they significantly decrease the existing level of flood protection. And that was based on some feedback and comments we received from some folks. Policy 2,
okay, page 17.
Policy 2 on page 17, this is, again, pertaining to floodplains, and this identifies 3 specific areas that the council is interested in highlighting for potential.
And we have standardized it so when these 3 floodplain areas are mentioned, they are identical in description to the description in the ecosystem section, or as near identical as we can currently make them.
Yeah, and we'll double check that to make sure.
Okay. If I could, and just to go back, I know that Lauren spoke to it earlier, but when we get the level of detail on maps, so people can see what it is we're talking about as it relates to both the ecosystem restoration as well as obviously this as it relates to levees and flood risk. So in these areas that are being described, and rather than just having it, because we're still going back to that ERP and some other studies that are defining these areas in a more global fashion versus a specific.
If I may, there'll be certain things that can be more specific than others.
Okay.
Councilmember Tully.
Yeah.
For instance, right now we would look at the boundary on the Cosumnes River, McCollum River confluence area as defined in the Department of Water Resources report that was published last year.
So that uses a different study than the ERP. So I mean, it uses a different template.
What the ERP did is that they have ecological management units. So they took the delta and, in its entirety, divided it up into sections, and those boundaries between those ecological management units were they lined up.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
in some areas, like in the Cosumnes McCollum, there was a subsequent study from when the initial EMUs were defined, or ecological management units were defined. And so we've defined this second bullet on this recommendation specific to that document. So in that case, it would be defined in more detail.
Okay.
The third bullet is a grant. We were provided information by several of the people that submitted a grant application to Department of Water Resources.
Oh, that's right. That's the joint local agencies, state and NGOs or something
Right.
like that.
And we didn't, in that information, there wasn't a specific boundary on that grant application, but it worked out on that sense too. So.
And that's one that's the boundary that Mr. Zuckerman mentioned, saying it seems like that's pretty resolved yesterday, is my faint recollection.
It might
Other
be.
things weren't resolved.
It may be
yeah.
in the sense that we just had the information that was provided by the several of the applicants to the Department of Water Resources, and DWR has not acted on that application yet. And then in the yellow bypass, that would be more general in nature, as the yellow bypass is identified at this time.
Okay, and then we know from prior testimony from American Rivers, they submitted a letter an hour ago that I tried to skim on my BlackBerry, but they've got some comments on boundaries. I don't know what they are, but you'll read it.
We will look at that, and they are one of the applicants on the lower San Joaquin River.
Yeah,
so if they have more detailed information, we'll utilize that.
Okay. I think they were commenting not just on the San Joaquin, but on a host of flood levy related issues.
They want us to be more expansive and protect more area.
Oh, they want areas of floodplain potential, not just floodplain. And you've been through that fight.
Well, I don't know if it's a fight.
Discussion.
The staff had made, if I may, Eric, the staff had made a decision to utilize the floodplains that were consistent with the areas that were also in the Ecosystem Restoration Chapter 5, and with the recognition that there were other floodplains and floodways throughout the Delta that we picked up in the policy number 1 and in other policies and recommendations in this chapter, but without specificity of their names or anything on the maps. And recognizing that in the next 100 years, I'm sure that there might be other, and those will also be covered under the Ecosystem Restoration Policy number 2 and 3. They could also be integrated through those policies.
Right. Okay. All right, Ms. Nickel.
Okay, moving on to recommendation 2 on page 18. This recommendation pertains to dredging, and I think we had just done a bit of wordsmithing to make it more reflective of suggesting dredging that focuses focuses on the co-equal goals a bit more, in support of the co-equal goals in the Delta Plan.
Refresh my memory, there is some textual language in the Delta Plan, whether it's Chapter 7 or elsewhere, on dredging, and I'm trying to remember I believe somewhere you added a condition or language that talked about the fact that dredging for more efficient flows still had to meet the co-equal goals. It was not. Remind me where that language is. I'm just blanking out.
I'm not
now.
sure if that was in Chapter 7, but May have not looked at that
Is it the
section
preferred
recently.
alternative? Maybe you're right. Maybe that's where I remember.
Okay.
I think that, isn't that right, Ms. Buchholz?
In the alternatives, just
Yeah, that
in
matrix you prepared.
in the
I'm-
summary of the alternatives
That's right.
in that
That's right.
matrix.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
That was my interpretation of
I
that.
apologize. Okay.
This would be the recommendation as it would stand right now.
Okay. Questions on that? Okay. Policy 3, page 18.
Policy 3 is pertains to the levy land use classifications, Table 7-1. And I believe that's page 28 in the overall packet that you folks have.
Right.
This table has undergone revisions over the last several drafts, but perhaps I can just quickly highlight what has changed from draft 4 that the council digested last Thursday and how it's been revised to reflect that input. Primarily, what we had heard from the council was there needed to be more of a distinction regarding legacy towns primarily. And so an additional column was added to Table 7-1 highlighting legacy towns. And essentially what the debate yielded or the discussion yielded was that these standards still need to be developed as they relate to legacy towns.
We don't have that revised chart in front of us, do we?
It's
should
the
be
last
page
Last
28.
page of your thing.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, page 28 it should be.
Okay. You're right.
Okay, so when you're looking at that table, the major difference you'll see is the column pertaining to legacy towns. And you'll essentially see that basically for Class 4 and 5, the standards are still to be developed, and those are based upon the completion of the DPC's Economic Sustainability Plan, as well as the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan.
If it wouldn't just ruin the symmetry of the chart, I think it makes sense to put standards to be developed in full, even though your footnote note below implies it. Some people are going to look at it and say, to be developed. Okay, just explain. Standards to be developed. Footnote explains waiting on the legacy town information.
Right. Okay. And I believe that was essentially the major substantive change. Glenn?
We got it appears to be a typo. It was because I screwed up when I made the chart. So I have a row that got too narrow.
What appears to be a typo?
And it appears to be a terrible thing, but Class 1 under agricultural, that should be not acceptable. My row got too narrow. That's what happens when I'm a word processor late at night.
It was correct in the 4th draft.
Yeah, it's correct in the book.
It's correct in the book, but on this last page, I didn't want people to think we'd made that change by mistake or on purpose.
On purpose.
I have a
Everybody know what you're talking about here, Pat? Where it says agricultural under land use.
Yes.
Class 1, where it says acceptable, the actual chart says not acceptable, the one you saw in the 4th draft staff, that it is intended that be the designation. The spacing eliminated the word not that Gwen had typed in, and it doesn't appear in the printout. So add the word not in that first little box for Class 1.
In essence, are you telling people if they chose to, they couldn't farm there? I know what they're for. I know these are areas where they, it could even be very periodic inundation. So you're saying you cannot farm in those areas?
We do not have regulatory authority over whether somebody can farm or not. We are saying that the right kind of levy for farming should have a higher standard than that.
Okay, but you're saying it's not acceptable. So what force does that have? You say it's not, because I know in other cases in this chart, this has a lot of force in effect, either because other entities are regulating and or what this plan's going to say. If you tell people you're saying it's not acceptable to farm in these areas. I understand the reason behind it, but it's a pretty clear and simple statement. And
my interpretation, and maybe I'm incorrectly interpreting it, that these would be covered actions for agricultural purposes. So the continuation of farming or farming on on a piece of property, I'm looking at Chris, the actual practice of farming, I don't believe is the covered action, a continuation of farming.
Yeah, don't look at Chris. Just keep
looking ahead. Okay.
Well, you can look ahead, but I think explain to Don exactly what he's asking about.
So, but
So you're not getting any legal coverage when you're on your own.
No,
the attorney just abandoned you.
My point is this: if it's not clear, it's got to be clear to everybody, and in policy and substance. So
right, but I
let's
think
start
I was going back to a covered action and the definition. Yeah.
I actually think, after thinking about it, that there may be times when we want. So if you're on land that's not behind a levee, we may want people to farm that land, but be prepared to be flooded, as maybe in the Yolo bypass.
Right. That was my thought.
So it may in fact be that we need to change that or add a footnote so that it's clear that there are times when in fact it is appropriate. So
maybe encouraged.
Yes,
probably,
absolutely.
Yeah.
So was a good catch.
So what would be the pleasure of how you'd like to write this?
Well,
let me understand what your points are again.
Well, I think clearly that you've got areas that you would, in essence, may very well encourage farming, and so this is, I think, one of the things when you use levies just as a guiding criteria here, but it goes counter.
I agree.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm not the one who's writing it, but all I know what you want to get out of this is that you allow agricultural.
I understand how to do it. I'll talk to you afterwards.
Okay.
We'll figure out a way to
that
change
sounds
that.
good.
Yes. Yes. The other thing I would like to mention on this chart is we had testimony earlier, and I wanted to point out on this chart what Jessica from American Rivers was saying is she would like to say where we say it's acceptable for urban areas to develop if they have a 200-year levee, she would like to have us add another column that says if you're going to be inundated in a flood by more than 10 feet, even if you have 200-year levees, that's not acceptable, that there is no acceptable level of levees if the inundation level is more than 10 feet. So just so you know, that's when she talked to us before, that's what she was saying. And I'm not sure I agree with her, and I'm certain that I don't know what the implications of that would be in many areas. I think there are many already developed areas that actually have inundation levels that are 20 feet. So I'm very leery of making that policy change. But I did want to explain when she talked about the table, this is what she was talking about. And that's what she was saying is, yes, it's okay to have levy standards, but at some point you should not say levies are enough.
Sure. Don. Yeah, and I want to thank the staff for their continued work on this chart. I'm going to go back to one that it was highlighted, I think, in some of the presentation this morning on the draft ESP. But beyond that, it's a point that, and it goes to the distinction between Class 3 and Class 4, and where development of 4 or fewer parcels. And I would just say if I took one parcel, even if you weren't going for a subdivision, but you've got a parcel, and it goes back to covered actions again, that in areas that maybe 84, 99 or better, but don't meet the 100-year, and that's what I think, and I guess I need somebody that's more expert in the levy categorization than I am, but where we've got, again, I'll use Grand Island or Sutter Island or Hood or Cortland, where you're going to go from 100-year certification by virtue of what FEMA is going to rule. That's been in place for some 30 years in some cases. Nothing really has changed, but they're looking at the way they're applying their standards and some of the things that have been in there and being more, I guess, cautious in their approach. So it goes out of Class 4. Presumably, it still meets Class 3 easily, and it's kind of, it may be much better than just the minimum there. But we're saying that's no longer acceptable, and so it would be, I guess, under covered actions, discussions we've had about ministerial action and so forth, but development of parcels. So if somebody comes in to build, even though they can raise, and again, they can get up in those areas, and you address that in the Class 4, it really hasn't been addressed in the Class 3, that you can get an elevation in those areas that could get you up out of the, where you'd be inundated, but you're not going to have a Class 4 levy. So what we're saying no to no longer allowing construction.
I think what you had asked us before was to add that footnote that if they could raise themselves up out of the floodplain, they could do it.
You did it in Class 4, but you didn't do it in Class 3.
I guess my assumption, maybe wrong, was that when you raise yourself out, then you are de facto in Class 4 because you're out of the floodplain.
Okay, so that's how
I think that was what our intention was with footnote G under Class 4, is that if you could incorporate flood proofing, for example, then the Class 3 standard would apply.
Okay, well, that's fine. Then you did address. I just didn't know how you got there because it wasn't clear. Just because it still just said not acceptable. So your indicator is, and would that be clear going forward to folks that?
Well, if it's not clear to you, we may need to revise the way it's presented.
I wouldn't necessarily use that as your guidance.
Well, your folks.
I think it's probably prudent to put the G on here, but maybe we might even make it a different footnote.
Okay.
Because
Can I make
G
a-
was set up for FEMA 100.
Can I make just a suggestion? As an example, I mean, I've read this chart and the documents, I don't know, 10 times. There's going to be something extraordinarily helpful, I think, if the figure showing the types of levies by level faces the chart by category. And the only reason is I just went through it. I mean, I've seen it so many times, I forgot about it, and I was struggling for meaning, and it just seems to me this chart, this picture, the figure, is something you may need to look so that you see both on the same facing pages of a document, and it becomes whether that means you, Joe, you have to have an illustration of a house on stilts or on a pile of land, a mound 20 feet high or not, I leave to you guys to consider. But they're just something that got lost, and until I turned the page, I didn't remember. I just didn't remember.
It's a very good point. The other thing that Jessica has said to me, which I think is absolutely true, we need to do a frequently asked questions, an FAQ about this that tries to walk people through it so we can have a separate, simple document so that somebody that wants to understand it can understand it. So she's very, very bright, and it was a wonderful idea.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Nickel.
Okay.
On the next one.
The next one is recommendation 3 on page 18.
Back to page 18, members.
R3.
R3.
And this is a brand new recommendation, and this is based on some discussions and feedback we had from the Department of Parks and Recreation, among others. And this is, they had expressed some interest to us recently in having a more detailed discussion of how levee standards and flood protection relates to state parks and state park facilities in the Delta, recreational facilities and such. So we're calling for the council to coordinate with Parks and Rec, DWR, and other appropriate local agencies to develop a plan which identifies appropriate flood protection and levee types for these facilities.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
R4.
R4 has no changes. This is pertaining to setback levies.
Okay. The next one is P4, which was...
P4 pertains to the levy investment strategy, as we roughly call it, and it's hasn't been substantially revised. It's been changed in format. What we've done is we've broken it out into both a policy and a recommendation. What initially it called for DWR to complete their draft framework, which essentially is their levy investment strategy for prioritizing state investments. And then we had called out several bullet items subsequently that was essentially asking them to include these elements within that framework. So what we've done is the policy itself is calling for DWR to complete that framework by a certain date in coordination with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. And then the recommendation following then is that we recommend that they consider these elements for inclusion in the plan.
Yeah, and if they don't complete the time, the work by the date certain, you've got the last sentence.
Yes, the new sentence is, if the framework is not completed by January 1, 2013, the Stewardship Council will define the strategy for state investments.
Okay, all right. Okay, questions? All right. Next page, please, page 19, recommendation 4.
And that The new recommendation 5 is what I just lined out.
Let me ask a question.
Sure.
I know they're tied together. And you pick it. I'm sorry. The last, I just make an issue. You still have deleted from the third draft the way to have a goal of state is to minimize any increase in the number of people at risk. And you've deleted that. I just tell you, I object to that. It doesn't make any sense to me. That's what you want to do, okay, but just still doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay. Well, that was based upon feedback we've received.
No, I know
from
that's
Joe.
what a staff draft recommendation is, but I find it hard to credit the amount of time, energy, and money the state of California spends on protection and our total unwillingness to face the fact that if we increase populations in threatened areas, we increase the number of people at risk, and we increase the cost of exposure, and we increase the cost of state participation in addressing the problems, but we don't want to have that to be a criteria for integrated flood management. And I just don't understand. Yes, Felicia.
Here's what I remember from the conversation. What I remember from the conversation was that saying the number of people would potentially mean you could never grow in the delta at all, and that it would lead to a perhaps unintended consequence. And I thought that's why they changed it to risk of loss of life, which would cover.
No, the risk of the loss of life was there to begin with. I think it was, the loss of life stuff was picked up all along.
Yeah, Joe, help me.
Yes, that's accurate. That if you just say you can't increase the number of people at risk, then I think you do stop people any growth in the delta or in the floodplain. And our thought was that you could actually achieve the objective of reducing the risk for the state by this measurement EAD and by having all of these other policies, so we can reduce the overall risk while at the same time allowing for growth. I think it's true. I think I really believe that it's true. I understand the skepticism.
Well,
Okay.
Phil, if that was the law, you'd want people to follow the intent, not the letter of the law. Because the letter of the law would tie people in knots, I think.
I understand. I mean, the potential of problems and economic loss is so big. And the other thing, this is back to the discussion on the Delta Protection Plan economic sustainability study. If agriculture is the prime purpose, you don't want to have more people in if you want to maintain agriculture and not increase risk. Now, I understand there are agriculturalists who have proposals and needs and concerns that they'd like to expand, but I don't know.
Well,
anyway, I mean,
Okay,
you got,
but this is a broad stroke. This is the entirety of the delta.
Mm-hmm.
So this is West Sacramento too. And it's more people in West Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Boy,
right.
and the statute says
So
reduce risk in the delta.
Yeah, I understand, but when you said farming, well, I mean, that's another discussion, but we think that and you just said it earlier in the discussion, that there's, population is essentially flat in the core of the delta, the primary zone, and for reasons that we've already discussed, not likely to grow at all. But this broad policy would affect all those areas that, for better or worse, are cities now and likely to still invite people to.
Well, but we've done exclusions for incorporated cities in some areas. We've done exclusions for sphere of influence.
I don't think we've done that here, right?
No, you've done it elsewhere.
Right. No, we've done it elsewhere. But
yeah.
I mean, if we put the language in there that is actual people count, I mean, it just flat undermined the Crawdad Festival.
That's right. They could come in one at a time. You'd have to do a counter there. Only one leaves, one comes in. Yeah.
They'd be driven to marijuana. Okay, pass on. Pass on. All right, other questions on that? Okay, R6, page 20, R6, emergency preparedness stuff.
Yeah, this recommendation is substantially the same. It's a listing of some of the activities and plans that that folks should adhere to or are upcoming. And what we've added based upon input from Ms. Marcus last time was a date that we suggest these activities are completed by or implemented by. And we selected January 1, 2013.
Okay, any questions on that? Okay, R7 on the bottom of page 20, R7.
R7 is unchanged. That's a recommendation pertaining to flood liability and suggesting the legislature consider immunity for state activities, or flood protection activities, rather.
Yeah, I still wish there were a way to describe the current statutory exemptions relating to public safety immunity to more clearly focus it on the fact that what happens is there's a lawsuit that follows some disaster and emergency, and they say it's the fault of the city for failure to have a boat standing out or a fire engine standing outside my house or within half a minute away. I mean, it's not, Chris, this may be for you. The footnote 11 is not a peculiarly artful way to describe the existing law. It's a technical issue, drafting issue. It's not a policy issue, in my judgment. So if you just take a look at it. Okay, page 21, R8.
R8 is a recommendation that suggests the legislature should require adequate flood insurance for folks in flood-prone areas. That is unchanged.
Particularly when we're increasing the number of people at risk. Okay, R9.
R9 is a recommendation pertaining to the suggestion for the creation of a Delta Flood Risk Management Assessment District, and this recommendation is essentially unchanged.
Okay, Don?
Yeah, I understand this recommendation, and again, there's been some conversation, not the meeting last night, but at the last commission meeting, and there was certainly some resistance to the idea, concerns, some serious concerns about it. So I would just represent that. I mean, you're going to do this for the environmental review. This is currently a recommendation, not a policy, but I know that Joe certainly had conversation with folks, and I guess I just reserve judgment on this one until we come back, on it later in the fall. But this is problematic with some folks down there. Others who may think the idea is a good one. So
I suspect that if we have some kind of recommendation like this that is in the plan, ultimately the painful 18-month process that will follow to get a piece of legislation will be probably the location where a lot of the real discussions occur. Okay, R10 at the bottom of page 21, R10.
R10 is also unchanged. It pertains to subsidence, and we recommend that state agencies should not re-enter or enter into ag leases in the Delta if those actions promote subsidence on state-owned lands.
Right, right. Okay, comments, questions? Okay, top of page 22, last recommendation in this Chapter 7, R11.
R11 is also unchanged from last week, and this basically pertains to reservoir reoperations. The state and the feds should coordinate and take into account Delta flood-related issues, take into account climate change and other concerns.
Mm-hmm. And sea level rise.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, questions? Felicia? No? Okay. All right, let's see. We've got a bunch of people. I'm sorry.
But yeah. I do have a request before public comment. Do you mind if, since I have a hard stop at 3:30 and have to leave, do you mind if you take my vote on the motion that's out on the table?
We can do that. Let's go
I
back.
just didn't want to interrupt a speaker.
No, I understand. Let's go back and reopen the motion that was made yesterday and was opened earlier today. Ms. Marcus, you wish to be recorded on that motion, which is the staff recommended motion in the cover memo to tab 6 of our agenda, the Delta Plan.
Right, I vote yes.
Yes, Ms. Marcus, yes. Okay, thank you very much. Put that over to the end of the meeting. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, got some new players here. Mr. Cosio, where are you? There you are. Members, you remember Mr. Cosio from all kinds of meetings before, does a lot of Delta levee work down in the Delta.
Yeah,
Is one of the acknowledged experts.
I try to stay away from her as much as possible, but sometimes I can't. Good afternoon. I'm Gilbert Cosio, MBK Engineers. We are the engineers for 27 reclamation districts, mostly in the central and northern part of the Delta, which is about 35-40% of the Delta. So we cover quite a bit of ground out there. I'm going to keep my comments fairly brief. I've been talking to Melinda Terry, and a lot of the comments she's going to make are ones we've talked about together. The first comment has to do with the types of levees that you describe in the plan. If the co-equal goals include water supply, what we've been told is that these levees in the short term and possibly in the long term are going to be important to that water supply, yet there is no levee standard for a levee important to conveying water or preventing or protecting water quality. So which one of these are you going to choose, or is there going to be another one that's developed that's for levees that do protect the water supply?
But isn't that really going to the issue of trying to determine benefits from some benefit assessment theory? Isn't that really what it's about? Because I don't want to argue with Ms. Terry, but some of her implications were that ecosystem benefits have no benefit to the property involved in the Delta, that water exports have no benefit to the property involved, that the co-equal goals are a statewide goal of no cost assessment value to the Delta, which I don't personally believe, but I understand why people say it. Isn't that the discussion, the assessment share? Joe?
No, I think what Gil's asking is what is the levee standard that we would apply for the levees that are important for transporting water through the Delta. I think the way Chart 7-1 is written, that standard would be 84-99 because it says for infrastructure.
Then I would question whether that would be adequate for the water suppliers in the Delta or outside the Delta.
I don't know that it's the appropriate standard, and Gwen's looking at me like I totally screwed up, so I should shut up.
Gwen, Ms. Buchholz.
When we used the word infrastructure for that, we were actually thinking of canals within the islands themselves and other above-ground infrastructure.
Roads.
Power lines, that type of thing, and we picked that up. We have not. This was a table that was established to protect, to reduce the risk of the land uses on those levees. This table wasn't cross-referenced to protecting the water quality of the water that is used by in-Delta or users of water that's exported from the Delta.
Two.
At this time, we didn't have, as I said, that's why we set up that table. We weren't considering that to be used in that other manner. And the other manner would have been part of the conveyance alternatives that could be looked at in the future and would be considered probably by BDCP or if after BDCP other conveyance projects at that time.
But this didn't I said something about this the other day, but I can't remember when now. Do we have anything, and I've read this like almost twice, but do we have anything in here that talks about the issues of protecting those outer islands in particular from collapse?
In the westernmost islands?
Yeah.
There's nothing in the Delta plan at this point in time that is describing any of that. That's describing a design criteria or a design standard for those islands that have been historically mentioned in other studies as being ones that need to be maintained for protection of the water quality for Delta users or exporters.
There is actually a recommendation that came from the ag-urban folks and from Barry Nelson in our DC, in fact. They both say the same thing. They use language that we probably wouldn't use. will be evaluated in the EIR, and I think actually it's something we probably need to strongly consider in the plan that says their language was direct DWR to develop standards and implement improvements to the levees that are critical for the water supply infrastructure.
Yeah,
of the state.
I think I mentioned that separately, and I think we have to do something about
I-
that. If
I
everybody
think we
says
too-
that's such a
do
huge
too.
risk, then to say you're going to
it's a
wait
gap.
15 years till something might or might not happen about it seems foolhardy to me. I don't know what the right answer is, but I strongly feel we should do something, and I'm open to options.
And we can add something in the staff draft of the fifth plan and base it on those comments if you desire.
I agree with Mr. Grindstaff, and also the other part is an alternative 3, as we spoke last time. That is a
In
through
the-
delta
the
in the
EIR
EIR
alternative
alternatives. Sorry, there was a through delta alternative considered in alternative 3, and that would have, as we described in the matrix, that would have improvements to levies on the through delta process.
Randy.
Gil, you asked the question. You didn't offer advice, but I suggest that
You're about to.
this is something that you are concerned about. Do you fear that this approach, if carried out to its ultimate, would reduce state interest in spending money on levies other than the ones determined that are important for water supply?
Well, what I fear is that we're talking about these levees being critical to the water supply, yet there's nothing in here that describes what are we going to do about that. I mean, even the risk section here doesn't describe the risk of the water supply going out for a year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever Dreams described. I mean, that could be billions of dollars. Your risk chart shows, $10 million for an agricultural levy, $100 million for an urban levy. But if the water supply goes out, you're talking about billions. And from what I've seen following these processes, it appears that in the short term for sure, and most likely in the long term, we're going to have a dual facility. So these levees have to be important, and the risk to losing them and affecting the water supply has to be explained in the plan.
Still sounds like a cost-benefit assessment to me, but, I could just be jaded. Hard to imagine that. Pardon?
Well, and we ought to say something more than we're saying. We do say in the benefit assessment district, we talk about using that to have a way of assessing so that you can actually get those kinds of improvements made. So we called for it there, but I think what we're talking about is actually calling out something separately that says we need to do everything we can now to protect the current.
But also explaining that setting, I think, I'm sorry.
We also have a provision in the financing plan, again, a recommendation, not a policy, that calls on the governor to advise state agencies with infrastructure interests in the Delta. Admittedly, we were thinking primarily of roads and power lines and all of that, but to begin to set aside money to provide protection for those assets, some of which could be funneled through the regional flood protection proposal district that we're making. So that's there, but it wasn't written. When we get to it, let's look at that language again. That's another one that we actually did. It's not the same as a more. You got to think about this, Joe.
I will.
If you will, please.
Yeah, Joe.
Gil,
think about this, but don't look at
language.
Chris, no matter what you do while you're thinking
Gil,
about it.
Gil's going to give you language.
Is that in recommendation 5, we do talk about the state defining in the definition of the flood and levee management, the state interest that would include in one of those, although we talked about reducing risk of loss of life, we actually have in there protecting water quality in the ecosystem and protecting the critical infrastructure. And that is part of the, we suggest that this be included in the framework that DWR is preparing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the recommendation is actually folded into that. We could make it, based upon this conversation, much more clear that it's specified in that, more of a defined bullet.
What do you think to that suggestion? I think there'd be some interest in seeing that language. But this is something you're going to have to work on with some care and attention in the next week or 10 days.
I will take that as direction to develop something for the fifth draft.
Is that okay with you? Okay. Yeah, I think we should. Mr. Cosio, you're on the list of people who have to talk to Joe about this.
Okay. I've got Joe's number. He's got my number at least.
None of this, you guys know where to find each other. Talk to each other.
Another comment I have are, you guys briefly discussed setback levies, and I wanted to kind of describe to you what a setback levy looks like in the real world out in the Delta. The two main goals of a setback levy, one is to increase the floodway to get water through a system, and two, to provide that corridor where you could provide habitat or something within the boundaries of the levee. The problem that we have in the Delta is that the 500 or so miles that Dr. Pike described as needing a lot of work are in the tidal portion of the Delta. And so when you set a levee back in that area, you don't gain any flood capacity. It just makes the bathtub a little bit bigger. Even during the highest floods, that area stays in tidal fluctuation. The channel does not control the flood. Where you go further upstream, the channel and the constricted channel, because the levees does control. Now, the problem you run into up there is that most of those levees, except for the upper portion of the South Fork and North Fork McKellamie River, the channel control is bordered by levees that are part of the project levee system. And so to set those levees back, you're going to have to go through the Corps of Engineers 408 process, which definitely is not going to be feasible for these agricultural
Didn't we
properties.
use the word where feasible? There was some qualifier on the setback.
Well, what I'm
levy.
saying is you can almost make a blanket statement that in this area it's not going to be feasible, and then we don't have to do any more engineering or analysis.
Well, before I'd exclude an area from a provision that has something when feasible, which is a pretty strong qualifier on its own, I'd have to be convinced that our science folks and the engineering advice we get thinks it is a good idea. I mean, I'm not closed to it, but I'd want to see a lot more support other than just saying, "Oh, this sounds okay. We've got to do it."
We actually provide in this section actually for DWR to do a plan that lays out where the setback levy should be, and that's what I would really like to see is the Delta folks getting together with DWR and Fish and Game and actually saying, okay, we agree these are the 40 or 50 miles of levees that need to be set back in the future, and once you have that plan, then you're right. All the rest can be set aside.
So that's the next step then, is for somebody to define.
That is
this
the
in
next
general
step, and that is called for in the plan.
Okay. Mr. Cosio?
And then I think this will be my last comment, unless we have questions. I think it's Figure 7.1 that shows the different classifications of levees, the figure form. There's been a lot of talk about this HMP, and the HMP is a 16-foot wide crown, a foot above the floodplain, with 2-on-1 minimum side slopes. Now, those are minimum side slopes. I've never worked on any levee that has a side slope from top to bottom at 2-on-1, because these levees are naturally pretty flat. So when they were 2 feet below HMP or 3 feet below HMP in the early 80s, they were low, but they weren't steep. And so what we've done the last 25, 30 years is to make them steeper just at the top. And so now when we go back and maintain that HMP, it's essentially building a new gravel road on top. That's all we need. And so when you talk about a levee that doesn't comply with HMP, it doesn't look like the levee that you're showing in Figure 7.1. It's much bigger, and all that doesn't comply is the very top portion.
Okay, this is going to be referred to Ms. Buchholz, the engineers, the science folks, the staff for discussion. I note it without knowing enough yet to have a view.
For the graphic.
Yeah, and you're referring to the Figure 7.3, the graphic representation of what the levees generally look like.
Right.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
And I think that's all the comments I have. If
Thank
you
you,
have any
Mr.
questions.
Cosio. Appreciate it a great deal. Oh, I'm sorry.
Gil, quick question. The levee improvement project that's going on west of Sacramento International along the Garden Highway, are you familiar with what standard it is and what it's going to?
That's a 200-year levee standard.
That's where it's headed.
Yes.
But what is it? What are they improving it from?
Well,
I'm
5
just
years
trying
ago,
to get a picture in my mind.
It made 100 for a little while,
Right.
and then
it got reclassified.
Then they
and 100
reclassified
got
to
reclassified.
37 or something
So
like
is it
that.
an HMP moving?
No,
to,
this was a project levee. So back in the '86 flood, it almost failed. The back of that levee turned into like quicksand, and it was flowing. And so they came back and did a reevaluation, and they rebuilt it back in the '90s. And what they thought they built it to was the 100-year FEMA 100-year level of protection. When they changed the rules, then it no longer qualified. So now they need to get back to the FEMA 100-year, but the state has a policy, sort of, that requires you to get to the 200-year. So they had to do their own hydraulics, hydraulic analysis to establish what is that 200-year elevation, and then design a levee to protect against that, and that's what they're building now.
And the project costs were now approaching, what, 800 million total?
Yeah, it's somewhere, $15, $20 million a mile for that levee.
And you get this profile that's 200-300 feet, take all the oak trees out in some places. And
Let's encourage intense development everywhere. All right.
You destroyed a couple of holes on Teal Bend Golf Course.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Cozio. Appreciate it. Okay, in this order, Ms. Meserve, Mr. Koutras, Mr. Zlotnik, Ms. Terry. Ms. Meserve, there you are. Come on up, please, from various agencies in the North Delta and of rec districts. Good to see you again. Thank you for coming back today.
My pleasure. Thank you. It's been fascinating. Just real quickly, on the Delta risk, we're watching this and trying to coordinate with all the other similarly affected entities. With respect to the Table 7-1, we've said before, and we definitely think that agriculture should be acceptable within Class 1 levies, and so we were excited that that change had gotten made, and we hope that upon further reflection, you will indeed make that change on purpose, because it makes sense. Anyhow, but one sort of overarching concern with Table 7-1 is just, I think it needs to be much clearer how it relates to covered actions versus not covered actions, because I think the way it reads, it sort of tends to indicate that you're attempting to regulate or restrict certain kinds of development projects, whether or not they might be covered actions, and that just needs to be a lot clearer. And to the extent the council wishes to make recommendations about things that aren't covered actions, that may be something that the council can do. But if it's going to be tied with RRP3, which is talking about covered actions, then it needs to be quite clear that it's not trying to cover anything that's not covered action. And my interpretation of this table, for instance, is that the second dwelling unit in ag-zoned areas in Yolo, Sacramento County, that are important for ongoing farm operations, would not be covered actions in the first place, and therefore this table is irrelevant to those things. So,
reference our covered action discussion at length yesterday.
Exactly, which is
there's a good point. I just note Table 7-1, the attachment to this printout sheet is labeled levy classifications for covered actions. In the book, however, it's labeled levy classifications for protections of land use, and the levy classifications in land use, the figure 7.3, I'm not sure that they...
We made this change since the four-staff draft.
You did?
On the 11 by 17.
So your intention is to go to which one, Gwen, in terms of the caption?
Well, we were proposing to council to use this type of nomenclature.
Ms. Meserve, you may not have, the attachment to this spreadsheet, I think you picked up one of those big ones. The last page of it is it's that chart.
Yeah.
That title, a caption, is different from the one in the draft Delta plan. We're going to standardize, I guess, is that where? Well, you ought to think about,
That was our
Joe should
suggestion
think
to
about
council.
it. And I don't know what that would imply for the levy classification and land use title.
We would have to
on
we'd have to
figure
make
3.
everything consistent.
I
in
would
text
think you.
and
I would
figures.
think you would. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no, and I did notice that. I'm just thinking that there's one, obviously I think this is a good subject for a worker focus group. I think local folks would like to participate in that. And these kind of things should be worked out, but then once they are, it should be clearly described in the text so that you can cross-reference between the two. For instance, the addition of the legacy towns column, it's not even clear what kind of development we would be attempting to regulate here. And so the things don't necessarily line up. They're not like each other. Legacy towns is not like a subdivision, is not like, a larger subdivision.
I know,
So-
but it's part of our statutory mandate to somehow think them through with the assistance of the Delta Protection Commission.
And maybe there's more than one table that needs to be created. Maybe we're trying to make this table do too much.
Mr. Chair, certainly in light of the hour and so forth, but I think that the suggestion that you might have a focused working group, invite counties and folks like OSHA who, again, are working with others, and it may be that there's a way to have a second chart or some, because you get too many footnotes, and that may get confusing too. I think you're trying to address issues and do them within context of still providing for risk reduction and the like, and I think you've come a long way, but that might be, again, we've got some time summer here to work that through, and it may be if it's clearer, it may take down the temperature in some realms relative to covered actions and what is or what isn't, and allow for some of the normal business conduct in your local jurisdictions and normal life activities to continue, and then those things that would rise to a certain level, then they would get to into a different category of being covered actions. So there may be some value. I mean, there is value, I think, maybe in putting together a focused work group on that and see if you can.
Yeah, Joe, I think there may be some also advantage on this particular issue, Ms. Meserve's comments and some of the others, for some kind of staff consultation during the next week and a half, 10 days, 12 days, something like that, before the published fifth plan comes out, just to think it through.
What's the date for the fifth plan?
Excuse me?
What's the date for that?
Mid-July.
Mid-July.
And I don't have an exact date yet. I will say if we don't get it all resolved by then, we are going to continue with the focus groups all the way through.
Well, in any event, because we have subjects we
yeah.
want to talk about, because at the end of the process, we have to decide what's in the Delta, what the ultimate Delta plan is.
So
and
the fifth
narrative,
draft will
yeah.
come out, and we will continue having meetings and working on things while we're at the same time getting comments on that and getting comments on the EIR.
Excellent. Just other quick points on this. It also wasn't clear to me why there was a long timeline given to 2025 for conformance of actions within Class 5 levies, but there's no sort of ramp-up time for...
The 200-year flood
Yes,
protection, that's
exactly.
statutory, I believe,
Statutory
when the California
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Silly question. So last, looking at RRR4, which is the setback levy issue,
Yes.
I think one of those practical difficulties, and I'm not sure it got across and just wanted to mention it, is that, the islands are actually not quite very large. So doing a large setback levy, like if anybody's driven along Garden Highway to
Where
see...
feasible.
Right, but having to do that demonstration, I guess it depends on what kind of demonstration engineering-wise you're looking at, because I think what a lot of people are going to be saying is, if I have a grape farmer on an island, and if a setback levy is going to take, say a third of the property and take it out of production, that farmer is not going to think that it is feasible. What's your definition of feasible? How much of a taking of property are you talking about here before it's infeasible? So this is a serious issue in an area where setback levies are going to take most of the land area or a large part of the land area away. And I think for anybody who's thinking about setback levies, looking at what's going on Garden Highway as far as how far those setbacks are and trying to apply that to an island context is very eye-opening.
Well, presumptively, if you don't have houses on a levee in a small delta island that's farmed, you might have a different situation than the Garden Highway, which has multi-million-dollar mansions sitting right on top of the levee. Right?
Right. But I mean, what I guess we're concerned about is long-term. If we were to have, and again, we've argued that a lot of ongoing things and certainly ongoing levee maintenance, but we need to do major repairs to levees in order to continue agricultural or other activities in the Delta. And so to the extent those things become covered actions, setback levees are likely not going to be feasible in those smaller areas. Okay. And we don't want to get caught up in basically the other problem is that there's no timeline for for the Fish and Game and DWR to identify areas that would be appropriate for setback levies. So I think if we had something to work with in terms of a recommendation, it'd be a lot easier for us to decide, we're not concerned about that. But basically, there's just this recommendation that they will do something, and then until then, there's a big burden to show that it's not feasible, and it's not clear what feasible would be in the context of this. So
Okay.
that's the concern.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Ms. Mazur. Mr. Koutras? There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comments are going to mirror the prior speaker very closely. I would note, though, that you're not happy to see me again, as you were her.
I didn't say that.
But
I'm always happy to see you.
No, you...
A man who can corral five county boards of
No.
supervisors
You
into a
said
happy,
you were happy to see her today.
harmonious, unified group
Yes.
with no division of opinion and
I
a
was just
common
concerned
viewpoint.
that-
You walk on water.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you. I feel much better now. Thank you. My comments are focused on Table 7-1 only, and specifically, I do not think Ms. Buchholz made an error. If you look at the published, June 14th published 7-1 table, Class 1 under description has no specific goal. It says it's empty.
That's right.
And now in the modification, it says limited ag and rec in areas periodically inundated. So I do think ag is acceptable. I think it is clearly acceptable given that description, that it is limited, number one, and number two, it's subject to inundation. So I'm arguing that there was not an error. I'm trying to help Gwen here. That there is no error, that it says acceptable and it should read acceptable. So I would ask her to comment if she was right in the first place.
You don't have to accept his characterization of the question.
But seriously, I do think with that description.
Well, as I remember the comment earlier, Ms. Buchholz, Mr. Grindstaff, considering the notation. What do you do when agriculture is acknowledged willing to be a subject like
Correct.
the YOLO bypass
Yes.
to periodic inundation when there's floodplain and other purposes kicking around, and they said, yeah, that's something we got to take into consideration, and I'm still not quite comfortable with the acceptable, not acceptable slogans. Because,
I see. All right.
But that I think is just is stylistic. So Gwen, what do you? No, okay. You're not answering the question whether you were right or wrong earlier, in spite of Mr. Koutras's kind offer.
All right. Second point, and I'm on Class 3, moving over under Legacy Towns, the not acceptable column. I just want to clarify, we are going to have a footnote there that says, in essence, they can raise themselves above the...
That's mentioned in footnote G on
yes,
structural
it's my
elevation.
intent to put footnote G on both that column and the next column.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that clarification. Last point, again, under Class 3, sliding over to the development of 4 or fewer parcels. This does go back and reference the covered actions conversation of yesterday, and the header on this levy classifications for covered actions. I do not understand how. There appears to be a predetermination that a development of 4 or fewer parcels meets the covered action definition, which means it has a significant impact on achievement of...
May.
Well, no, the definition of covered action says it will have a significant impact on achievement of one or both of the co-equal goals.
But you said the classification. It's each. You have an individual fact, and you have a plan, project, or what's the third word? Program. You have a plan, a project, or a program.
Notwithstanding FEMA and the 100-year, someone sitting there, they have a minor subject, 1 or 2 homes. We're saying that is not acceptable under PL 84-99.
Joe.
First of all, home building is going to be regulated in this context by the FEMA rules, which all of the counties and cities in the Delta have all accepted, which basically means if it doesn't meet the 100-year standard
All right.
or isn't moved out,
And
it
you've
can't
got the
build.
acceptable there.
Yeah. So, and is it possible that a project that is 4 or less could be a covered action? It's possible, and that's why it's on the chart, because it's possible, not that it's likely or will ever happen, but it would seem that if we just said no, it will never happen, and didn't put it there.
But I'm trying to get to if it's a covered action, you're setting.
But what we're saying is actually consistent with what the law is right now.
All right.
You cannot build if you're in the 100-year floodplain.
All right. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Mr. Koutras, thank you very much. Mr. Zlotnick. All right, guys, behave yourselves.
Well, he'll be happy with the fact that you can take for the next chapter, I'll be yielding my time to Mr. Koutras for Chapter 8.
I'll bank my enthusiasms until I hear your comments on this chapter.
Okay. There's very few. First of all, I really think there's lots of good stuff in here on risk reduction, which I believe is the 85305 section. Very good. We're a little concerned that 85306 is a bit deficient. And you've got a statement on page 140, line 32, I believe, where the sentence says, under the Act, the state is to develop strategic levy investment. The statute says the council is supposed to do that. So if this is an issue of phasing or didn't have time or, whatever, I think maybe adding something in that indicates you're going to work on that maybe, or it's not just simply left for DWR, unfortunately, as you have, I believe, in Chapter 9, page 174, I think your last recommendation is that DWR do that by 2015.
Well, if you want us to set these standards, do you want us also to use the provisions of 85089 of the Water Code in the same act so that we can talk about the new Delta conveyance facility and the obligations of contractors to provide related fees and services and in lieu property taxes? Because I'm open.
Well, we'll get into that, but we know, I think BDCP and others, we already know that there's going to have to be in lieu taxes paid. I think that's a commitment that's there. But just specifically, the issue is the council was directed to provide a strategic levy investment strategy. It's not here.
And you're exactly accurate, and that's why we have deferred some to DWR, but it certainly is our responsibility, together with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. They haven't completed their
No,
plan
and I understand
so
that. I know that's controversial as well. Some people like it, some people don't. But just related to that is the recommendation at the end on 174 that it seems like you defer to 2015 DWR doing it. It seems pretty far out.
It seems like we could clarify that better in the plan.
So that was it.
Okay.
And then lastly, on page 150,
150.
yeah, lines 10 and line 12. Basically, you're talking about a performance measure. That's something about incorporating a couple of reports. I just think it's important, and maybe it's implied, but that those reports are incorporated after review by the council for consistency with the co-equal goals in the Delta Plan. And
we have continuing generic direction to consider for inclusion in the Delta Plan appropriate stuff. We've got clear mention of some, but we have generic authority to consider.
Sure, that's not. Not that you're considering including them. It's just that they just don't get plopped into your plan. You guys need to be consistent with the co-equal goal. That's all.
Right.
Maybe more specificity on that.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Zlotnick. Ms. Terry.
Melinda Terry, Central Valley Flood Control Association and North Delta Water Agency. Well, first of all, I do want to say that the chapter really is better, and so we appreciate, the changes that have been made since draft 3. And by the end of this, I think Eric will be an expert on all of this. I'm confident. So, but I'll start with on page 1. Oh, wait, no. If I get nothing else across in these whole 2 days on any chapter, here's my big request. One of the things that I've talked about a lot when I talk about the Delta and Delta levies is the Delta Levy Subventions Program as having been so successful since 1988. And but what you may not be aware of is that it has a sunset clause on the existing program as it exists today, and it's 2013. We had that legislation done last year, and the reason they didn't eliminate it or extend it longer was they said we are waiting for the Delta plan to tell us what to do,
Well,
and we don't have that in here, so we would like to.
In the financing section, my recollection is somewhere we did say recommend the legislature consider extend. We said something about this subvention program.
I didn't remember seeing it, and it definitely belongs in Chapter 7 because the legislature's waiting for you to say, look, this is such a good program, let's eliminate, the sunset clause.
Well, I think it ought to be in Chapter 7 for sure, and
I would say forget the should consider, just recommend to extend. I mean, unless we
right,
have
to
some doubt about
extend
that,
it,
yeah.
and to put it in the policy section of the state's interest, which is a shared responsibility
Yes.
for those co-equal goals, even if they're not fully valued locally.
Part of the program is to do habitat. That's the good thing. That was one of the concerns that actually was happening at the time, and so it was put into the program for a net improvement. So thank you, because really that was the one glaring thing that I thought was missing, and we next year are going to have to do the legislation, and if it doesn't say anything in the plan, we're going to struggle politically to get them to extend it longer than 2 years again. So I would really appreciate that. Okay, now I'm going to move on to my other comments.
By the way, my experience is that the legislature rarely waits with wild enthusiasm for the recommendation of anyone.
No, but they'll limit us. They'll say
I
we're only going to
understand.
extend it 2 years
I
again
understand.
because
I
the Delta
understand.
plan didn't say anything, Melinda. And I'll be like, okay, sorry. I'll try to get them to put it in the next version of the plan. So on page 135, it says that the Flood Protection Board is limited to state federal levy system. That, in fact, is not true. They have really broad authority. So just be aware that they aren't just limited to project levies, and so they can. They have a lot of other authorities.
Which line is
than
that?
On line 1718 there on page 135.
135, line
Yeah.
17
Yeah,
and 18.
it seemed to
Okay.
make it seem like they were limited, and
Mr.
they have
Nickel, if you'd
they have
note that.
authority that goes way down the Central Valley, down to Bakersfield, I think, actually. So,
They just choose not to use it.
correct. Well, and they have a lot on their plate.
What's that discretionary? They also can declare kind of an emergency, I'm told, an emergency status, which pretty well freezes everyone in place till it gets corrected. But I could be wrong on that. Okay.
But on the Delta Levy Subvention Program, I won't go through it here, but in my written comments, I made other suggestions for you to consider that when you think about extending, not just extending the sunset date, but some other modifications that you might want to consider for the program to allow some of these other statewide benefits to, because it's limited to 75%. You may say, well, let's give them an incremental 5% if they do this or do that, and consider that. So, but I won't go through all those. On page 136, RRP1, this one here, it's talking about the encroachment in the floodways and that the policy would not pertain to ecosystem restoration programs or ongoing ag or flood activities. The part that we would disagree with and want to see changed is because it says upon diminished without mitigating for future floodways. We do expect restoration projects to have to mitigate their flood impacts. It's very important that they in fact do that. So we don't want them to be exempted from that. I think we agree with what the overall thing is here, and they're trying to say that, look, it's compatible with that. And we agree with that, but you have to keep them cleared. And a good example is the Sutter bypass, and now it's riparian forest. You have to make sure it gets cleared. The YOLO management or wildlife area, that was really one of the big critical things that we had to reach agreement on, and they do a good job. They go out and clear it every year, but they make sure that's flood protection is what they do. So we don't want them to be exempted from mitigating.
Let's do this. Let's mark that issue. That's one we're going to talk to the ecosystem people about, flood control, lawyers
and we also
as well.
already changed that language somewhat. So if
yeah,
you
and I
are
was going to
not
say this
working
red line thing. I haven't read the red line thing.
Anyway, take a look at that. That may not guarantee it does address that concern.
Yeah.
Okay.
On page 137, line
137.
28, it talks about the historical performance of many levies in the Delta is poor, and it just gets a reference to DWR 2005. Okay. Historical context. For 23 years, the levies have been getting better because of the Delta Levy Subvention Program. We've actually had less failures than we were having prior to 86. 86 was a bad event, and it made them realize, wow, we've got statewide risks. We really need to go after it. So we would just respectfully kind of disagree that they're poor in 23-year history. We think is a pretty good history to say it's getting better.
Can we not provide state assistance for levee repairs if they're good?
Well, they're in a constant state of repair. It's like the bridge. You got to finish, as soon as you finish painting one end, you start and work your way back. So it's a constant evolution of working on them.
The historic performance of many levees in the Delta is good, but state assistance to allow
The
it
historical,
to
I
continue.
guess, for our perspective, we've had less failures, so we're just not seeing how that quite jives. And again, to make people feel good about a program that is working, the Delta Levy Subvention Program is, a piece of good news, if you will, in the Delta. So, on page 140 at the top, lines 2 and 3, it says many Delta levees are not adequately designed and are maintained to protect the existing land and resources. We're not aware of any reports that have come out and stated that. So we're just confused by, because again, the investments that have been made, Dr. Pike referenced, I think it was $500 million that have been made over the last 20-something years. So again, they're in a constant state of maintenance and can always use improvement. And I'm going to get to the other standards, the criteria, if you will, that maybe you want to improve them. But they are being funded and continually worked on to adequately protect those land values behind them. That's the purpose of the reclamation districts and what they do. On the RRP3, the cover to actions, this probably gets in the conversation that a couple of the other speakers had. Yeah, when I looked at 7.1 and when I looked at some of the recommendations themselves, it just wasn't clear to me whether those criteria in 7.1 were meant for if you were doing a covered action or if they were a goal that you wanted to get to long term.
No, the discussion that you listened to earlier when Ms. Cozio was up, Ms. Buchholz was addressing that. We're retitling the documents, and the latest iteration of it, in fact, calls it for covered actions.
Yeah, it's because my suggestion is and I think it comes up later in one of the other recommendations is for a goal, we would like to see the PL 8499 be the goal, not just the HMP that we're striving towards, because that's the minimum that you get the federal participation in the levee repair and rehab afterwards. So it just seems a economic sense to make that where you're going for, but for the covered action, maybe you have the other.
Okay.
But for a goal, we could try for I'll get to that in a second. Skipped over that. I already talked about that. On the page 145, lines 1 through 4 there, it says state and local agencies should prepare coordinated emergency response plans. I just wanted to clarify that that's something we would be doing jointly. It's not saying that the locals each have to have a response plan. It's something that we're doing jointly so that we're coordinating and...
Well, we have discussed in some length, and Randy and I conducted near-term actions, and we did note that only San Joaquin County had a Delta specific response plan prepared, and the other counties were in process, but kind of sounds like they were waiting for somebody to give them some more money to complete it.
Yeah, I was thinking a district in this case. You're thinking county, which I'm probably with you on that seems appropriate. It just wasn't clear to us whether because it says agency, whether the district had to, but we would like to coordinate
let's flag that as a question.
With our local county,
okay.
yeah. We do think that would be appropriate of the way you're looking at it.
Okay.
I'll wait till we get to the actual recommendation. The RRR7 on page 146, this is the new management assessment district. Right now, the wording that you have says it should be created, and we absolutely are willing to have the discussion, but there are just so many details that we really don't understand.
Well, but look, we put the idea into play, and
Yeah, being in play is great, but saying let's, have a discussion and work on something.
Tell us the details
come up
that
with a
are
plan.
not here that you think should be. Not now.
Oh.
Send us a letter.
I did.
The point is,
I did.
the policy question is, should there be establishment of a Delta Risk Management Assessment District or some comparable name with comparable authority controlled by locals? The question is kind of yes or no. The council's being recommended by staff, yes. The
way you
legislature
describe
would
it,
have.
no.
The
But-
legislature would have to authorize it. We provide some suggestions on that, on a format. But unless you tell us, not now, but in writing, what it is how you want it phrased.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, we do not think it needs to be
You
created
don't
to do
want
the
one.
maintenance work
Okay,
that the
recommend-
RDs are doing now. But there are other things that you've been discussing all day that maybe it could and should address. But I will tell you, there are serious Proposition 218 is just one example that I'll tell you that I don't even know how this works. I've tried to talk to some of my people. They're kind of throwing up their hands. We're shaking our heads. We just don't quite understand it, but would like to have the conversation and let's, but saying it should be created is premature is all we're saying, but we'd like to have the discussion and what the
We don't
roles should be.
create it. We're just recommending it be done.
Again, we think it's premature
This is not a regulation. It's a
I know.
suggestion to the
We just find it
legislature.
odd that you're saying it should be created when we don't even know what it is. We don't understand it, so.
You say you want an expansion of the current levy program, but you also want more money on top of that, but you don't say what it is in detail. You want the more money.
Yeah.
Melinda,
In our comments, I think you're right.
can't you
For that
argue
extra
with us
stuff,
on the
we think
things
there's a
that
role.
have, that we're actually trying to do some stuff in short order as opposed to this list of recommendations, some of which mirror your recommendations, by the way.
I understand that.
Okay.
And that's why I'm saying there could be a role.
Got
We
it.
just don't know that it's how it's worded because the way we're reading it, they will replace what the RDs are doing. But for the extra stuff, we think there's a role.
If you're asking the question, should the roughly 100 reclamation districts in the Delta be preserved for time immemorial in terms of emergency response, flood protection, legal protection? We don't reach a conclusion on that, and there is fairly clearly limited financing authority for many of those reclamation districts. That's testimony we've heard repeatedly. Counties have obligations. Incorporated cities have obligations, reclamation have obligations. It would sure be nice to get a coherent emergency response plan with some local agency involved and in charge of hustling the thing around and doing it.
Yeah, we want to have that discussion.
I think I'd speak for the. We'd rather have the actual plan and not just a discussion to develop the plan. That'll happen. So
Okay.
anyway,
As long as it will happen. You made me happy by saying it will happen. That's all I'm asking for is for that discussion. I've lost my place in terms of where the framework document was, where it's talking about prioritizing levy things. So whatever that RP is for the framework document. The request that we would make there is that document, the framework for Department of Water Resources investments and Delta Integrated Flood Management. It's mentioned on page 150, but I forget the R number or whatever. P4, our P4. Our request there is that that document be prepared in an open, public process. Right now, it's being developed. DWR is currently not even putting it out for public comment. So we would at least like the opportunity to publicly comment on what they are recommending. So again, we just would like that to be developed in a public process and to help participate in that before it's selected. And same with the development of the Delta Flood Risk Management Assessment District that we just talked about.
Okay.
Let me see if I covered all my issues I have here. I think I might have. We already covered the vegetation issue earlier, so.
Okay.
Oh, the FEMA stuff. I do request maybe that you look at the comments that we did submit in writing, because I gave actual recommendations.
These new comments that have just come in?
No, it was in the draft 3.
Oh, okay.
But I think they're still pertinent because it's just examples of having, FEMA come in and report to us because on what they have to do compliance monitoring of how the counties are implementing NFIP, and are the ordinances in place? Are they enforcing them properly when people come in with new building permits and things like that? And then figuring out how to help access some of that federal money. But I gave specific suggestions there that I would encourage you to maybe look at and think about putting in. And I will end there.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, that's the request we had to speak on this chapter. Let's. This last chapter is the only one with any. It has only recommendations until this place, and it is the last one with recommendations. The financing chapter I'm sorry that it's the last one we need folks to do. We've had comments on this, and so let's just go
Can
ahead.
I just tell you, Sacramento County, who's one of our members, just wanted me to mention that they are doing written comments, and encroachment is one of the issues that they're really going to focus on. So.
Got it. Thank you. So let's see. Who's doing Chapter 8? Ms. Buchholz.
That would be me.
Aha. All right. Members, take a look at this matrix. Let's start off with the language. We talked about it last week. This is
Which
the
matrix?
we're on page 22 of the matrix.
Oh, yes.
Second item down. This is the one where we suggest the Delta Sustainability Plan should include but not be limited to, and we put some items down. Remember, we chatted about this last week. I don't know of any.
And Mr. Chairman, Alan High Street's also here with the finance, so if you want to do it together, because we moved.
Oh,
a
sure,
bunch of that
sure.
with us.
Let's do it, and then we'll just run through. So, any questions from members on this economic sustainability plan? I mean, you guys can thumb your nose at us, but it seems if you can include this stuff, you probably will anyway. Public safety and some of the other things. That's on page 22, Don.
Yeah, this list has been continued for a while from some of the original concepts that were put out from the original framework, and also from the original documentation that Delta Protection Commission put out.
Right.
And if there's need, there may need to be reconsideration of some of these consistent with what their current outline is,
Don,
or the pleasure of the
just
council.
a suggestion. You might want to ask Mike and the council to take a look at these things and see if there are things that should be in or out or whatever it is. I don't think there'd likely be a problem, but this information would help us.
Okay.
Your views on this information.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll make sure this gets passed
Okay.
on OSA's.
Any questions?
If you could do that, because I think they've changed directions, or they've
Okay.
modified it in accordance with information they have, and
Yeah.
so we
Okay,
probably should update this.
All right. The previous recommendation 2 on funding the economic sustainability plan was moved to the financing plan. We'll talk about it then. The same thing with the in lieu tax roll stuff was moved to the financing section. On page 23, on page 23 at the top, we had also moved the Fish and Game Voluntary Safe Harbor Agreement. You recall we talked about that in the ecosystem section. The flood management thing that was in the third draft Delta plan was moved to a different location in the fourth draft, which gets us down to recommendation 2, which is the National Heritage Area thing. Ms. Buchholz.
We have received quite a few comment letters on this. I just want to bring that to council's attention, that they felt that this might be premature and that we might want to reference ongoing studies that Delta Protection Commission is doing.
Right. And there's a study underway, Mr. Chair, that was certainly called out in the legislation, and there had been discussion on a kind of a separate track with the 5 counties and Senator Feinstein last year.
The 5 counties actually endorsed the legislation last year, right?
Right. There was there was some back and forth on that, but there was some general agreement around that, but yet the commission still has a task that's underway. They're doing the feasibility workup, and I think are proceeding on a good pace. I mean, it's going to take a while to find out. So again, rather than recommend this, or maybe you ought to let that play out. I would think that would be a good
Should
suggestion.
we just recommend the completion of the study by Delta Protection Commission?
Right.
We tried to be as gentle as we could. The commission should pursue, and the feds should designate I mean, there may be some wording change you want to play with.
Okay.
Anticipating the additional studies would be helpful. I'll just tell you my own opinion. This comes out of Delta Vision, this recommendation of some kind of national designation. I still think it is fundamental for Delta, the unique Delta, and of great assistance. Matter of fact, the economic sustainability draft study recommends this for inclusion.
Yeah.
So I don't doubt we reach it. Yeah. I wouldn't want to see it be converted from a something recommendation, subject to their direction, of course, but converted into, oh, well, it's either maybe a good idea, maybe a bad idea, let's forget about it for a while. I don't want that to happen if we can avoid it.
Well, and I think the commission is pursuing it per the legislation and is doing the work up, because it has several steps to it, including obviously, as said here, federal government. So maybe some words there that make sure that process is taken through to completion, whatever it comes out. But I presume the outcome, because there's certainly a public engagement process that's a part of that, and that's what we're doing right now. So, and have been for some time.
On that, it would be good to actually have a place that people could find that symbolizes and draws some attention to the heritage of the Delta. So Discover the Delta Foundation has a project, it has a place, has a building, it has a plan. It doesn't have enough money. It's got a 10-foot tower that's over 100 years old that would add some visibility to it. So to the degree that we want to encourage heritage designation and Delta as a place, that's the one that I'm familiar with. If there are others that ought to be considered, that'd be fine. But if not, I think that it would be worth the council figuring out how we could help that project go forward.
And I would concur with Councilmember Johnston on that. Something that certainly commissions had some discussion on. I know that there's been work with some of the state agencies. Locals have actually put dollars into it. But, of all the work that goes on here, and as meaningful and important it is, if you could do a tangible project, I mean, that of anything else I know in the Delta right now would be not just symbolic, but actually would put a real, I think, exclamation point on a gateway project, on one that has education, certainly appreciation for agriculture, focuses its, the whole effort on having folks come and appreciate the Delta. There would be a way, again, Mr. Chair, this is not on the agenda today, so a discussion for maybe a future council. I don't know whether our funding streams would allow us. Obviously, we have budgetary constraints, but that's one of those where, for lack of a couple $100,000, I think.
Are you going to do one of those walk in, grab the check, walk out routines like you did with that first $900,000?
Well, whatever it takes sometimes, I guess. Sure, yeah. I mean,
it was one of the fastest turnarounds I've ever seen.
Well, you were, but again, I certainly I thank the council in the past, and I think you saw the product of some of that, at least work up on that. But this is one of those tangible projects. And again, it's not appropriate for today's discussion. I mean, it is in this context.
My instinct is that we don't need major changes on this for the published fifth draft, but we do need a conversation, because as the economic sustainability plan moves on and is fleshed out and developed, and as you guys figure out some other things, there's likely to be some language change that we could do in all of these Delta's place recommendations, and we can do that without interfering with the environmental process. And some of the issues will be raised and addressed, I suspect, in the alternatives analysis too. We don't even know yet what that's going to say.
And I just final comment on this is that, for the purpose of this, on the language and so forth, I think that's all important. But again, if Mr. Chair, if it'd be appropriate, I'd like to maybe at some point come forward and even have a conversation with commission staff, but to talk about the Discover Delta Foundation and put it on our agenda and see if there's a way that either we can assist with funding and or help others to find their way on it. So.
And if you resist this, we're going to go after 2 more votes on this, Phil. You're not chairman for life.
I detect where the conversation is headed.
We got to get you out there to visit it. So yeah.
Okay.
You know, these simple Delta guys.
Yeah.
Cover your wallet. All right.
Let me-
Recommendation 3, Department of Transportation, gateways, et cetera.
I'd like to, just to be confusing probably, but try not to be, for recommendations 3, 4, 5, and 6. Were,
Yes.
modified in accordance with the Department of Parks and Recreation's report.
Oh, right, in their
that was
study.
submitted to Delta Protection Commission in support of the Economic Sustainability Plan.
Okay.
And so these recommendations were strictly were straight out of that
Okay.
report.
Okay.
We
All right.
thought
Any-
that
any
they were
question-
good.
Any questions on those?
No.
Okay.
And just one general comment, if I could, Gwen. It goes back to kind of your problem statement and some of the challenges, and it kind of underlies this. It's beyond certainly this commission's ability to do anything about it, but the conversation we had about other chapters, and that is that the Army Corps of Engineers, the FEMA, and other entities' requirements. I mean, from a Delta as a place and long-term prosperity and vitality, those things are the impact. I just think that they should be fairly represented in the conversation, and not because they are as big a drivers of some of this as some of the other things we're talking about here. So,
Okay, we will take care of that.
All right, good. That wraps up Delta's place. If you don't mind, in the audience, rather than just call for comments on this chapter, I'm going to go through the next one because there are a lot of linkages in the next recommendations. Then we'll get the public comments, if that's okay. So let's just run through, members. Start at page 25. Which this is now the financing plan. Again, no policies, no regulatory. This is all recommendation. Recommendation number 1, which, by the way, I like a lot. It's there are actually some interesting ideas, I think. And fights the notion of the governor telling state agencies to set aside money to protect their infrastructure in the Delta from flood threat will not be received well at some state agencies, I predict. Okay, Ms. Buckholz.
Well, sure. The
I'm sorry.
Recommendation 1, when you look at it, again, what we're asking here, there's a lot of infrastructure that goes across the Delta.
There's no substantive change between the various drafts. It's still the way we saw it.
No, in fact, most of these recommendations in this chapter, we imported a couple and exported one, but other than that, there's been really no substantial change to any of them.
Okay. On the first one, any questions by members on the first one? Okay. On recommendation 2, which is the legislature ought to give the Regional Flood Control Agency to be created, some startup money to develop a benefit assessment plan for local purposes, and some startup money for implementation of flood improvements, 1E money, existing bond funds. This is with minor modifications. This is language modifications. This was what we saw previously. Pat?
I was just going to ask, we get to anything that was a change since the fourth draft, because I think the 4 council members who are here have gone through each of these, and if there are no changes, we don't have to hear it again now.
Well, then let's ask this. Alan, are there significant changes you would want to note between the fourth draft and what is now appearing here to us?
No, really, we had a couple that were imported. I mean,
other than the import and export stuff.
No, I will note on recommendation 4 was the recommendation you talked about subventions, the long-term stable funding, so that's where that shows up.
That's where it was. Melinda, I'd forgotten about it. Go to page 25, recommendation 4, Delta Levy Subvention Program. I just didn't remember where it was. Okay, that's
But otherwise, no substantial changes.
Okay, and then, all right. Any questions, members? Don?
Mr. Just it was a comment we received, and maybe Melinda or someone who mentioned earlier, I think maybe recommendation 11 had to do with the pilot payment in lieu of taxes, but also there was some discussion about other assessments and so forth that are a part of the structure down there that supports that, where they may not, the property tax structure may not be the only piece there, but it's relevant certainly to some of the ongoing activities of those districts. So.
And I recall the comment, they felt we were a little wishy-washy with our should consider with that in the first part of that, so
okay.
we can certainly look at that.
Okay.
I'm not worried about the should consider. I do think we should add
the assessment fees
and assessments.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. All right, anything else, members? Okay, members of the audience, let's go back again. Mr. Zlotnick, you've got a, let's see.
skip me, but
Well, no, the only thing is, this is, I won't say it. This is, you and Ms. Terry have managed to put in a claim for all chapters running. So every other time you float, you two are at the start of the list, and then the other time you're at the back of the list.
wherever. You know,
All right.
just
So I've got you, I've got Ms. Terry, I've got Mr. Hudson from San Joaquin County Ag Rural Commissioner's Office, and Mr. Lytle from San Joaquin County also.
just doing my job.
Pardon?
Just doing my job.
Aren't we all? Aren't we
Yes,
all?
Yes. I didn't have any comments on Chapter 8. It was fine.
Okay.
For here. There's some in our letter, but
Yeah,
not,
yeah,
not
yeah,
a lot.
yeah.
But not a lot.
Right.
The issues with Chapter 9, not surprisingly, deal with money. And basically, the question of where these figures come from and whether or not they're...
Which figures?
$50 million a year, $27 million for science program and ISB. I think it was $10 million for the Conservancy, $13 million for administrative costs, the council and the commission. If you're going to put numbers in, then at least please show where they come from. We think they're rather high. Similarly, the $10 million for the development of the plan for the new assessment. You know, I was just telling Pete that we might put in an RFQ or our whatever response. We'll do it for $10 million.
Joe?
But,
I do, this is with regard to Chapter 9. I want to record this down as I'm kind of agreeing with you.
oh my God!
I say kind of because not on
Is it
every
starting
point.
to snow?
But on the financing needs, I like the idea of, I like the format you've organized it in, where you have the financing needs, and then you have the immediate needs. Again, this urgent expenditures for water, the 10-year stuff, that becomes the prism through which all of this is viewed, and you probably need, if not in the financing chapter, you need to incorporate that short-term action plan to give teeth to it.
And you have asked for a 1 or 2 page list that says this is what we should fund over the next couple
Yeah,
of
and
years,
they are,
the next
the large
5 to
part
10
are
years.
taken from the bits and pieces, the policies and regulations and targeted areas that are incorporated in the plan, but put them in one place at one time, talk about phasing and timing. Number 2, I do think you need a more detailed explanation of the Delta Science Program, its history, continuation, and costs, just so we have it. I think Greg's comment is correct. The ultimate numbers that result, you have to show the background a bit more clearly.
And maybe what we ought to do is put an appendix together, because we actually have all of the data.
Yeah, Alan had done a bunch of research,
Yeah.
and this might be an appendix that expands this information. I assume, Mr.
Lays out
Zlotnick,
this
you're
is where the
agnostic as
costs
to where
are.
the information is put. Yeah, okay. I think that would be wise, and also that includes the science program, the Stewardship Council, the Delta Protection Commission, which we had included for financing consideration, and the Conservancy. But back it up with whatever information we have.
Yeah, and what it's for.
That's a fair request.
And we strongly support, as our comments have indicated, we support the science program and want that to be robust. We just want to know how much
Right.
it really needs. And I'm marking that down at 4/22 on this date that you said I had a good idea.
Once every 13 and a half months.
Good. Now we'll get into the stuff where we'll argue. Page 173, line 12 to 26, not surprisingly, we think you should delete the whole reference to user fees.
And this is on the ground that...
Most particularly that it's not just a reference to user fees, it's that the legislature should give you the authority to develop and
it's
collect.
illegal for us to suggest that?
It's not illegal for you to do that.
It's just you
can
prefer
do
we
it.
don't.
Our comment is that we prefer that you don't.
Got it.
Or if you mention it, that you talk about the user fees are a potential source of revenue the legislature should consider, developing or something like that.
Got it.
And the same thing applies to the public goods charge.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Terry.
Melinda Terry, I don't have too many comments. For Chapter 8, I would just say we would like to, I've submitted written, and would just like to see it beefed up a little bit, like I said the other day, of just describing a little bit more. And I think the economic sustainability plan, once you really get a good look at that, to just really do a better job of that. Okay. And then on financing, one of our concerns ongoing you've addressed, which is the assessment, so thank you. And but it's the concept as these projects move forward is hopefully that the Delta plan can make sure that prior to implementation, when you get to actual project phases, that we do have a policy or something that makes it clear that they do need to have securitized funding in place ahead of time, since these are long-term 50-year permits in some case, that they will have the money for the management of them. And as well as, you know, the adaptive managing, the monitoring, the third-party impact process that we were talking about, as well as the local assessments. Those are just things that we would like to make sure that, you know, are in place, and then we can move forward with the project. And then I think I'll just end with a general comment of the plan overall. Of what we still would like to see is that we're still not sure of the goals and objectives of where we're going to end up on some of these. The water, you know, the water supply reliability, Delta's place, and ecosystem restoration. So we still really would like to see those defined as actual goals, so that it is clear that how the different actions that will end up in the plan are going to get us there. But I still am unclear where we're headed. So we would like to see that developed further. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, the next, I'll tell you the order in which we take it. Mr. Hudson, Mr. Lytle, and Ms. Dorn. Yes, sir. From San Joaquin County Ag Commissioner's Office.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Hudson with the San Joaquin County Agricultural Commissioner's Office, here on behalf of San Joaquin County. My comments are on Chapter 8, and I really would like to focus in on the protecting and enhancing Delta ag values piece of that. I don't have specific comments on the recommendations. My comments are more what's not in the plan than what's in the plan. And agriculture is vitally important to San Joaquin County. A third of our land mass is agriculture. So how that plan impacts a third of our land mass, our economic engine of the county, is going to be extremely important. And we just feel like there are things that should be in the plan that aren't addressed. And essentially, the plan says we want to enhance and protect agriculture, and to do that, in my opinion and others, is you really need to keep ag profitable. To keep ag viable, you really need to keep it profitable. And there are many things in this plan that have a potential of impacting the profitability of agriculture. One of the co-equal goals is ecosystem restoration, as you know. However, really the plan is more about ecosystem conversion. Presently, the overwhelmingly predominant ecosystem type in the Delta is the agro-ecosystem. And the plan proposes to convert a large portion of that agro-ecosystem into estuaries, wetlands, and riparian sort of ecosystems. So we have a more of a conversion here. We have an ecosystem going out, and we're going to do a conversion. I believe that the conversion of Delta's agro-ecosystem to other ecosystem types has huge ramifications for the Delta agricultural future. That raises significant issues, and some of these issues I don't think are adequately addressed by the plan. First of all is how and where will the land be obtained for ecosystem conversion? The plan proposes to convert over 140,000 acres of tidal marshes, floodplains, and other natural habitats.
You're talking about the map,
right,
on elevation prepared by various state and federal agencies, right?
There was a map.
Yeah, and you do understand. We've had this discussion for many meetings. The map identifies potential areas. It does not target all the areas, say these will be the ones. I'm sure you know that.
Oh, exactly. But that's, to me, that comes across as a goal or a objective.
Fair.
To get to 140,000.
Potential is the way they refer to it.
Actually, and I guess my point is it's got to come from somewhere. And I think a lot of that is going to come out of agriculture, the existing agriculture out there. If you're going to take that, that sort of land mass. What will be the process of obtaining agricultural land for ecosystem restoration? What will be the acquisition process? Will it be fee title? Will it be willing sellers? Will it be eminent domain? Will it be a combination of all those? What will have the priority? How much will be done this way? How much will be done that way? I think the plan needs to develop this acquisition process a lot more so we know up front how this is going to occur. Secondly, is once these ecosystems are being developed, these natural ecosystems being developed, how will agricultural land located next to these ecosystems be protected from pests and diseases, potential pests and diseases that could come from natural lands, as well as endangered species? What if there's a conflict between the farming practice and the ecosystem? How's that going to be assessed, evaluated, and resolved? The plan doesn't really address those issues. I think the plan should provide some assurances and protection for agricultural lands next to newly developed ecosystems. And ultimately, the plans, just the regulations, the restrictions, and the policies that are outlined in the plan could ultimately increase the cost of farming in the Delta to the degree to make Delta farming non-viable. A heavily regulated farming environment in the Delta will ultimately lower the property values because the risk involved in investing into farms where the return on the investment may not overcome the regulatory costs, especially when the regulatory costs may change over time in an adaptive management environment. So these are some of the things I think the plan needs to consider is, how will the adaptive management planning impact ultimate farming operations? There's nothing in there that addresses those issues. Growers need to plan over a long period of time. And if there's adaptive management planning going on that is impacting how they operate, how are they going to plan for these unknown adaptive management requirements and restrictions?
Pat, did you have a question? You've got your mic on.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Sorry, excuse me.
And I could probably go on beyond that, but I'd be starting to get into other chapters. I just think throughout the plan, ag is not being considered like it probably should. And it's the predominant ag use out there. 75% of the agriculture is agriculture. 75% of the land out in the Delta is agriculture. And these policies
does San Joaquin County favor a flat prohibition on the conversion of any agricultural land for any other purpose? Not just this plan, but in general.
I wouldn't go that far.
Why not? If it's the top priority, why wouldn't the county go that far? I mean, by the way, I've asked Supervisor Rustaller and some of the others the same questions.
I think conversion is going to happen, but I think what the plan doesn't do is say how it's going to mitigate those impacts on neighboring lands.
As the Ag Commissioner's Office looks out to the future, given the current conditions, forget us for a minute, do you see a declining ag land base in San Joaquin County out in the future?
Not necessarily so. I think it can be maintained.
Same acreage?
A good percentage of that acreage, yeah.
Well, good percentage is less than the current percent or more?
Well,
and the reason I'm asking is I haven't looked at the San Joaquin general plan other than the portion that said they support agriculture and support a strong presence and so on. But the trends show at least in the secondary zone for sure, show a decline of ag land because of urban development, now largely in cities because of the LAFCO changes and so on.
Well, I tell you what, let me, probably the best way for me to answer this is for San Joaquin County, because, quite honest with you, I'm not that familiar with areas outside my county, and I do apologize for that. But, for I don't know, since the Delta was formed, it hasn't changed in San Joaquin County. The primary zone has maintained that in agriculture, and I don't know how long ago that was.
We had a study from our consultants 6-8 months ago that showed since 1985 total ag land loss in all 5 counties was 66,000 acres. We had a separate study that had current sphere of influence, these are now city territories in San Joaquin, of something like 25,000 acres additional land, almost all of that Stockton, Tracy, Lathrop, almost all of that either currently ag land about to be converted.
But wasn't that mostly in the secondary zone?
Of course.
Yeah, I think I was saying primary zone.
Yeah, well,
the primary zone is pretty big.
Is it okay to protect do you believe that agriculture in the primary zone could be protected if all the land in the secondary zone is converted?
I don't think all the land in the secondary zone ought to be converted.
Which is why I ask you what your projections are for the future.
I'm really not qualified to make those, and it's hard for me. I guess what I'm saying is, I think, and just speaking in the macro sense, I don't know what percentages. I can't get into percentages because I haven't sat down and really looked at that. But I'm pretty confident that for the whole time frame of this plan, that agriculture could be the primary land use out there and be maintained that way. And what I'm saying is, I guess my comments is, if we begin to put stresses on that ag land where it's no longer able to farm in a profitable way, then it's just going to disappear on its own. And you don't have to convert it. It's just growers are going to leave.
Mm-hmm. Randy.
Scott, your point's well taken. That largely conversion for habitat is going to come from agricultural land, and there needs to be a lot of thought given to surrounding landowners and farming practices, and to try and avoid as many conflicts as possible. You're correct, and I think we'll all acknowledge that. Does San Joaquin County have a right to farm ordinance?
Yes.
So that should go a long ways to helping mitigate some of the threats to the existing farming operations that would continue. But we hear you. We understand. And
okay, I kind of to that point, it only goes so far, because once you've once you establish the habitat, you assume the habitat's going to be successful, and it's going to be full of wildlife and insects and weeds that don't really it can conflict with the surrounding ag land. And I think the plan should say, when you have those conflicting uses, how are they going to be resolved?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
It's probably too late to debate this, and it's not fair to Mr. Hudson because his expertise in agriculture, and he can advise us and help us, I think, with those border areas and how to be helpful to farming when you have other uses there. But the land use decisions are made by people who get elected. So you work for them, the Board of Supervisors, in your case, or city councils. And over a long period of time in San Joaquin County, the land uses have routinely taken away agriculture in favor of rural residential subdivisions outside of Tracy, outside of Lockford. They have accommodated Stewart Tract being developed, and they have been complicit with the city of Stockton and other cities in increasing areas for development, all of which are occurring. So agriculture is reduced between Stockton and Lodi and lots of other places. So outside of the primary zone, elected officials have a history of easily converting agricultural land. I might add, without much opposition from agricultural organizations. So the notion that ag has to be preserved in the primary zone and that there should be minimal, if any, uses for wildlife habitat really sounds instead like an argument over how to make money. So if you can make money going from ag to houses, that's okay. But if you convert ag land to habitat, then except for the purchase of that land potentially, there's no other economic benefits presumed. And as a consequence, that isn't okay. So I think that your expertise can help us figure out where and when ecosystem restoration ought to occur in the Delta and not swamp or hurt farming. But the notion that the primary zone ought to be off limits in favor of agriculture has two central problems. One, that's where the habitat needs to be established in many cases, and where it once was before agriculture. And secondly, San Joaquin County doesn't have a particularly good track record of protecting agriculture in all those other areas that aren't in the Delta.
Well, a couple of responses. First of all, through all that, we still remain the 7th largest ag county in the state and 7th largest in the United States. So, and the ag value has continued to grow. And so we have been able to, even though we have lost some acreage, we actually gained acreage in other areas. The foothills have become a lot more developed than they had, not the foothills, east side of the county has been a lot more developed than it has been in the past. And up till recently, we really have not had that great a net loss in ag land over the past 20, 30 years. But your points are still well taken, and I think that is kind of, in some ways we're saying the same thing, is the plan doesn't address some of your issues that you talked about, you know, if we're going to put habitat out into the Delta along with agriculture, how's that going to be done? Where's it going to be done? You know, those things aren't in the plan, and I guess that's really my main point.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lytle from San Joaquin County also. Got a briefcase. Must be from the county counsel's office.
No, it's in case I have to run out of here quick. No, just Mel Lytle, San Joaquin County. Actually, I'm the water resource coordinator for the county. So
Okay.
I've got my feet in a lot of issues throughout the county. Just by way of introduction, the county is also providing a letter on the 4th draft, as we've done the 3rd draft. I'm encouraged, actually, because the 3rd draft, I think that was around
March.
13 pages of comments that we supplied to the council. I think the one that we're submitting today, or that we've already submitted, is about 7 or 8. So I think we're getting a little better.
Putting you in charge of disciplining everybody else is the obvious order of the day.
Well, we look to Mr. Koutras, or General Koutras, to keep us in line.
General Koutras.
I'm just one of those poor soldiers in the trenches here, just trying to introduce.
Thank you. You've given me a way to abuse Mr. Koutras for a few meetings in the future with that title.
You're welcome. But actually, in the letter itself, I won't go into a lot of detail because a lot of it
Is this a letter to come, or are you referencing the?
It should be submitted today. It might be one of
we
the
got
15.
like 18 letters that have been posted on the web. Have had no chance to look at them. I apologize.
Yeah, and for that reason, I won't go into a lot of detail. Okay. Essentially, we're looking at essentially 5 of the chapters to comment primarily on. Right. So I won't get into a lot of detail. Most of my comments were specifically dealing with more of the water resources, groundwater management issues, and you can catch those comments in the letter itself. Other issues, I think, that had to deal with the flood control issues that we've already covered, so I won't go into those. And some of those are actual line item edits and things like that.
Great.
Where we're trying
Thank
to
you.
make sure that we have specific comments.
That's very helpful to us.
Yeah.
We appreciate that.
And just one comment I'll make really quick. I think in the actual discussion of, let me go to it here, actually has to deal with Chapter 4, WRP 2, talking about a more reliable water supply for California, and talking about the plan dealing with possible interruption of supply, looking at
planning for possible interruption.
Correct.
Yeah.
Dealing with the 6, 18, and 36-month scenarios. Mm-hmm. And when I got to reading that, one of the things that came to mind is, and I didn't really read it in the plan itself, is a real significant discussion of drought planning. As something that may be something we need to look at in more detail, because essentially when you say 6, 18, or 36-month scenarios, you're really looking at maybe sort of an artificial drought scenario. And in this state, we're looking at maybe 2 to 3 years of drought scenario. And I know if you go back to the 60s, I think it was a 6-year drought scenario based on what was actually found due to the 1930s droughts. I mean, the California, or not, the Colorado River watershed has been going through a 10-year drought scenario. So where does that fit into this Delta planning activity?
Well, I mean, look, it's a wonder that we were able to snake past all the water districts of California with a requirement that they do what most people would think they do, which is plan for a possible interruption.
Right.
And they squawked at that. But the reality is, water supply is tightening. It's tightening for everybody in one direction or another. Makes folks nervous. But agencies that at least have a plan as to how to deal with the interruption, then are positioned to serve their customers and clients and constituents well. And our goal is to use the planning tools as the vehicle to satisfy the law and hopefully lead to a reduction in reliance on the Delta and everybody involved in the puzzle conserving water and being efficient. Joe?
I want to add to that. This requirement's a little different than the drought planning requirement and what we've always done before, because in its latest water reliability report, DWR, and I haven't read it, but I'm told that DWR actually said that in the event of a catastrophic failure, the earthquake that causes all of this damage, that the system could be down for 6 months or a year, and in a worst case scenario up to 3 years, and that they wouldn't be able to export out of the Delta. And so this planning number comes from their saying, hey, there is a chance that we won't be able to export any water out of the Delta for this period of time. So that's much more severe than a drought for many agencies, and we're saying people ought to plan, be prepared at least that might happen.
Yeah, and I'm not criticizing that per se. It's just the idea that it fostered a thought in my mind that maybe we're not really looking at the drought planning sequence that needs to be looked at as well as part of this effort. And because essentially you're looking at the same thing. It's going to either be an acute shortage of water or potentially chronic shortage of water.
Well, you might want to take a look at some of the previous council discussions. Our lead scientist is gone, but they just posted, I believe, the proceedings from the science program meeting yesterday or the day before with the scientist who's coined the phrase atmospheric river, but it is the notion that the patterns, what we call Pineapple Express is a lot more complicated and increasing in volatility, if I understand it. And some of the evidence presented was quite startling. California gets either a dry year or a very wet year during a very short period of time, far shorter than the rest of the United States. I mean, the aberrational weather patterns mean, and so one of the things I think they're telling us to pay attention to is, guys, you're going to get great water supply leading to flooding, and you're going to get lousy water supply. We can't tell you when it's coming, we can't tell you when it's happening, but it's going to surprise you each time. So in some sense, the notion that you wait for the 6-year drought or the 10-year drought, we may just be waiting for vast variations with no physical capacity to store endless amounts of water around. And so this planning tool, not perfect, is one of the ways we're trying to address the mandate.
Sure.
And if you have some suggestions on sandpapering that,
right,
we're willing. We're interested.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Dorn, Sacramento County Regional Sanitation District.
When Ms. Dorn comes up,
This is it.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm
I'd
sorry.
like to just add that maybe what we should do in the plan is a suggestion in Chapter 4 is because all of us in the business know the Urban Water Management Plan, which the policy that he referred to includes the drought management, but maybe we should expand what is in an urban water management plan in Chapter 4.
I'm not opposed to that. I defer to your judgments on that point. Ms. Dorn.
Well, good almost evening. And
Yeah, but we're getting out of here in about 15 minutes.
I will be very brief. I want to say this is probably one instance where we are in agreement with Mr. Slotnick and the State and Federal Water Contracting Agency about just the deletion of user fees and stressor fees in the finance plan. But with that said,
he
didn't say stressor fees.
well, they're both put together.
No, he deliberately didn't say stressor fees.
And if you read their letter, they're not a stressor.
and actually, that goes to one of
see
my.
If Greg agrees with you.
Well, that's true. It goes to one of the thoughts that I've had on this, and it seems like, particularly for the Sacramento region, that there would be, if this was implemented, however it may be, kind of an unfair burden to them. We're already in this area paying increased rates for infrastructure, for water supply, and most likely for wastewater also at the same time. And then you would pay a user fee for bringing water into your house on top of it, and then you'd pay a stressor fee for taking water out of your house. It just seems like it would put an unfair burden economically on the Sacramento region.
On whom?
The folks that live in the area and the businesses.
Okay, well, the treatment plant is not itself a provider of water, but what amount of water are your customers entitled to use every year?
I wouldn't. From the water supply side?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. As a matter of fact,
Well,
I do know that we are getting water meters in the area soon.
And
it's a good
over our
thing.
dead bodies after resisting it for years. And maybe that'll actually cause conservation to come to Sacramento, which it has
Would be a good
difficulty
thing.
coming. But, because you ventured into water supply, I just got to tell you, part of the problem is all us lucky upstream users do not wish to say how much water we're legally entitled to, so we tell our customers, gosh, guys, you're going to use up all your water rights shortly. City of Sacramento will use them up by the year 2030, because that might lead to anger. But if you can't control demand, how can you make intelligent decisions on supplies? And the notion that people who get in situations like this find it objectionable that they have to pay for what some people, downstream people, say you are polluting. I understand you say you're not. Some people say you are. Let's say we don't have an answer to the question. How do we fix that without money, and which horn of cornucopia do you know that will generate money without somebody paying for it?
Well, that
And
kind
the
of,
Sacramento Regional Plant has asked for state assistance to pay for as much as the regional treatment plant increase you can get, up to $2 billion, if I read the letters correctly.
it would be nice to get federal funding like we did to build the regional plant. But that leads me to the last point, which was brought up yesterday, and I think it was under the governance section. I don't remember who it did and who brought it up, and they put it in writing. But if you're going to pursue this recommendation, it would probably be better to reword it that you put together how it will be done and submit that to the legislature and then have it go through the legislative process. So I think that would be a better route for you to take if you're going to continue to pursue this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Melinda.
I know, sorry. Melinda Terry. I did want to ask that they look at maps to put into the Delta has placed the Chapter 8 section. This is a map.
These are also DPC posted
Yeah,
maps?
these are all
Okay.
from DPC, but this one was 2006 UC Berkeley Stability of Urbanization, and so it's a good depiction
That was
of
prepared for the Delta charrette through the planning department, I believe.
Yeah.
Melinda,
Mhm.
hand to Gwen
Okay.
all of those charts.
Okay.
Don't let her get out of here
Right.
without
And then
turning
the other
it over.
one I would mention was the Williamson Act one, because then it shows you
We
which
ha-
are
we have
prime,
one of those
which
charts
are not.
somewhere.
Was it in yet, though? I didn't
Not
see it in.
Wait, we got to move. We got to
have
move
a
on.
lot of graphics
Oh, okay.
that we haven't put in here, and they're
Great.
also being prepared for the environmental impact report.
Okay, great.
So, in fact, everything that you've brought up, except maybe one of those, is already in.
Oh, great. Because there's a lot of people
So I just
statewide
wanna
that'll read
let you
it.
know
You know,
that-
even Gloria, they don't know, and it's helpful
Yeah,
for them to
okay,
visualize it.
We're just
Thank you.
behind in time frame.
Okay, members, that's the testimony. We're going to conclude the meeting. We have a motion. Mr. Zlotnick. And that, are you really going to insist on commenting on the Delta Protection Commission? Mr. Zlotnick. Mr. Zlotnick.
I will stay away from specific things,
Good.
which normally would say, but
Good.
since you get in the letter and anyway.
And we did get your letter that you
Right.
wrote to them
Right.
for last night's meeting.
Right, and you have that. What I would suggest is that the council may wish to look at sections 29759B of the statute, as well as 85301B2 of the statute, which set forth in statute what the Delta Economic Sustainability Plan is supposed to cover, and maybe take a look to help you do your job. And granted, the 29759B says including but not limited to, so they can get into whatever they want, which they have. But there are things involved that are required by statute to help you do your job they're not doing in the current draft of the plan. And I would suggest it might be helpful for you to convey in a letter a request, and it's also not consistent, I believe, in the matrix that you have right now for that you may convey to them what you think would be most constructive for you to do your job in incorporating an economic sustainability plan. So
Okay.
I will leave the other comments
Okay,
to the left.
Mr. Natoli, you are consigned to punishment by having to attend all of those stakeholder argument meetings at the University Pacific over the next 3 weeks to make peace between warring parties.
Well, if it's one next week, I'm not going to be there. I can tell you that right now.
All right, we have the motion before us. Any questions, debate, discussion, starting with Mr. Johnston?
Fiorini, aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Natoli, aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking through it. Let's adjourn the meeting.